Hello, everybody, and welcome into the unofficial LPL English broadcast, where we have a full slate of games today. Yanni and Ogbat are going to be kicking things off. As I said, full slate, 3 games, BLG versus FPX and TES versus IG later. But right now, our first game of the day, NiP versus Team WE, a tale of 2 teams that have gone in rather opposite directions compared to what we thought beginning in Split 2.
It's pretty tough, and if we take a look at our format, you'll kind of see that these 2 teams being at the bottom doesn't have too many implications, except for the fact that bottom 6 here in Group Ascend have to play a single best of 5 to be able to make it into playoffs, which is top 8, which I think the fact that there are 8 teams potentially playing in there and one of these 2 teams potentially has a chance of not making it. I think at the beginning of the year when you said WE is probably not going to be able to make it into playoffs, but in the form that Ninjas in Pajamas look like, there's a likelihood that this team just gets bounced out.
Yeah, they looked so good in Split 1. Obviously, we know the meta was quite different then. But yeah, Doinby MVP, he was making great plays. Leave and PP God were doing their thing. And, you know, credit to those 2. They still are just at a bit of a reduced rate. As you take a look at the standings, you can see how bad it's been. You can take a look even at the bottom here. You know, 2 and 7, not so good. But this differential is tough.
Yeah, -8, you know, it's not that far behind. Again, the people right above them are Team WE, and so being able to fight for that spot is really important. NiP already did beat up on WE in the first round robin, but the WE have just been making such a colossal comeback. I know that you see that win streak, and it's not all that much, but the fact that this team is potentially on the up and up from where we had them in Split 1, the first 3 months of the year, not even barely winning a single game, really felt tough for this team, and they have, I think, really bounced back in an excellent way so far.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic revival for these guys. You know, Monkey and Vampire specifically have really stepped it up. Taeyun has been a great wire-to-wire so far, has really been the kind of player that you can really rely on as we take a look at the Team WE roster, because we got to give credit to everybody on this squad. Taking a look, Cuba, Monkey, Karis, Taeyun, and Vampire is the starting lineup.
Yeah, this lineup has been really fun to watch as we've gotten into the back half of the season here in Split 2. Now that we've had more games, I think that Vampire has really improved his own standing and kind of becoming a potentially top performing support here in the region. And with Monkey now in, it just feels like this team has direction, they have an idea, they have an identity as to what they want to do, and potentially could be making it into top 5, just need a few more tweaks. There are some problems here on the roster, and I'm really looking in the mid lane where for Team WE, they put a lot of focus on making sure that Karis gets some resources early, and all of this comes down to Monkey. This guy in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game always feels like he's going to be doing some kind of shenanigans, whether it's him walking an enemy jungle and getting vision, whether it's him on this Z pick here, going around the map and trying to steal camps and open up spots. I think that Monkey has been so creative, and I think been one of the best early game junglers when it comes to pathing and creative kind of walking around the map.
Yeah, it's been a real breath of life, and you know, when we saw him come in, we were like, hey, you know, this is nice to see him, and you know, maybe he can make some sort of really, really large impact. At first, it wasn't looking so hot, but has really come into his own with time, and is starting to, as we said, make that big impact for Team WE, be another cog in the machine to try and get this team a couple of wins, because you know, they've been all right, as we said, 3 and 6, a couple of solid wins, a couple of really solid showings against good teams. So I am actually quite excited for them, especially in a matchup like this where last time out, yeah, NiP, they were the favorites, but this time, oh, Team WE, they're coming to win.
WE might end up actually taking the series pretty handily here, so we'll have to see a little bit more, and you know, that does come down to our jungle matchup, but when we look at these 2, I'm kind of on the fence as to where we have NiP, because there's been so many series where I in particular, I think, have been having to do a lot of lawyering for leave in the AD carry position, but the team is just not all there. It is just not working for these guys, and that's my big question. Where for Team WE, where their bot lane is on fire, jungle is looking solid as ever, is this actually a series where we're going to be able to see Ninjas Bazamas actually live up to the hype and live up to some of the name value, or are they just going to continue to slip and fall down the standings here in Group Ascend?
Well, they're hoping to take after teams like Weibo and BLG who have made changes. If you take a look at the NiP roster, they have made a change of their own Alk battery. It'll be solo kill in the top lane. The rest of the squad's still the same. Aki, Doinby, Leave, and PB God rounding it out.
Solo kill coming on in. It's been a while since we've been able to see this guy. I know last year he was playing on EDG, but I give an entire hall pass to the EDG and IG members of last year. So, but previously coming in from the PCS and playing a little bit in the LDL beforehand, we'll have to learn what he's been kind of cooking up for this squad. It felt like they were overgrouping for fights, trying to lean on their AD carry, but if we're going to see this team do anything, if we're going to see them actually win any more games, I felt like something needed to change.
Yeah, it feels like they still haven't really found their identity. Their Split 1 identity was actually working for them pretty well. It was, Doinby being that facilitator and really getting Leave and PP God going. It feels like that can still work in Split 2. It's just much harder to execute. I think that's been a big problem. As you mentioned, and we'll see in these clips, they overforce for a lot of fights. If this feels like a team that is feeling the pressure of being where they're at now compared to where they were in Split 1.
My question is, how did we land on solo kill here? Because
that's a good question.
If we're being honest, Aki should have been the one that's getting replaced this season. He has not put up very many carry games. I feel like in the same way that we could have seen like a Beichuan coming over to NiP, we just need a mover and a shaker. I need someone who's going to be able to kind of push buttons, play Vi well, and provide engage for our team. This team doesn't play the map particularly wide. Even with Doinby on the roster, we're missing firepower in some of our solo lanes, mechanically speaking. So I think that with Solokill coming in, he has some pretty big shoes to fill as he's coming into a roster that is already failing a lot of the hands checks that they're putting themselves in position for.
Yeah, and you really need to be expecting something different out of Solokill compared to what you were getting out of Shanji because of the way the meta shook out, right? We went from having, okay, great, we're playing weak side top laners in the first split to now, hey, you need to actually play carry champions in the second split where you can play like Sion or something like that. But we want to see like, hey, all right, maybe this team can play meta, but that means you'd have to really lean on Solokill. And, for coming in for the first time here in 2025, gonna be a really tough challenge. Now, I want to talk about our featured matchup for the day. It's gotta be the junglers, right?
Yeah.
Because Monkey has been, as you said, the guy, a big reason why Team WE has been doing much better than Split 1.
Just Monkey, I think, has been a standout. There was a lot of questions because in Split 1 they had Tianjin, and it just didn't look like it was working. This team did not have very many leaders, especially with 2 Korean imports coming in for your carry positions with Kars and Taeyun from the LCK, stepping in mid and AD carry. The team just was not gelling, but now with Monkey, I think his time playing on EDG last year and some of the hype that was coming out from when he was playing on EDG Youth for all those many years in the LDL has led to this moment where he's had to kind of step up and prove himself as a jungler here in this league, where Aki, I think one of the weakest members from that OMG, 2023 lineup that was really exciting, that had played for multiple years, now comes onto this NiP roster. Originally, part of that hype was that it was him and Shanji, but the topside duo hasn't been working. The mid-jungle synergy hasn't been all there. And him and PP God haven't necessarily linked up or had some of their best moments so far in 2025. So we come into this split, we come into this matchup in particular, and we think Monkey and the rest of Team WE are favored here. And part of these, I think, are the stats are more important. I'm looking at that kill participation. Monkey just being a little bit ahead of the curve here versus Aki.
Yeah, just showing that he's been a more focal point of the team, really. Aki, as you said, struggling to link with top, mid, and their support. This is a big series now because Monkey, for him, it's for him to be like, hey, listen, we lost the first time out to this team. It was a little messy. We could have potentially won both of these games, but now we are in the second half of Split 2. It's time to reverse these fortunes, and for Aki, this is real prove it, right? Because now you've made the swap up in top lane, and now it's like, okay, the spotlight is now heavily on you at this point, because the focus is obviously going to shift whenever a team is struggling like this. And they're on a 6-match loss streak. That is very difficult to recover from. And maybe like a week ago, maybe even 2 weeks ago, we'd say, hey, this could be a win for NiP. But now, as you said, we're expecting Team WE to maybe put NiP out of their misery for the rest of this split.
Yeah, and the problem that I have now is not only are they on that 6-match loss streak, They've now crested over the first round robin. The first half of their games, they've played 9 series. They are 2-7. Thankfully for Group Ascend, there's no knockout. There's no you're out of the rest of the year like there is in Group Nirvana. But you're thinking about what teams are you going to be playing, and if you're at the bottom of Group Ascend, you're going to be playing the 5th, the 6th, the 7th place team potentially in the group. I don't think you want to be going up against those kinds of teams. If you are NiP, you're already on the slide. This is supposed to be your quote-unquote easy week. You only have 1 series versus Team WE, and then going forward, your next matches after that are Weibo and TES. They need to find wins, and they're going to need to be able to find it now. I feel like even if they lose this series, this needs to be a calibration test for Ninjas of Pajamas so that they can bring on solo kill and hopefully make a resurgence in the back half of the split.
Yeah, and as we said, this team is just complete deviation, right? We mentioned a lot, again, this identity for them. This is the time that they need to find it in the second half, because you're going to get to the play-in at the very least. So, it's not looking likely you're going to hit top 4. Let's be honest with ourselves here. So at that point, it doesn't really matter, right? Because even if you're finishing at the bottom of Group Ascend, you're still playing the third best team that didn't make it into the top 4, which theoretically shouldn't be that big of a difference between what we expect out of this team. So what I really want to see is them sticking to their identity, going, hey, don't be facilitators, hard carry bot lane, maybe we get something really cool out of solo kill, dishwasher champs for Aki, call it a day. Maybe that's what you can make happen. Maybe you can take a page out of Team WE's book, because obviously it's not the same one-to-one for Monkey, but this team clearly has their identity of putting the rock in Taeyun's hands and also giving Monkey room to breathe early.
When we came into this split, we were saying, okay, Group Ascend, you've got all of our top teams playing, and then it's FPX, Team WE, and Thunder Talk. You're playing for games. That's it. You're just like, okay, cool. We get 18 best that we get to play 18 best of 3s. That's very nice. Like, I don't really care what happens after that point. You're playing for the experience, the ability to play against and potentially scrim against some of these higher level teams. Team WE and FPX have already bucked that trend, and now as Ninjas Pajamas, you are tied bottom of the standings with with Thunder Talk. So it's already, I think Team WE have gone above and beyond in terms of where we expected them here in the standings, despite them only being in 8th. I think the quality of their wins has been a lot better, and similar to like a track record of an FPX so far in Split 2.
Yeah, and they've taken, they took a game off of TES, right? They took a game off of Anyone's Legend. Obviously, they beat Weibo Gaming. That was their one loss when Weibo's been on this hot streak. That was, kind of quelled a little bit after losing last night to BLG. But, this is a team that has actually taken individual games off of very, very good teams.
Yes.
And, that's something that I've been seeing a lot throughout the LPL as a whole. And it's really, really refreshing to see, because we were kind of like, are we really going to end up seeing any crazy upsets throughout, Split 2 or anything like that? But we've been pleasantly surprised. And, Team WE, it's crazy how we've gone from bottom of the barrel team to we should expect them to steamroll NiP today.
And I know we kind of saw it there when we swapped over to the live view, but we've got an entirely new set of LPL graphics, because guess what? We are now in the 2nd season of the year. We have Spirit Bloom coming in. We've got we've got the new patch, potentially. If they're willing to make the patch change, and, we have the new map, I think we're on the new patch. So we're going to be playing on 2509, if I'm correct. Just want to make sure.
Didn't we go back to regular
2509
conventions?
Yeah, I'm glad that they dropped most of the naming convention and we're just sticking with at least 2509. But that means that we have the new Split Up Awesome skins. We're having the new map, which means for everybody at home, we're going to have new objectives, which means for me in particular, that new Otacon that's coming in. Huge change. Void Grubs only spawning once at 8 minutes. Rift Herald at 15. We might be seeing a lot slower games here in the LPL, but obviously we have a lot to learn. We still have yet to see what these teams have made of the new map.
One thing that I actually find quite interesting, because I haven't seen it happen yet on this new patch, is the Rift Herald base charge damage when you're not piloting it has gone up from what I know, and teams in the LPL are very much not piloting the Rift Herald. They usually drop it, let it get its own individual charge. I don't know how much extra damage it does, but we've seen a couple of times where, you know, they think it ends up going down and the turret ends up sticking around for a little bit longer than they'd like. I actually think this small change might make a sizable impact at some point in time where we're seeing a turret go down where previously it wouldn't.
Yeah. I'll be honest, Yanni. This
cool.
this intro for the stage is going crazy.
This is cool.
We're in the home
Purple.
arena for
Purple
WE over in Xi'an, and we'll see the walkouts here. New stage setup, new lights, and yeah, just a brand new meta coming on through potentially on the cards.
Yeah, nice and fresh, right? I mean, it's nice that they kept Otacon around. Obviously, Otacon has been a maligned objective, right? People are like, they don't like it in the game. They don't like, you know, the Otacon that gives you the revives. They think that the flowers are a little bit too strong. And they think that Otacon's not an objective that's worth stealing. Well, I think the changes they made are actually quite interesting because you don't have to pick up flowers anymore. So if you steal Otacon, it's actually really, really good now. Before it was like, oh, if you go in like 1v5 to go for a steal, like, what are you doing? You're just inting.
Let's go. Okay. All right, we're doing a little bit better, guys. At least Cube and Monkey, yeah, they had a little bit of flourish, whether they intended to or not. But the Otacon change, we can kind of keep touching on that as we're waiting for the start of draft and everything, or the start of the 1v1s, I should say. There is no Voracious or Ruinous Otacon. There's only one kind of Otacon
Thornbound.
now, which, yeah, Thornbound. You get all of the blood petals, or now the purified spirit petals come on through, so you get more experience. And if you get the Otacon, you get an explosive buff, kind of similar. It's like Elder Dragon without the execute. It has that big explosion that happens, and it slows enemies that are around the blast. So
and deals extra
hopefully
damage.
we'll be able to see a little bit of it here in tonight's games.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool to see. Again, you know, a personal experience. Haven't actually played too much that, you know, like noticed on this new patch. I got a chance to jam a couple of games, but let me tell you, we did not get Otacon in any way, shape, or form. And
yes, we did.
Did we? In that one
in
game?
In the games that I played?
Yeah, I only played the one.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You were on the ship.
We just hard stomped them. You just hard
I don't know if hard stomp's the word I would.
No.
That first game we played, yes.
We crushed
but that
them,
was the other games were not as
Despite Shibby's best efforts, we won that game.
True. I mean, I was watching my mid laner.
You had to put on
all four of those games. You had to
put on a big carry performance. I was just like, here, you want a shield? Here's a shield. Oh, you want extra attack range? Here's some attack range. We're playing Milioolution. It's great. Doinby versus Karis. All right, so one thing that we've started to notice as Split 2 has progressed is that the 1v1s have actually made a very, very sizable impact on who actually ends up winning the match because blue side has been absurdly strong. All right, so do we think that teams are going to start like playing a little bit more serious in these 1v1s and maybe change some champion picks? There's just a couple of champion picks that I'm not really happy with. Like I see Pantheon getting banned. I don't think this Pantheon's been particularly great in 1v1s, especially because later on your ultimate is giga useless if you get down to the Ring of Fire.
I wish that we saw more people. I think it's just really potent in the 1v1 for only other champ. I know we had a Pantheon versus Pantheon earlier.
Did you see that effect?
It also is just a champion that we're taking away from Doinby in particular. But
did you see the lock-in effect?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, so cool.
We're getting all new graphics as well.
Yeah,
hey,
dude, this is
LPL's
awesome.
Catching up with us here on the English side. You know,
Let's go.
We upgraded ours to get little pedals when they come on through. Okay, this is a matchup that we're going to at least have a lot of fun with. We got Melee versus Melee. We're going to get Volibear being able to face up against Renekton. So Volibear and extended traits should end out winning, but we'll see how Doinby pilots this one. He has been a bit of a Melee specialist across the board.
Volibear, a champion that is very scary to fight in a 1v1, but as long as you can, dodge out on the Sky Splitter and not get caught in that, you should be okay. I do worry that if you commit a little too hard with the slice and dice, you will be absolutely roasted and turned into a Louisiana Southern dish, this Renekton potentially.
And again, for people who are unfamiliar, this is our 1v1 for side selection. It is the first to first tower, first to 2 kills until the Ring of Fire. Once we get to the Ring of Fire at 7 minutes, then it is sudden death. So It keeps us from staying in these 1v1s for too long, and like you were saying earlier, Yanni, blue side has been very impactful as well as just being the preferred side for almost the entirety of 2025.
Yeah, it just feels like that now it's got like way more of a pronounced impact, whereas like before we were seeing, you know, a lot of the best teams, it didn't matter, right? They'd win the 1v1, they'd win on blue side, they'd win on red side, see you later, we're done, right? But it's starting to become, we're starting to see a lot more matches go all 3 games, and that's why it's becoming so much crazier. Interesting thing here by Karis is that he's opted into Flash. You don't see a whole lot of flashes from him.
Oh, and he has the Bramble Vest. That's the one that I'm mostly looking at. The fact that you just get
to
do
my god.
This. Doinby, get clapped, get clapped, get clapped.
He's stunning him. He flashed on him, but the barrier's there. Karis will get the first kill, an extra 100 gold for him. But this does get very, very scary now off battery.
Yeah, we're in sudden death territory for both of these guys. Doinby already starting out. He buys immediately an Executioner's Calling.
Oh, this mini gonna gang up on it. Goes down.
Yeah, wave so the wave is going to push in favor of Doinby here because the mini wave is on his side of the map, so it's going to stack and then eventually push towards Karis. Not bad for the Volibear, and he still has a lot of all-in potential. As we just saw, right? Like, having the Sky Splitter as well as just having the W makes it very difficult for Doinby to take extended trades. And he has lethal tempo.
We think we're going to fight again, or do you think we're waiting to the Ring of Fire? I really hope we're not.
We're getting vulnerable.
We are getting vulnerable. At the very least, that's Doinby is level 4 right now, so we will go in for a short trade with Karis. Also hitting level 4. So we can't exactly go all the way in.
Okay. I mean, guys, everybody at home's like, when we talk about these 1v1s, 10 times out of 10, they're just standing there and doing absolutely jack nothing. So this is a perfect time for what's going to happen here as Karis is kind of getting owned on the trades. Yanni, how's your day been?
You know what? My day has been really, really, really difficult. I was on the LPL yesterday. Went immediately afterward, went to a chiropractor appointment. I paid off my car yesterday, which was really cool.
Oh, let's go. That's good.
Hold on. Okay, we're still fine. Although Karis is taking the brunt of the damage. Here comes the Ignite.
Karis,
yeah, this game is over. Doinby wins the 1v1. Didn't even need Dominus for that one.
What? Karis, you're the chosen one.
It looked so good.
You know, one of the matchups coming into today was that, you know, Doinby isn't performing up to snuff mechanically. Karis has been a bit of a weak link for WE, but hopefully the scales have tipped in his favor with how they've been performing recently. What?
This is not an encouraging sign, Hulk Battery.
No, but maybe he was giving him a freebie. Maybe he just Karis maybe really hates the 1v1, and he's like, I want to play in the new Rift. I want to play on the green revitalized map. I don't want to play on the dirt colored Noxus map. None of that anymore.
Listen, he knew old man Doinby needed a dub here. He was like, you know, we respect.
Gotta go back to his kids real quick. He's like, hey, go take care of your son. Go have fun. Go have fun back at home.
Oh man, just it's really crazy because if you beat him in the 1v1, like if you beat Doinby in the 1v1, and you ever meet one of his kids, you could be like, hello, grandchild. Oh yeah, because your father's my son.
Yep. There you go. There you go. It's a great line of lineage that you can kind of call upon for playing against Doinby. So, we're coming into this. We just saw on our screens, NiP do decide to choose blue side, and we have a couple of different things. Not too many champions actually got nerfed on this patch or changed pretty meaningfully. I don't know how many Annies we're going to be getting, as she did get a pretty sizable amount of changes on the good side. Yeah, I know that Knight has it as kind of his one of his pocket picks that he's had in the past, but we'll see what exactly this ends up meaning for NiP. We've been seeing across the league Nico priority shoot up, especially for support, so potentially that could come into fruition. I think it's pretty dangerous, though, when we look at, for NiP side, them picking up the Nico. I think that PP God has not been too precise when it comes to non-tank engaged support champions.
Yeah, and I think the one interesting thing is that Kalista did catch some nerfs. Not massive, but a little bit less health. lower base AD as well. So if you get put in a poke versus poke, obviously Kalista and Nico like to have a linked up combo. You might be in a little bit of a rougher way there, but we've started to see a lot of Nico come through with a Kai'Sa. We're going to see Vi slide through the bans and quickly get locked in for Aki.
I think this kind of makes sense with how everybody bans against NiP. Galio and Ryze are perma-bans against Doinb a lot of the time, so the fact that Ryze makes it, or that Vi makes it on through, is not incredibly too surprising. Rumble should be the de facto best top laner outside him and Jace, especially with some of those Gwen nerfs coming on through, harming some of her AD matchups. And we're also taking away the Kai'Sa. I think a big takeaway from Leave, as well as being one of Taeyun's best champions so far.
And now if you're Team WE, you have to put together the rest of the dive comp. You're already seeing the Nico potentially getting locked in here as a takeaway for that Kai'Sa. We'll see what NiP wants to put together here, because already you're looking really good, like getting to the back line. Gonna put solo kill on the big tank on the Scion, maybe make some chaos happen later in the fights.
All right, NiP have some very good pick coming on through. I think that their engagements coming into fights, very solid. You have enough front line with this Scion as well. Can get chewed on, but we're talking about top lane matchups. I think that NiP are perfectly fine with putting solo kill on this Scion and him being able to hold his own. A great neutralizer versus the Rumble. And a lot of setup now coming in for WE with this Rumble and this Rel. Kai'Sa should have free time to kind of hit, and going to be a big focus coming in into this team and into this match.
I wonder if Team WE is going to ban the Kalista. I do wonder if they're like, hey, you know, these Kalista nerfs, while sizable, you just don't want to see it paired up with the Nico, because we know that combination is very deadly. You want to make sure that the Kai'Sa gets out of lane safely. Talia going to get banned, so they're still focusing the Doinb facilitator champions that he's been so legendary on.
Talia is fine, and also I think you have to be a little bit afraid of Karus' champion pool getting pinched here. Both of these mid laners have very precise champions that they like to be on, so taking that away might end up harming them. So we are seeing Nefiri banned. I don't know if I like this, especially with both Ryze and Talia already taken off the table.
I think they're just worried of giving it to Monkey. He's a guy who's been playing a lot better, playing with a lot of confidence, it looks like, and it's been a champion pick he's been pretty solid on. I agree with you stylistically wise. It wouldn't fit super well, but I guess NiP, at this point when you're 2-7, you do anything you can to make sure that there's less power out of the hands of the opposing team.
So many mages gone. Azir,
Yeah, for real.
Ryze, Galio, Talia. I mean, what is Doinb? I mean, Pantheon, they banned it themselves. So in terms of junglers here,
Orianna,
I think
maybe?
are we giving R5 to Monkey? I don't know if I like this. The Skarner should be up and available, and I think you're fine with that versus the Vi. You could go for Wukong if we're talking about for Monkey and some of his champion pools. All right, we're going for the Aurora. Great setup. A lot of upfront damage coming in for this WE squad. So some setup here from the jungle is probably going to be very nice. But they're going to have some decent lanes to be able to push on. And hopefully Monkey's able to do a little bit of magic in the early game.
See what NiP is going to put together, if they're going to go and give a little bit of extra time to their AD carry or to their mid laner. Already seeing the Ahri get hovered. It would be a totally fine pick. Very strong combination with the Vi, a classic one that can get a lot of work done in the mid game. That will be locked in here. So NiP just looking for an AD carry to round themselves out.
Probably going to be the MF. We have seen a couple of different AD carries, but I think having both the Nico being paired away from the Xayah or the Kai'Sa would make sure that NiP can try to leverage some of that all-in potential. Now that they have this Ahri alongside the Vi, it seems like NiP are really just trying to find damage on that first pick, find that first person out of position. And WE go for that last pick, Skarner. So when we look at Ninja Pajamas and what their composition wants to be able to use, it's have Doinb and Aki roam around the map very early on, win out those skirmishes in the mid-jungle 2v2s, and take over these side lanes. Whereas for WE, they have a little bit of a slower composition. You're going to have Aurora trying to get multiple of those combos with her passive, and obviously Taeyun on this Kai'Sa has a very big job of being able to take down this Scion.
Yeah, and Cube and Karus are going to have really big roles in these team fights, because you're really going to need to make sure you're getting good ultimates off the Between Worlds and the Equalizer. Obviously, Monkey can help out a little bit and kind of cook multiple members over that Equalizer. But, if you're missing out on these ultimates or they're not fantastic, you're going to be missing a lot of damage that you're going to need to try to keep the rest of NiP out of the composition. I really like what NiP has put together as a whole in terms of cohesiveness. It feels very easy to play and feels in the style of some of these players.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense for the style. I'm a little bit worried. Again, new patch, right? We're playing on the new Spirit Blossom map, which does mean that there are no 2 sets of grubs. The feats of strength, or for counting towards feats, you have to take 2 out of the 3 grubs that spawn. And with Rift Herald being pushed back to 15 minutes, we'll see how both of these teams actually acclimate. To be able to summon the Void Mites, you need to be able to get 3. I don't know. I think I really like Team WE if they're able to grab those grubs early on.
Yeah, this does kind of hurt them, though, because based on the kind of team that they have and the power of their ultimates, not having 2 grub... Let me stop.
Oh! What is this?
Yes.
They're saving us from the dog, the dog map that was the Noxus map.
The Noxus
oh my
map,
god!
I'll give a lot of credit. The Noxus map was pretty cool for a little bit. It got a little old really quick. But, still shout out because it was cool change. But, like, this is sick. I'm so not...
Donnie, they made the map woke! Let's go! Alright, not too many Jayos in the home arena here at Xi'an, but beautiful map. This feels like old League of Legends again. There's greens in the map again. There's blues.
How I missed you, Summoner's Rift. How I missed you so much. Before we get Team WE coming down here and forcing on NiP and anything happening, having one less scrub fight does actually hurt Team WE in my opinion because of their strong ultimates and their ability that they can control some of these team fights with these ultimates. There's going to be one less big team fight unless these teams decide to fight over nothing.
Yeah. Hopefully this actually ends up helping Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they end up going for. We're going to have junglers starting on the same sides of the map, but I want to keep a specific focus on Monkey in this early game. We highlighted in the pre-show his early pathing has been really creative in being able to open up some angles, and how Team WE leverage their mid laner to try to help him in the early game has been very important.
Knight already down on PP God as he takes the rough end of a trade. And yeah, you're absolutely right about Monkey, and especially on a champion like Skarner, he's already good at taking creative paths on champions that can't cheat a mobility, right? He just gets to go through whatever wall he wants.
Yep.
So he'll be surprised showing up, maybe getting some kills and getting Team WE ahead.
So right now, Aki does have a slight lead, and this bottom lane, it started off so well for them. You would think that with the double range bot lane of NiP that you'd be in a very good spot, but with how they were pushing early, they actually do lose access to this wave, and Taeyun taking a Pop Blossom a little too early means that, or the Blossoming Blooms does mean he kind of goes down a little bit, and it's pretty meaningful, especially if they keep them trapped under this lane with Aki heading on down. Potentially opens up a dive angle in a few moments' time.
Nothing too crazy going on early, but Aki has been spotted on twice now. So we'll see if Monkey is going to use that to his advantage, maybe try to make a play here, although leaving PP God pushing up steadily. Aki looking for a bit of an invade here onto Monkey.
He is on vision this time. Taeyun is walking back, still level 1. Actually ended up taking a full recall here. So he comes back to base. They're not going to defend his camps. Monkey has the smite. Let's see who wins it.
Smite fight.
Monkey lost it.
Did go, yep. No.
Oh, wait, Monkey won it.
No,
wait,
he
Monkey
won
won
it.
it.
He won it. And Aki is now level 3. This is a problem. Nice block there. Monkey's going to flash away. Vampire's going to go in. A little bit disconnected, though. Root coming through, and Vampire's taking way too much damage. He'll go down. First blood over to leave, but guess what? They're on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, my God, join B.
And he hit that big charm. Monkey's getting low. Monkey's got to try to fight through it, and he just can't as Doinby gets the kill. Leave has come back. Aki goes down, but more kills are happening already, claiming the feats of warfare. Less than 4 minutes into the game, Doinby's got a blue buff and a red buff. Doinby should have went and tried to take him down, but he'll walk it out with his 2 kills.
Ikaris just had no mana coming into that fight, and then after a couple of those flashes, NiP end up claiming the feats of strength there, or the feats of warfare. Really good job coming out from them. You cannot be taking extended trades versus a Corki and a Nico early. The bottom lane of NiP had first move here. This is a good start coming in from Monkey. The fact that they're not able to get Aki early on should have potentially dissuaded them from this. But look at where Karis is. Karis has no damage. He's going over this wall. He has to use his flash. This is just a very, very, very blatant observation of mispositioning from some of the members of Team WE.
Yeah, it was a nice play by PP God as well to get that route down. It means that Monkey had a harder time getting in to try to bail out Vampire. Bit of an early miscommunication on Team WE. And NiP will certainly take that into their back pockets. 700 gold lead, not a whole lot right now, but Leave has been kick-started against the Kaisa.
Leave and Doinby in particular now, kind of making up for some small discrepancies here. I'm very sad. I am currently seeing a Triforce Corki build, so we'll mean that first Dragon goes over to NiP. And hey, WE, they have nothing to play for, right? There's no grubs that are spawning. Grubs don't spawn for another 3 minutes here. So they're just going to have to farm up, try to find their waves. They're trying to contest, but they're going to lose access to this bottom lane wave. Karis doesn't have level 6. I think this is tough.
Karis is just going to go in for it. Vampire is still level 2. I mean, PP got just beating the tar out of him. This Dragon is going to be available for Team WE if they want it. It looks like they're going to be forced off, so Aki will loop all the way around, and he will pick it up himself as Taeyun could not join.
And Vampire's taking a recall. Oh no, he is so poor this game.
Oh my God.
He has literally no... He's about to tick over to level 3, but I mean,
That might
thankfully
be a
for
higher
him,
level
Rel
than
is...
him.
Rel thankfully has you know, very, very good base kit. He already has the two spells you kind of need on Rel, which is the Q and the Crash Down. Aside from that, doesn't seem like that's all that bad. Taeyun does get a little bit of a solo experience, so not all that kind of punishing. But first Dragon does go over to NiP, and now they're going to be able to continue to push on this top side. I mean, Grub spawning in a minute and a half. There's still some Summoner spells missing from both sides. Unless there's something that really breaks this game, NiP are looking on track to continue their gold advantage.
Yeah, that's why I'm really concerned for Vampires, that eventually this fight is going to happen over Grubs if Team WE want to take it, and you're going to just have a very under-leveled support against a Corki that does a lot of good early damage, and Doinby and PP God that will be able to pour a lot into him. We're seeing on the top side, Aki stealing away some camps from Monkey. A tough thing to see, especially for how much that we praised Monkey, but Aki, you know,
He has mid
1-1,
prio.
a whole lot. Monkey is 6 now.
Oh, Karis has to be careful. He's walking in. Vampire,
Oh,
Taeyun
man.
fighting.
Oh yeah, PP God, he's been ignited. He will be able to get away. He turns level 5. Maybe looking for a quick turnaround here. Lots of good damage coming out. They've got good range advantage. Once you're running away, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, and also just Nico's base damage right now is really disgusting. He literally has a single amp tome and already was doing about 100 damage there. So big wave that's going to be crashed in by Leave and the rest of NiP's bottom lane. Was a single camp that was taken, and we're actually seeing right now there was a potential dive to try to force them out. Taeyun doesn't know where this Ahri is, so why not? Another plate going over. Doinby's like, I'm going to make this worth my time, actually. I'm going to go ahead and take this. Looks like he's actually going to take control of this wave, let his bottom lane recall and take control of mid, and then have NiP in position to try to fight for these first set of grubs. I mean, Ahri can move over very fast, and that'll be another wave missed out by Team WE.
Yeah, and Doinby, if he just deploys on mid, he'll get there first, right? Karis doesn't have that teleport. He's got to go clean up this wave, probably shove another one out. So look at him flashing away. I think Monkey stopped a little short before that.
Yeah, and also I think just being a bit afraid. Okay, so Ahri instead missing out on this. Karis will not be able to teleport. NiP are just going to be able to grab all these grubs. Vampire might be able to wrap around, but I think this is a huge win now coming in for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're trading a wave bottom lane. They have priority from both top and mid lane. They're going to get all of these, and now they'll have 2 feats of strength completed, or at least most of the feats of epic monster slaying, and now they'll be able to summon Void Mites coming in for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yep, you get the Void Mite on 3 grubs now. That one will be secured for them. The next dragon up in about 2 minutes' time. And NiP are humming along nicely right now. Doinby just waiting on him to go and make that big play that we know that he can to really have NiP have full control.
Dragon spawning in 2 minutes' time. We're seeing first items starting to get completed here, as despite having Doinby get those first 2 kills, it is actually Karis finishing his first item. mostly focusing on picking up minion waves. Obviously, dropped the mid wave to try to help out his bottom lane. We're seeing NiP right now still play through the mid lane with their bottom lane duo, double range bot lane, and with where the experience is right now, you are really happy with what you have from NiP. I don't think WE should be looking to contest this bottom lane at all. You have a Nico that has Pop Blossom. This is unplayable right now.
So difficult. As you said, off battery. Paris, small level lead right now. Actually, Alari, he's got a full level lead over Dornby right now. That's pretty shocking, honestly, especially with those 2 early kills. He's got the full item lead too, so maybe this next fight for Team WE might not be as bad. You're just gonna need a lot of heavy lifting out of Karis. Like, he needs to make the play.
Yes, and that's been the question, I think, for Team WE all split too long, because we've seen Taeyun pull off carry performances. We've had Monkey, I think, step up as a leader, but when you're one of these big, especially as an import coming into the league, you need to prove that you're much better than any of the domestic talent that was potentially available. And for Karis, he had a middling time in LCK in terms of his career, so he needs to be able to kind of show out and also prove that he belongs to be able to play in this league going forward. I think that despite WE finding a lot of success recently, one of the things that has hampered them has been Karis and his firepower, or lack thereof. And we'll have to see if he can kind of carry this one, as Taeyun's recalling, Skarner's only just now moving to this side of the map. This is tough. Taeyun had to cancel his. I don't think this is a real fight, guys.
Well, Team WE, sometimes they're more than
They're dropping a
happy to
mid
meet
wave.
any
I mean, my
fight.
support's still level 5.
All right, this is an interesting choice. Monkey gonna get in here, go immediately onto the Corki, and they blow him up. Taeyun's the one who's gonna get the shutdown. Impale forces out a couple of flashes. Teleport coming in, solo kill in a bad way. He's got the ult away, so now it's a 5v4. See if NiP wants to stick around to try and steal this dragon away. PPGod still has that Pop Blossom available, but
No
TWE is
flash.
so healthy right now.
He has no flash on this Nico. Ari looking for the ultimate.
Good charm lands. Just good damage on the cube. And Equalizer going to split up the fight between worlds for Karis just to get a little bit of extra damage, and they will secure the dragon, so they split them 1 apiece.
Okay, but Karis has traded a lot of that gold that we were talking about that was in his favor for this bottom lane, and as Ninjas in Pajamas, they're the ones that have the Void Might, so there's more plates on this bottom lane turret going down. PP-God, I think he's probably fine. There wasn't enough damage there.
He's so low.
Oh,
Pop
what
Blossom
the?
goes
Whoa,
in
wait,
it.
he went
Wait,
back!
he stunned him on the backside, forces the flash out of Karis, and Karis is going to be able to slip out the back. Now they're going to at least put their sights onto Vampire. The kill goes over to Aki. It ends up being a 1-for-1. I'll bet very awkward.
And now it slows down the game. We don't have very many objectives to play for the next few moments, but just the fact that PP-God ended up stepping back up there and then wastes his ultimate, don't think it's going to be too impactful, but it is another kill going over to one of these mid laners, as it feels like Doinby and Karis kind of putting on a show as to who exactly is going to have a bigger carry, bigger influence, not even just ignoring the bottom lane right now with how much of an advantage Leaf has.
Yeah, it is a big advantage, but as we all know, Kai'Sa later on in the game will be mighty strong. It's just a matter of NiP taking advantage before she gets to that point. They certainly were, but it started to slow up a little bit. Team WE has turned it around after making that big pick play, taking away that dragon. Now we're looking for Herald in just over 2 minutes. You know, again, every fight for Team WE is going to be so important because of the strength of their ultimates.
And how WE actually end up playing the map will have a big impact in terms of NiP just being able to always say we can threaten on a side lane. You always have to be able to match us. You can see right now that Doinby is playing in between mid and bottom lane, which is starting to become an issue. The reason why Karis had an advantage to begin with was because of the fact that Doinby was spending a lot of time out of the lane. He's able to pick up this bottom lane minion wave that is coming on through, and we're not getting much. We're kind of in a stalemate right now as we're waiting for more items. Again, there's nothing to play for. Part of just having the new map and changing up some of the objective timers. Rift Herald spawning in 1:30.
Yeah, it's so strange to just have these new timers after focusing so hard and seeing how the meta really shaped up. I mean, you know, these are impactful enough changes that, hey, who knows? Maybe we could see one of our top teams struggle with any sort of adaptation. Right now, NiP, they're looking to make a multi-man play. Looks like they'll back off and head back to the mid lane with their bot lane. Aki will get the heck out of dodge as Team WE. We're ready for it.
playing back out onto the map here. Doinby's got to be a little bit careful. It seems like we are forcing really hard here, guys.
All right.
They're not missing out on too much. Leave is Taeyun's picking up the mid wave. Rumble has just been shoving waves into solo kill on repeat. So maybe just buying themselves a timer here as we get a pause. Yay!
Yippee!
Wouldn't be a Ninjas in Pajamas series if we didn't have at least one technical pause.
Oh, without a doubt. I wonder what the pause was for. You know, I didn't really see anything super crazy, so maybe just a peripheral issue, perhaps. But so far, pretty slow. Yeah, a little slow paced. We haven't really seen any big side lane plays. Not sure if we were really expecting anything like that to happen, but I mean, Cube has had a really free game, as you just mentioned. I mean, he's up like 30 CS on this Rumble champion that is exposable at times, but you just don't have a whole lot of damage between your top and jungle.
Yeah, and also just these two teams haven't been like our macro-oriented teams, right?
True.
Ninjas in Pajamas, their hallmark to fame so far in LPL this year has been, we're going to fight you often, and hopefully you're ready for that. And we're going to try and play around the fact that these objectives spawn every 2 to 3 minutes. Whereas for WE, kind of a similar thing. I haven't necessarily loved how they kind of allocate their side lanes earlier on into the year, and they've had to kind of get a little cute with how they play League of Legends here in the LPL, and that has led to a couple of their wins. We're back in the game, thankfully, a very, very quickly resolved issue here from the LPL.
Yippee. All right, 25 seconds until this Rift Herald spawns. We see a lot of Team WE pings on it. Right now, Aki on the bottom side of the map. They're deploying solo kill down there as well.
Solo kill will be able to make it even if he uses TP or just his ultimate. What I'm looking at right now is summoner spells. Looks like flashes across the board outside of Chorus are going to be coming up in a moment's time. So thankfully, Aurora is a champion that doesn't necessarily need that ultimate, or need that flash, but very important. The biggest objective lead that we have right now is in the bottom lane. Leave almost 30 to 40 CS up on his opponent. Already has a Trinity Force, a very big spike, but we'll see as they've gone pushing top side. They're going to maybe drop another mid wave here, which does harm WE.
NiP an opportunity here perhaps to get on Taeyun here as Leave and Aki are going to get the job done, but Taeyun with the ultimate wisely to PP God. He dies and can't make an impact. Sion coming through, big knock-up as they're going to target out Vampire. He goes down. Karras going to go between worlds. Aki's on the backside of the fight as Leaf wants to charge forward and get the job done. Equalizer comes down to slow them up and do a little bit of damage, but Team WE is completely split off. Karras and Monkey are not healthy. Taeyun's got to get away. Cube is forced to flash, and NiP can take this Herald if they want to give themselves feats.
I think it's tough, though. I mean, there's no ultimate coming in from PP God, and you have Vampire who's coming back onto the map.
Oh,
he's going to have a lot more influence. Doinby misses out on that engage, forces out Monkey for the time being. Can they contest on the bounce, though? More importantly for me, they use so many of their resources to try to blow up Vampire and Taeyun. Taeyun does survive and has both of his summoner spells. They're going to instead take their recalls. It's going to be the Herald, which is a big win for NiP. They already have the Void Grub spawning in the Void Mine, so the next turret that they want, it looks like they're going to give that gold over to Doinby, and they're going to try to take this top lane tier 1.
Yeah, immediately ripping it here. You know, there's an objective on the bottom side of the map, so we'll see what the move is. We're going to get Aki piloting this one, get in the robot. Gets it down to about half HP. The rest of the team will clean that one up and spread the love around his Twitch chat, helping him out, taking down that turret. Yes, you, Twitch chat, doing a good job.
Good job with the Void Mites. All of Twitch chat helping out NiP in their wins.
Twitch chat does it again!
They're a fan favorite, right? Any team that has Doinby, I think the international fans, especially here in the English community, are going to definitely enjoy that one. So WE will be able to trade on one side of the map. Very much advantaged towards Ninjas in Pajamas, though. They have those Void Mites, and using that Herald, they get a tier 2 in top lane down to half HP. They grab 2 turrets, and now they're going to be able to contest. Aki can steal this.
Yep, here we go. He's going to go all the way in.
Oh, no!
Aki, the miss smite. Good flash from PP. Got to stick Monkey in the wall. Now he's going to deal with Doinby. Meanwhile, Vampire with a solid engage as Cube is overheated and burning people to a crisp. PP God will fall. Doinby in the back of the pit. Got to try to make a play as Cube is getting low, but Karras has joined the party, and Aki goes down. The charm on the Vampire. He's low, but Doinby, he's muddled. He can't fight out of this one. Not enough damage coming down as he falls. Vampire stays alive. Solo kill flashes after him, but he falls too. That's an ace for Team WE.
So Solo Q wanted to try to get a little bit of revenge for some older EDG boys, but NiP, their target selection seemed off. Aki actually ended up missing the smite there. So another dragon going over to the way of Team WE in a team fight that was critical for them to be able to win here. Felt like they had been just going back and forth. 50 HP on that dragon. Monkey in the middle of the wall, and then Doinby. Why are we not just finishing the kill onto Monkey? He misses his ult dry here. We're not going to even be able to see it. All of this damage onto Leave. They've left their big AD carry off into the side. And a massive couple of mistakes from NiP equalize this game.
Yeah, he hits the first part of the Q onto Karis, misses the low health Monkey, misses the low health Vampire, not able to get his ult reset or anything like that. And it's a damn shame because NiP had a really nice map sequence there into complete disaster.
That's tough. That's tough. It makes this game a lot harder than it needed to be. They were already in a good
Is
position.
huge.
They could have actually just even given up the dragon and continue to play the map. But again, these two teams looking to brawl where they can. We have Otacon on the top side of the map spawning in the bottom side of the map here. Remember, new Otacon spawning. It is the Thornbound one, so no more of the two different kinds. It seems like they're going to push on this top side wave, and if they really need to, they can continue to have Leave push in mid lane, and now they can play on two. NiP are feeling very comfortable with their position in this game.
Equalizer going to go down just to make sure that this wave does not take the turret down. Vampire was there to back up Q. And yeah, things are a little tough for NiP right now because Karis 3-1-4 had a pretty solid fight, but Taeyun, the really big beneficiary of what was a chaotic fight. 5-0-1, he's on his 2-item spike. I mean, this guy's going to be massive. Speaking of massive, Solo Kill looking for a massive ultimate, only going to land onto Monkey, but the turret going to help them out. Impale goes down, but Monkey is very, very dead.
That's just the Otacon, though. Like, why are we contesting for this turret? It doesn't matter. Monkey, all you had to do is shadow him. Wait in Fog of War. Do not show. Provide vision for your mid laner. You've given over a huge objective now. This Thornbound Otacon is massive, and cool, Taeyun gets a little bit of gold. Leave has really given up a lot of his advantage. Doinby has been dropping waves to try to play for the team, so that's why Karis is that further ahead. He has 2 items now on this Aurora, but you get increased XP with this Thornbound Otacon, and now we get a massive explosion when they have takedowns onto champions. NiP have massive gold if they can find a single kill, which kind of feels like, when we talked about from draft, what their composition is so adept at doing.
Yeah, you can see.
If you know Chinese, you can read this. If you know Mandarin, you can try to read that one, but that's not me.
Yeah, one thing to point out is NiP didn't really have a whole lot of spirit petals to begin with, so they're not getting as big of a benefit from this Otacon, at least in terms of raw EXP and raw power. However, they are going to get quite a bit more with that execute and how big that's going to be.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello. Hello there.
Flashbang. Hello there. Maybe I should grab my lightsaber.
Oh, hey, team fight. Get ready, Yanni. Have fun.
All right, here we go. Monkey with a big impale. Knockup's coming abound. But guess what? Team WE are just absolutely rolling over NiP. It's a double kill for Monkey. Otacon be damned. It doesn't help you out when they don't die.
Okay, LPL observers, please give us a replay. I don't know what happened there. I'm going to assume we got a bit owned by the feed that we get from LPL. I'm waiting for the replay on that one. I don't know how we got caught. Doinby's on top side. Now we lose access on mid. WE, they're continuing to fight back on this one. NiP, it feels like 1 step forward, 2 steps back with this team. Always making a mistake and continuing to lose themselves in this game.
It just became really tough when your AD carry and your mid laner just lost their advantages that they had. I mean, Doinby was, 2 kills so early. We'll take a look at this fight before we get into that.
It's literally just Aki getting picked. He's off on the side. All right, so maybe he felt bad for the Otacon play where he was like, hey, Monkey, we took out you. We got picked. Here you go. I'll give you one. There's not much of a consequence here. It does seem like the dragon is spawning. NiP are first to the play, and they do have a lot of their ultimates, whereas Team WE have to wait on some of them right now, especially that Killer Instinct. It's just going to be a tied up 2 for 2. Pretty big win, I think, for NiP, despite how this game has been going and the gold lead that Team WE have been able to get for themselves.
NiP is going to have to try to get out somehow, right? You don't really have a whole lot of real estate. They're on the wrong side of the map. It looks like they'll just take some recalls. No, looks like Solo Kill will try to escort them in. Aki waiting around the red buff crevice here. Solo Kill wants to walk in. Doinby going to try to link up with the team as well. Going in, straight for Karis. Charm goes down. Big pop Blossom 2 with the equalizer. But the Impale, they're cooking him. They're cooking him. Double kill for Cube. Triple kill for Cube. Solo Kill and Doinby have to run scared as Taeyun ults to the back line. Looking to get some extra damage as the turret will fall. And Team WE continuing to push hard.
The fact that this is the team that didn't get Otacon, that didn't get all of the grubs, that actually lost out on this next dragon that just spawned, winning a huge team fight, Cube and Monkey synergizing with their ultimates incredibly well. A fantastic combo coming in from WE that now nets them 4,500 gold, more turrets in mid lane. We checked this replay. I think this was incredible how they played around vision. Karis not giving them any kind of spot that they know that this rel is here, even though it's buffered by Aki. And this ultimate from PPGod is so well placed. This equalizer combo with this Skarner, baking the rest of Team NiP and getting the flash out from this Corki. Important win there for WE as we go forward with the Baron spawning in 50 seconds.
And now it's a 4,000 gold lead for Team WE. They've continued to make big plays. Teleport coming in. Doinby misses the charm. He's going to be forced to ult away. It'll be a big cooldown because in 40 seconds, as you mentioned, this Baron will be up. And I'm sure Team WE is ready and raring to fight. 2.5 items for Cube. 2.5 items for Karis. I mean, these guys are really strong. NiP is going to struggle hard.
Oh man. Okay, we're getting some fun stuff here. The fact that NiP potentially could lose this game. You look at the AD carries, we said that Taeyun was behind, but he's been able to pick up kills, equalize a lot of that gold and CS lead. He's actually an entire level up as well as 3 items.
Vampires, they're just going to go in on Solo Kill. Teleport coming in to split off the rest of NiP, but now they might be able to turn onto Karis. He goes in, he goes between worlds, but he went back. Oh my god, he just went down. Here's the knockups coming through for Solo Kill. And Pala's on to leave. The key target is down as Taeyun gets into the fight. Solo Kill is low. He's a zombie, and he will just try to beat on the members of Team WE, but he can't, as WE will go all the way back and take the Baron.
No, they can take this incredibly quickly. Not with Cube and Vampire recalling, though. I think with Vi, you have Ahri ultimate coming back up. This is risky from Team WE. Teleports coming in. They need to get out of this objective. They're going to re-engage? What? They found PPGod for free!
Oh my god, PPGod took a lot of damage, and now Doinby hitting a big charm.
What are they doing?
Maybe the savior, but a big stun. Doinby went melee range, and now he's stuck. He's trying to get out on the second part of the queue. It does not get to kill the charm, but he's running out. You taser, taser, taser! As Cube will get the ace for his squad, but no Baron to be had.
Monkey survives, Vampire drops, and WE command a 6,000 gold lead up against NiP. The fighting is just not working. Leave and PPGod are getting caught on repeat, and it is making this game incredibly difficult for them to play.
This is tough. I mean, look what happens here. All right.
This is just fantastic from Vampire, man. I love what we've gotten from Vampire. I'm glad that he's kind of reformed his image and started to play a lot better. Same can be said about a large majority of this WE roster. The fact that they get no kills here, I thought this was already very risky. Doinby only getting 1. The fact that this Q barely misses out, does not kill. He actually gets a shield Monkey. Oh, lifesaver there. And another ace coming through for Team WE.
It's moments like that where you feel like, man, I guess everything's just going wrong for me today. No. You went into melee range, Doinby. Shame on you. Vampire and the rest of Team WE absolutely punishing that. 50 seconds until this next dragon is up. Teams are at 2 apiece, so don't anticipate any crazy trades happening. But again, that Baron looms large over the heads of NiP. Team WE sniffing for a play in the mid lane.
Okay. We got a little bit of time. Dragon spawning in 30. There'll be soul point for either of these teams if they can pick it up. Baron obviously could be on the cards if either of these teams feel like it. It does feel like it's a little bit easier for Team WE with just having that Kaisa, but with where Ahri is right now, potentially is up and available for them. NiP playing a lot of their vision and trying to play some deep flanks with PPGod and Aki on this top side, letting Doinby shove this wave. And this is what I mean. This is what I wanted to see from WE earlier. This, Karis, if you get to see this VOD pack, Monkey, this is what shadowing is. This is what you're doing. You're putting yourself in a position where the enemy isn't there. You could be a human ward,
Aki?
He doesn't know. Okay, so he sees Karis. Cube is soloing the dragon right now.
Oh!
Aki should have been seen there. Yeah, they know. They're the pings.
Uh-oh. He's just nowhere around to help him. All right. You're going down, Ned. There's not too much I really have to say, as Taeyeon will get the kill. The dragon will go over to WE as well.
Yeah, and they just come over now. They're like, oh, we can just take it while he's gone. Joynaby's picking up a bottom lane wave. That should have been instantly. As soon as Aki gets chosen, he says, look, go towards the dragon, take this objective. Now they're going to be starting up this Baron. NiP, no jungler to contest, and Doinby is in Narnia right now.
Yeah, just like his buddy Aki was out in no man's land, and now Monkey is going to go all the way and teleport coming from the backside. His Cube joins the fight. Equalizer goes down, doing a whole lot. Leave is able to get to the side, trying to pumping out damage, but he's just not able to. Doinby kept away at arm's length. Team WE winning the fight just because they got the Baron.
Okay, they get the Baron. This is pretty tough, though, I think. NiP did a decent enough job beforehand of at least pushing the top lane wave, pushing this mid lane wave in a little bit. So WE are going to have to spend a tiny timer of their Baron, a tiny portion of their Baron to go for this. This Void Seeker, man. Barely revealing Aki. Great vision toggle from the LPL observers. Just being able to find... And what is NiP doing on the map? I'm looking at the minimap right now. We're hitting mid-wave. You have a ward on the Dragon Pit at the same time. That should have been them looking to force on the objective, and a massive mistake from NiP.
Now the gold lead further in the favor of Team WE. They are on Soul Point as well. And all right, NiP, what do you got? How can you delay this push? How can you slow down this Baron by Team WE? They just don't really have the wave clear. It's not in their profiles.
And now I look at the items. Taeyeon on his 4th item actually going for the Guardian Angel, so making sure he doesn't go down. Monkey also having an Elixir of Tenacity in his back pocket, so he always just gets a bonus, I think 500 HP and a bunch of Tenacity as well as Size. He's going to be unkillable in these fights. Not a lot of armor pen. There's a Leandries coming in from Doinby, but that's not going to be enough. W are going to look to try to push.
Okay,
they find Leave again?
Wrapped up. They take him down. It's a present for Team WE. They'll take the inhibitor. They got a big minion wave too, and members of NiP are cut off. They do manage to kill Karis, but guess what? Down go the Nexus turrets. The first Nexus turret is very close to falling.
Guys, your base!
Finally, what's going on? Let's see. Aki off to the side. Doinby linking up with PB God and solo kill, but Aki is still kind of stuck as a second minion wave is coming in.
They're going to just win the game!
The rest of the team. But yeah, they're just going to push. NiP, do something, please! PP God going in. Two-man Pop Blossom. Thankfully, they do something. But guess what? The Nexus is exposed, and it's free hit city for Taeyeon as Team WE taken right in front of their faces.
What was that? NiP! That was terrible! What, why is PP God flashing to engage on Check's notes the full tank Skarner?
Yeah,
there's a whole ass Kaisa hitting your Nexus, and Doinby's just sitting there with ultimate. Like, maybe we're getting ready for game 2. I think maybe the team just got a little bit mad that their AD carry stepped up a little too far and got caught. NiP, what was that?
It was like fine early on, right? And they took a couple of bad fights, but then, I mean, after that sequence where they go and they take the turrets and they lose at the dragon, I mean, it all fell apart from their ult battery. They looked totally disconnected and like, dude, brother, like, I don't really know what to say. Like, it was an embarrassing game to watch, like, honestly.
I like, they got the early grubs, right? We saw them play at least some of these objectives fine, but their mid-game decision-making was not it here, and this is part of the issue that we had coming into this split and coming into this year, even into this match, was that NiP haven't been the most cerebral team in the LPL. You would think with Doinby being able to play the map, he actually dropped a lot of his minion waves, gave over an advantage to Karis, and even with Leave having a massive advantage over his counterpart, he got caught way too many times, and he's the team that has the Vi. You would think that with a team that has Ahri Vi, you're not the one getting picked out, but he is too far on these waves. I've been the Leave apologist on the broadcast. I'm like, okay, this guy statistically looks like one of the best AD carries, but it's games like these that harm them, that end up kind of proving that to be not the case.
Yeah, he's had a nasty habit of that. Think of the game that, yes, he took it from wire to wire on the Lucian against Top Esports, but that game could have been much easier. He got called out an awful lot there. And we see it rear its ugly head here again, Alk Battery. I was a little concerned with the Corki pick. I thought about it. I was like, they looked like they were going to pick the Xayah. They ended up going with the Corki. It was like, either the extra protection, Corki's short range, but he's got good damage. You saw that damage early. He was really doing a lot, but as the game progressed, as we mentioned, it just got so hard for him to play, and he didn't do himself any favors. So Team WE, hey, big respect to them. They play that game out actually pretty well, all things considered.
I'm baffled. And for Team WE, still some mistakes. Not a perfect game from them. There are still a lot of things for them to work on. Now, especially with the fact that there are less objectives to fight for. I think that there's still some calibration coming on through.
Yeah.
But, dude, I'm happy for Team WE. This screen is so bright.
It is.
There's less reds. There's less, dark purples and oranges. Maybe we need to tone down some of the color grading. Some of these are a little hard to read, like the Cloud Drake symbol's a bit illegible, but it's workable. It's workable.
Yeah, I think if they tone down the white, make it like a dimmer off-white, it'll look really, really good. This one looks okay, But this is nice. It's, it's aesthetically pleasing when you look away from the box. And in the box is where it starts getting a little hard on the eyes. But
it just looks weird because the background is it's a shifting watercolor palette. And then we have just static, off-putting white color.
Where can I get this background?
Yeah, just LPL. I'm not gonna tell them to take away their sponsorship, one of their primary sponsors, move off the screen. But we could have the rotator in the back. That'd be great. We're gonna see a lot of highlights here. Got to think a little bit about MVP. Could be Karis. I think Monkey might get a couple of shouts. Cube played this game. So, I don't want to give it to Cube, only because he played Sion against Sion most of the game. He literally was just shoving in waves. He shows it to team fights, drop an equalizer, and maybe that's all you need to do as Rumble.
Yeah.
This equalizer's kind of sus. It's in the middle of the wall. It does absolutely nothing here. But there's that big combo that we were talking about around the Raptor pit that may just redeem him.
Yeah. And he actually had a pretty good fight, all things considered, missing the equalizer. He got good damage down. NiP was corralled in the pit. Obviously, he dies on the back end here, All right, so I don't think I'm giving it to Karis. I think Vampire had some good engages. I think that he could potentially be a candidate. I'm not sure. It's definitely not a great signature Vampire game. I think Monkey, aside from that one time he got picked off right at the Otacon, actually had a largely pretty solid game.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe it's
for sure. Maybe. We'll see. They're the bottom lane pair for this, and we're really excited about Team WE. And they were the expected favorites, I think, coming into tonight. At least for myself, they are a team that has started to pick up a lot of wins in the back half of the split here, and it's coming off of the back of. Obviously, Taeyun was already performing, but Vampire stepping up his support play and how he roams around the map. Monkey, in particular, leading this team and being a bit creative, I think giving them some flair from the jungle. It hasn't been perfect, but this is all you need from a team that had very low expectations coming into Split 2.
Yeah, and this fight could have just went so poorly and could have been the way that NiP is able to get back into the game, but does not go their way. Team WE just winning on inches and... oof. This was tough. Vampire, the one that got that last pick kick-started. And for NiP, I mean, I don't know. It feels like they... I just hate to say play better, but, play better.
Unironically, I mean, dude, you're giving him the hawk treatment to Sharpie. Damn, just win games. No bias.
If you know, you know.
No bias here on the broadcast. But... yeah, a confident win, I think, for Team WE, and one where NiP, even just that base defense, man. I need to be a fly on the wall. What the hell was that, man?
That's so uninspired.
No
they wanted to be out. They just whatever, let them win. That's something you do when you're mega tilted in flex queue, bro. You don't do that on the stage. So I don't know what's going on. I don't want to
too many people that have experience on this roster, I think, which is kind of. Makes it a little bit worrying for me, especially when I look at PP God and Doinby. I feel like they should have had better eyes as to what they wanted to do that game. And we'll see what the bounce back here is in game number 2. They'll have side select again, assume that they're going to be on blue side yet again. But Oh,
Right,
we
got?
get new.
Ooh.
We get a new graphic for
vehicle.
MVP.
It's
All right,
Monkey.
Monkey.
Okay, yeah,
All right.
you know what? This is fine.
Fair.
Totally fine with that. As we said, definitely a deserving recipient of the Player of the Game award. Now 7 in his back pocket. He is starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Well, good job for Monkey. Big leader coming off of EDG Youth and EDG last year. Trying to kind of rehabilitate some of his image from that terrible split. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more of Monkey and a little bit more of Team WE as they go out throughout the rest of Split 2.
And you'll see a little bit more of us after the break. But before we do that, we want to talk about how grateful we are to our coffee and our YouTube subscribers because you guys help us make this show better. A lot of the initial payments do go into upgrading the broadcast, but a large bulk of it pays on-air talent and our content creators. If you subscribe to our coffee, it'll be linked in the chat. You'll unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions for unique on-site interviews. But with that, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we might have some MOBA trainer before the draft. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Yanni and Alex still giving you all the action. Team WE, it was a little rough at the start, but then they kept pulling away, and they were able to put away Ninjas in Pajamas, and they have a 1-0 series lead. Before we really get back to that, we got to talk about MOBA Trainer. MOBA Trainer, new app, it'll teach you League of Legends through a series of puzzles, or even the Dodge Trainer, which I know a lot of us have been really, really happy about. Just boot up the program. You can work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from the map, answer questions, and unlock more features. We're going to do one right now. Don't know if we're going to do dodging or an actual
Dodge training. I've got it. I've taken over the mouse.
Okay,
and now I have my mouse that I usually use.
Oh, okay. So we saw Alec Battery yesterday doing very well, but now it's all set up for him to have success. It lasted quite a long time, but now he'll be on his setup. Ezreal, the flash Q, not quite landing. I really like that the champions are just like the little weird shaped body with the small head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally this is just the Blitzcrank body that they have in the this client.
It is. All right, so I find it interesting that hooks are -1 and like Ezreal Qs, and I guess Nidalee Spears are.
Because you don't want to get hit. Because like if you get hit by Ezreal Q, it's like way less consequential in the game versus
getting hit but you just don't want to get hit.
I know, but I think it makes sense for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think it is pretty valid. Nice dodge on that Q there. So Alec Battery had a bit of a more rough start than he did last time out, but is now really locked in here.
I hate this
Never
game.
mind. Oh, wait, no, it is -1 if you get hit by Nidalee Spear, because that usually means you're dead. Get by oh my god, you're on your last life. You have the flash available.
This game is actually triggering, though, no? Okay, I'm just doing this for that HP bar.
Oh,
dude!
Oh no, you're on half a heart. You're going to get auto-attacked and die here.
Dude!
Oh, no.
This game sucks. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I didn't beat my
Battery.
timer, but we're gonna do skill shot training.
Sure. All right, now you're an AD carry player. How much Ezreal do you play?
A lot. Okay.
All right, let's see it, brother. Nice. You're already -1 heart, though. Oh, man, -2. Oh, he boots his
Dude, give me my foot!
Oh, you're getting
Dude!
body blocked! Oh, you're getting body blocked!
Dude, what the hell is this?
Yo, just pack it in, bro. You're so cooked.
Dude,
you're
what
on
the
much
hell?
faster now.
I'm getting owned.
Is that a temporary speed boost or is it a perma speed boost?
I don't know, bro. I'm just triggered right now.
Why are
I'm
you
actually
collecting
getting
bullets?
wait.
You're
Okay,
gonna die.
I'm actually just getting scammed.
Yeah, get out. All right, you're done. You know what? You need more practice. You need more practice on this thing. All right, all right. He's still alive. Alec Battery, flash spear doesn't quite land. Needs to get that one. Has been body blocked before.
Dude,
Flashes into the
I
hook.
hate this game.
That's tough.
Whatever, bro.
Alec Battery, you need a little bit of work. Maybe do this on your own time, and you can do it just like Alec Battery on their own time. You can go to LPL20 for a big discount. You get 20% off if you use the code LPL20. So, have a little bit of fun with it, right? There's a lot of really cool things. I love the trees that go through all the decisions and stuff like that. I actually think it's really, really cool. I really just need to actually go and use the code myself because I would really like to use this. I'm sick and tired of being stuck in Emerald.
I can't believe I got minion blocked. That's so cringe.
Bro, that's tough. You're just like, move. No.
Literally, Nidalee is just
At
sitting
any
there blocking me,
At
eating
any time, you
burgers
could have
and
thrown a Q at
fries
her.
for $0 an hour. Like,
At any time, you could have just queued the Nidalee, bro.
low-key, I forgot. I've been playing too much of the dodge trainer where you don't have the skill shot.
Skill issue.
Hey, I'm glad that our production is showing it might be a skill issue because as we saw on the leaderboards for our broadcast and our broadcast account, none of the other prod have actually scored higher than me. So,
True.
maybe we have just a little bit of some few different issues. So we have NiP again on the blue side, Game 2 draft on our screens here, and again, Galio and Rise are going to stay permanently banned. Same thing with the Lucian.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty wise here from Team WE. Why not just ban those champions? We're going to see the Gwen come in. Now, the Gwen has been nerfed just a tad. Interested to see how weak or strong she still is.
I think she still has a lot of the same things that we kind of saw her before. Did get taken down on her armor. So AD matchups, I think we saw the Jace get taken away. We're now going to be seeing the Mbessa come in for Cube. A lot of mobility if this Ezreal does get locked in, and so being able to play range is going to be nice. Gwen does kind of like that, though. I'm not going to line coming in. Are we going to see Doinby finally play Yone? This is huge. Well, I've been waiting to see this all season long because I think this is one of the pairs we have not been able to see from NiP all year long, actually.
They must be truly desperate to be like, all right, we must play Yone at this point. We must unlock Doinby. Aki going to be on that Sejuani. And we rifled through that first half of bans. Oh, better before we talk about the second half of bans or first half of picks, the Ambessa into the Gwen. I mean, that was a choice for Cube. This has typically not been a great matchup. I don't know if the nerfs have actually turned it, but have they?
I don't know. We'll have to see. I think that Ambessa is a little bit weaker than what we saw when she was on release and a couple patches afterwards. So with WE, it seems like they're going to be going for a bit of a more long-range composition, something where Ezreal is going to try and pepper their opponents so that Ambessa and the Akali can find all in. Does mean that an aggressive jungle pairing potentially is on the cards here for Monkey. Pantheon getting him back onto the ban table again, and I like this Ezreal, or I like this Lulu and Jhin takeaway. Might be even setting up for a misfortune, though, from the side of NiP.
Really solid. Ashe is still available, so if they want a little bit of extra CC, NiP could index into that. Monkey is going to get that Lilia, so going to be a lot of chaos created into these triple melees coming over on the side of NiP. It's going to be difficult for them to wade through.
Typically, I would like Ashe. It does give you the range, and obviously the ultimate is super important for being able to find those picks. But the issue that I'm having here is that Ashe versus the rest of this team does not sound particularly fun. Yeah. Getting outranged by Ezreal makes it pretty tough. So with Corki and Kaisa gone, Lucian Jhin taken away, going for a Nautilus, I think MF is probably just your best choice if you want to try to lock. Don't do that. Sivir has been something that we have been kind of getting on throughout the years, and I think this is perfectly fine with being able to movement speed boost the rest of your team. I like this draft from NiP. I'm just worried about having Solo Kill come on through as your newest top laner. You have Doinby, who's only played Yone once this year in a loss up against FPX. This is another game where they need to play side lanes incredibly well, and that has not been their forte.
Yeah, we talked about earlier how this is actually a sort of a prove-it match for NiP, right? That they need to actually come back and win this after beating WE last time out, but really being on opposite trajectories, losing their last 6 matches. I mean, already down 1-0 in the manner in which they lost. I mean, listen, I like that they're doing different things, but it still feels like they're still trying to find their identity. Maybe this is their identity. Who knows? Maybe Doinby has just been holding back, right? And he's just decided, you know what? It's time break Yone in case of emergency. But it's going to be tough because on the other side, Team WE got a solid comp for themselves. Their last pick was Vampire's Alistar. He had a great game 2 against NiP last time out on that Alistar that ended in a loss for them, but he looked so good. If you're able to keep this Yone out, keep this Gwen out, it'll be a successful day at the office for Team WE.
And who from the side of Team WE is blocking a Nautilus hook or Nautilus ultimate or even the Sejuani ult?
True.
That's what I'm worried about. So if Team WE are not able to play this game fast, if they're not able to play flanks, angles particularly well, then suddenly NiP have, I think, a much more robust composition and something that is not going to falter in the mid-game. We're going to have to see WE snap decision-making, especially coming in from this Alistar. Vampire has been very impressive so far this year and has a tall task heading up against him. Wow! We had the Spirit Blossom first, then we get the Team WE.
So
okay.
Cool. 敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
A little lively.
Yeah, a little bit more lively.
Love that.
I think the NiP fans definitely had to show out a little bit more after what happened to their team in Game 1. So,
I don't know.
makes
I don't know
sense.
if they wanted to, but we'll see. All right, so let's set the stage here because we have really, really strong solo laners on both sides here. You talked about how NiP has not particularly been good on side lanes. Obviously, Solo Kill going to be the one to kind of hopefully remedy that, and we're going to need to see good solo laning out of Doinby. But on the other side, I mean, you know, they're gonna have to match this Akali and this Mbessa. This is the true prove it, because you could just straight up lose to these two if you're NiP and just be like, wow, man, you know, 20 minutes, 25 minutes into the game, we are completely out of it because these solo laners are big.
Yeah, and then Monkey potentially on his Lilia is something that could end up being the case. The one saving grace for this roster is going to be this Sivir. Just leave. Again, mechanically speaking, I think he has really been going above and beyond, but his positioning in some of these fights has been questionable. And with the Sivir, you get a free get-out-of-jail-free card with having the spell shield. Should always be able to have priority versus this Ezreal, especially in the mid-game. So that's kind of what I'm looking towards. Both junglers are pathing up towards the top side of the map. We'll see if Monkey gets a little bit funky or fresh with his pathing. Again, he has been a bit creative in more of their games.
We'll see what the move is. He's going to clear this blue, and it looks like he's trailing toward maybe walking over to the NiP bot side. We'll see actually where he wants to go. Is Aki just going to go clear out these chickens? And Monkey will just go and do the standard clear. Ping to his teammates, hey, I'm going on the chickens, just so you know.
I'm glad that we saw those pings as well, because he was like, okay, we don't know exactly where Sejuani is starting, so if Sejuani doesn't immediately show where those Raptors aren't getting pulled, I'm just going to go over and take her side of the jungle and then be really far ahead with being able to split this map open and potentially get myself a 3-quadrant. So good flexibility coming in from Monkey and the rest of Team WE. We saw that Cars actually had early wave push in the mid matchup. And when we talk about these two mid laners, a lot of the focus so far has been on Cars, but Doinby, MVP from Split 1, comes back to competitive play to come play on this NiP roster and leads them to be able to at least get them into playoffs, especially as a first seed out from their group. But he has been having a lot of questionable performances, especially even in the back end of his career before he left. So as a player who's really made his name here in the LPL, we're looking to him to be that veteran for some of these guys who don't have a ton of experience in being able to play on the LPL stage.
Yeah, and, you know, even though, yes, it was a very different meta at the time, we still had really high expectations for NiP because, you know, they made it to the upper bracket. They lost to Anyone's Legend in the 3-2. I hold that thought as Aki's going to go in on Cube here. Not going to land that permafrost, so we'll be able to walk out. But yeah, 3-2, lost to Anyone's Legend and knock them down to the lower bracket. And they lost to top esports. They lost to the #1 and #2 teams. So we're like, okay, yeah, these are clearly our top 2 dogs, but NiP, they could challenge for maybe a top 4, and it just has not been there. It's been a complete disaster since. And so far, going to be taking the brunt of the damage, as Karis in a slightly favorable matchup is really making worse.
Good job from NiP. Does mean that Cube has to invest the teleport. The bottom lane, if they want, they can try to go for the swap. I thought maybe we were going to see that with the teleport, but instead Solo Kill is going to continue in this matchup. Don't have Grub spawning at 5 minutes, so we have to find something else to talk about for the next 2.5 or 3.5 as we wait.
20 seconds Dragon.
20 seconds Dragon. You're so correct. Junglers are on this side of the map, and Aki was able to get a recall in before Monkey. So maybe that's going to be a point of strength here, just having that additional amount of HP with that giant spell coming through.
We're seeing a couple of pings into the WE jungle. We're also seeing a back coming through from Monkey and teleport in from Karis. I do wonder if WE is okay with giving this dragon away. You know, we talk a lot about how Lilia specifically is a champion that you kind of just want to turbo farm on. So if you ignore the early objective, it's probably okay. I actually think quite favorable for her now because you have to spend that time trading the objective. You can just give it and be like, all right, well, we'll give it up to get more farm on our Lilia. And if you can't disrupt her, it becomes a big problem.
I guess, but I think that's a really dangerous gambit when you're thinking about where jungle is right now, just in the meta and how it's being played in competitive. You're trading maybe 4 or maybe 2 camps at most for Monkey, and you're giving over an objective that's going to be a team-wide buff. So we'll end up seeing, it seems like instead, Monkey crosses over. A lot of early vision here from the side of Team WE to try to track not only where Aki is, but give Monkey some different avenues. Can I steal away a camp here? Can I try to really squeeze as many objectives or small resources away from the Sejuani so that this Lilia can get turbocharged? Doinby just teleported back, already taking another recall back into mid lane. I'm pretty worried about this because Akali is getting mid prio. They're going to be able to fight for topside scuttle. And Monkey's getting closer to level 6. I mean, he gets, like, if he's able to get this Scuttle and potentially go for another camp here, he'll have this ultimate ready to go. And you can kind of see both junglers want to fight for this.
Yeah, and Doinby is like, all right, do I go for the wave? Do I go to help? It looks like he's going to help. He is level 6. Fate sealed to the land as they make the play on the Monkey. First blood goes to Aki.
Good job. Just using the ultimates of the mids there. Doinby's is a lot more impactful in the fact that it lands. Monkey just never flashing during all of that. Ends up trying to save his summoner spell, so the Scuttle will go over to Aki, which does mean that Aki should hit level 6. Can try to just coast through mid. You can kind of see that Nautilus is also connecting. Could turn into an early dragon here, as again with Sivir it is very easy to get bot lane shoved through the mini wave.
Monkey will head to his bot side jungle, hit level 6 off his next camp, so could be a little worrisome if NiP wants to fight. We all talk about how Lilia, a flash Q, can really turn a fight on its head, but not a whole lot of early power right now for WE, especially with bot lane. Sivir going to be a little bit stronger if you end up fighting around that bottom side objective. As 35 seconds until the grubs come up, so who knows, maybe we're just delaying Dragon for a trade of objectives. Well, we can't trade anymore, right? So we'll just wait to make sure we can trade, right?
Oh, yeah. Monkey did hit level 6. Seems like they're trying to open up their bottom lane. I don't think that there's going to be much of an actual fight here. And when we talk about this Team WE roster, they're going to be very strong on 1 and 2 items. You look at Ezreal, I'm looking at Cube in particular on this Ambessa. The Eclipse Power Spike has been so powerful across the board for the Ambessa. And for NiP, 2 items really feels like that's their go button. You'll have the Yuntal Wild Arrows and the Infinity Edge. Doinby will have already completed the Blade of the Ruin King, whatever secondary item he wants. Same thing for this Gwen. So I think WE need to play on a little bit of a timer here as this game goes forward if they want a chance to be able to do much. They're going to miss out on, again, all of these grubs. One of the new changes in this map is if you're able to get 3 of these grubs, then you'll be able to get the Void Mites. There is no secondary spawn of this objective.
And it's so worrisome because as the solo laners of Team WE, you need to, you need to be very careful when you go and decide to pick fights with solo. Because if you lose out on those fights, now you are losing so much. Right? It's not like, hey, we have 3 grubs apiece. You know, it could go either way. There's no coin flip to be had. Like, oh, we won the fight, we get to push a lot. No, if you make a mistake, you are going to get punished incredibly hard.
Also, it is just way easier for NiP to hit a side lane. Right? You have a Gwen on a side lane. That's going to be impossible to match if she ever just decides to just sit there. So we'll see what Solo Kill's able to do. Vampire, a little worried that something might be going on in top lane, especially with the grubs going over. So they want to be able to try to cover for them where they can. Maybe soften up Solo Kill.
Solo Kill's at half HP.
Showing on vision here. Oh, he just barely is able to catch Alistar. So they could wait. You can see now pings going on to the bottom side. NiP, they want to try to get this shove into Taeyun and see if they can get a little bit of tussle going on through. PP God has reached his ultimate here.
I wonder if they're aware that Solo Kill knows Aki coming through to try and back up his top laner. And here we go. Cuba's going to kick things off. And Aki's going to try to shut it down with a big double knock up there as they're looking to put him to sleep. But they put Cube to sleep. Monkey trades out the kill. He's taking a heck of a lot of damage. Aki going to flash forward. And he'll take the kill for himself too. Aki may be looking for more, but doesn't have the cooldowns. A 2-for-1 in favor of NiP.
Cube just flashing in the wrong direction. Never uses his ultimate to try to reposition until the very end of the fight. Thankful for him, his ult doesn't go on cooldown there, but some small errors end up making a pretty big trade for Ninjas in Pajamas, and they still get these bottom lane waves, so it's more turret plates here for Leave, extending that gold lead that they were already experiencing. Great job from NiP, but mistakes from WE.
And it all starts with Vampire getting spotted out. And NiP just play it really well, bait them in, and then Aki just knew it.
Like, why are we flashing this direction? Flash down. I know that there's a Sejuani there, but, like, surely we just use our ultimate. It also places us on the outside, so you would have not had to take all of those turret shots. Also, you know, potentially turns into less damage onto Monkey, so those 2 kills don't go over. Mistakes, but either way, gonna be more gold now here for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're gonna also move some of their vision line over, as you see a lot of vision placed towards Solo Kill early on, and PP God on the opposite side getting some vision down around this dragon. Still a bit early, but 2 minutes from now, definitely a good time to start prepping.
Monkey will finish that Leandry, so gonna have a bit of a power spike, but is behind Aki for the moment. It's about a 1,600, 1,500 gold lead coming through for NiP, but this is exactly what happened last time around, right? NiP had this small lead, were able to get the grubs, got the Herald, made that big play, but it just overextended their play. NiP, hopefully for them, gonna right their wrongs and be safe when making their plays and not going for too much more.
Oh, yeah. All right, turret plate here for Karis. Not all that bad. Karis actually opening up a pretty big lead in the mid lane. They haven't been able to talk about just with how much action's been going on elsewhere. Joinby making a few too many roams here, so missing out on a couple waves, dropping them, try to equalize around the map. And that's a very big win, I think, with having the Akali getting closer to level 11, as well as her first item coming on through. But they're muscling with it with this mid jungle, maybe trying to make a play on the bottom side here with just this Sejuani and Yone. Just make a very potent duo and makes it difficult for Taeyun and Vampire to really get much done.
Yeah, and it's not like the last game where Aurora, fairly strong champion if you give her time and you give her purchase, right, to go and farm up. But I think Akali is far more punishing if you allow her to just farm up and have a good time, because you just kill some of these squishy targets. Obviously, there's a little bit of built-in protection with this Sivir, but you know, if you're able to get on top of this Gwen, you can eventually blow her up.
So some first items coming in for Team WE and NiP. I think most importantly, they're just going to try and go
big
nice
interrupt.
cancel.
Yeah, and they dodge out on Doinby's knockup. PPGod's going to flash away. Big triple knockup there, trying to keep himself alive, but they want more. Fate Sealed lands Ezreal too, but it's not enough. It's a double kill coming over from Monkey, and Vampire wants blood. They're going to stun up Aki. Karis is ready to go into. Aki going to go over the wall as Team WE are still in hot pursuit. The slows are there, and Monkey picks up all three.
He gets so many kills. This Lilia is turbocharged. He takes to take the respawn raptors, including this dragon that has now spawned. So first two of these dragons going over to WE, and a lot of gold to this Lilia. The game plan is working here, using that gold lead from Karis and the advantage that he has. Now a level and a half here between the mid laners of these two teams. You see this play. It's a great, I think it's really creative that they're able to find this onto PPGod. He's trying to be a little cheeky and stop these recalls. I love this buffer from Vampire. And the thing that I'm kind of looking at this from is why are we not just using this ult sooner? We're just trying to buy time for PPGod so that he can live. And you know that Aki is on his way. Again, questions that we have for NiP.
Here we go, looking to make a four-man play. Top lane, solo kill. Aki, Doinby, and PPGod are here. And Vampire and Cube are on an island, but Vampire, let's see what he can do. Big triple knockup coming through as Cube gets onto the back line. Vampire's tanking up a whole lot, and he survives. Teleport comes through as Karis comes to save the day, and NiP can't do a thing.
All right, a win, I think, for Ninjas in Pajamas. They don't end up losing all that much. It's the Gwen ultimate to get the TP out from Karis and the flash from Cube. I think you're fine with that trade as is. Does mean that solo kill is going to try to use this to push, and Vesta's going to be able to match. So I actually end up thinking you don't get all that much, but it does weaken and soften up Karis just a little bit here for the summoner spells. And now it also means that NiP should be advantaged moving into this topside fight with the Herald spawning.
The Herald is coming up, and the gold lead difference at this point is negligible, but a lot of it is on Karis and a lot of it's on Monkey. Much like the last game, you know, Karis being very, very strong. We'll see if Monkey can do what he does best and make plays happen. Already seen him head to the bot side to try to defend Cube as NiP once again looking to make a play onto the Team WE top laner. Knockup's going to come through. Monkey getting in there. He's going to put three of them to sleep, but Doinby gets in here. Oh, man, members are going down. Solo kill burns away. Cube's still trying to get out.
He's alive!
He lives. He's a liver, a vital organ in the human body, as Monkey is looking for more. But leave is there. It's a 1-0 for Team WE, but Doinby gets the turret.
And that's going to be feats of strength going over to NiP. So even with them not grabbing that kill, I mean, it's more gold over to Monkey. It's Karis potentially getting the turret on this next top lane wave. No one's going to be able to match. They sent over the Sivir as well, so she misses out on a wave. They are so indexed on making sure that Doinby's going to be able to get gold, that they're trying to put down this Ambessa. I don't know if this is worth it. They did nerf the amount of gold that it takes to get these tier 3 boots. So instead of 750, it's 500 gold. Some of the boots also got minor numbers changes, but not anything that's super impactful. WE are going to be big winners on this. This is more gold for your Akali and your Lilia, exactly where you want it to be, and a Herald here.
Yeah, now it's time to be the one making a play with that. Oh, and by the way, this entire time, Ezreal's been scaling up. Take a look at this replay. Solo kill goes in a little early, but PP got right here on time. It's just Monkey timed it perfect.
This is just really well played. I would have liked to have seen the permafrost go on first so you can get a longer stun duration as well as just more damage, especially. Really well played by Cube. I mean, he has been, I think, one of the performers on this roster that, while not necessarily being super flashy in a lot of their games, has been a rock. I mean, sometimes he's a bit of a passenger for what ends up going on, but I think when top laners have to be a rock, especially in this meta, I think I can respect his job when it comes to Team WE. So a good job for a player who has been he's a bit of a journeyman here in the LPL, and he's kind of found himself as, again, a middle-of-the-pack top laner.
He might be dead here, actually, and it looks like he finally is.
Okay.
All right, you know, they still, it's the third time they tried to do it.
Yes, they had to find something this time, because they went top lane in that play that we saw before, didn't end up working. They went into bot lane, finally didn't end up working, but they traded it for a turret. Trying to find leave. Oh, wait, okay.
Oh, Karras, that was creative. Flashes after him. It wasn't exactly pretty, but it got the job done.
And now they'll just be able to back out, and this will be a mid lane turret going over, potentially, as Taeyun kind of just sitting here. They know that they have no Sejuani ult. Vampire just throwing down the pulverize for fun.
I'm angry.
Yes.
There
is no flash now for Karras nor for leave, and doesn't have the on the hunt. So there's a dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and if WE grab this, that'll be Dragon Soul point for them.
Yeah, that'll be Cloud Soul point, especially, which will be pretty good for them, especially guys like Cube and Karras and Monkey. Really going to be happy to have that. We'll see if NiP is able to contest in any way, shape, or form. But guess where the pings are going, Alk Battery? They're looking for Cube again.
We're killing this guy. Look, maybe they just said, we're playing a Gwen. We have 3 grubs. Let's get her as much gold. Let's see if we can make this Gwen a menace in the side lane. Has 1,000 gold lead over their counterpart. Vampire's here, but they are sacrificing so much. They've now have the Herald in bottom lane. Karras is getting gold.
Half HP.
Yeah, and Cube is winning this. They have Vampire next to him.
All right, Doinby is backing on a ward here. He's going to queue out, and there's nothing for NiP to do here. They lose so much. Karras is going to be able to get this bottom turret for himself. A lot of gold going over. Still 16 HP on the Shelly. Maybe you get a second charge if you're lucky. And they'll take the dragon too.
All right, well, Doinby just dropped another wave, another 2 waves here. Soul point now for WE on the cards, and they get a second charge of this Herald. So Karras is incredibly fed at this point. Already had the Proto Belt and the Void Staff, but now he's going to get closer to his second item, whether that be a Shadow Flame or a Death Cap. Karras just needs to be able to carry this game. They now have so much gold. It's him and Monkey who are really in the lead. And while Taeyun is hitting his second item here, the only thing that I'm holding out hope for in this game has to be lead. He's playing Sivir. You're getting close to 2 items. You're the hyper carry in this game.
You just farm up as best you can and hope your team doesn't throw it away. But right now, those hopes may need to be abandoned, Alk Battery, because it is getting tougher and tougher to play this game. Even though the goal difference is very, very small, you can feel where the strength is in these teams. It's on Monkey, it's on Karras, it is billions of damage. Just waiting for the right fight. Monkey's flash is up. If NiP group up in a wrong spot, they will get punished swiftly.
And they have to be careful, like you were saying, just because the Otacon is also now up and available. So any fight that occurs within the next 2 minutes has ramifications for the dragon fight that also follows. WE, they're going to start this up. They don't have a ton of vision. They're getting mid-priority. Sivir is nowhere near this, and Doinby and Karras both have their teleports. So I'm looking at the supports and how they're able to mark vision, and now how are NiP going to be able to get into this pit?
This is a favorable 3v3 for Team WE as well. Leave is going to be a little slow on the rotation, but Taeyun is going to have to be careful. He's going to shift over the wall. Aki is going to spot him out. Taeyun does have summoners available. Flashes away, gets that one down. Meanwhile, Team WE on the backside actually doing the Otacon. Karras teleports in. He's going to look for the wave here. BBGod's going to land the hook onto Vampires. Vampires getting pretty low. He's stunned up. He's knocked up. He's still alive, but they find and shut down the Lilia. But it's time for Karras to make plays. Solo kill gets killed. It's a double kill for Karras, and now he's looking for Aki. Meanwhile, Leaf is going to take on Taeyun, and he's winning the fight. Taeyun's ultimate.
There he goes!
Away on the Doinb, takes him out, but Leaf is able to trade, and now he's going to find Karras. Karras not going to land that Shuriken flip, but is really going to reverse run down Leaf here.
Wait
He's
a
getting
minute.
lower. Leaf is just auto attacking, rapid fire away. Cube is going to get the big shield, and now he's going to try to turn it on to Aki, but Aki able to get away. The Otacon resets.
I don't know about this. Aki, you can't do this. Yeah, we're recalling out of this. Those were good shutdowns now going over to Ninjas in Pajamas, but hell, that was incredibly close.
Yeah, it was very, very close. I mean, a great initial play by NiP, especially Doinb, able to just get on Monkey before he really does a whole lot. You can see in the replay.
This Vampire takes the hook, right? But he can't block for anything else. The Sejuani ult lands onto Lilia. This Doinb ult that follows, and Taeyun then is under a lot of threat. Big eyes were on Leave this game. I said that as the Sivir, you're the hyper carry. You need to walk up and auto attack, and especially against the Ezreal. He cannot match you in the damage if they're all clumped up. And we get to see him. He stands his ground. He gets so much bonus attack speed. Plus, he had the Cull early on, so he got so much gold. He gets these shutdowns onto Karras, onto this Ezreal as well. You're feeling very good. 1,000 gold here from that kill for Leave. How he has to be in charge here in this game.
Yeah, you know, Sivir obviously with on the hunt gets a little fast, but he dodged out on so many skill shots. He dodged like 3 Ezreal Qs, the ultimate, the Shuriken flip too, and now NiP is just going to rip this Otacon, and they tear it to shreds. Team WE not going to be able to find a way in, but let's see if they're going to be able to find a fight. Monkey going to look to slow him up. Marks 2. They're going to put him to sleep. The knockup's there as well. It's time for Tay to do damage.
Oh, no.
Oh, Q missed his ultimate. BLG able to get out. Doinb and Aki on the backside trying to get Monkey out of there. But now Leave is leading the charge. Karras is sliding around. Fate sealed, though. It gets him low. He dashes on the Leave. He can't finish him off. He goes down, but the health bars are low. Taeyun is full. Monkey goes down. Taeyun in a 5v1, but I think he might be able to salvage this. He shifts away, but he can't quite find Aki. And I think that'll be it. Taeyun not able to get close.
Oh, we got to see some of that Thorn-bound Otacon get to work there. If you are unfamiliar, oh my god, oh! Barely isn't able to tag anybody. He didn't have the Seekers, the Farsight alteration there, but the Thorn-bound Otacon, it gives you bonus experience on the now purified Spirit Petals. And it also now gives a massive explosion on takedown that has a slow attached to it. In this fight, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the summoner spells that were used. The fact that this ultimate from Cube doesn't land, because while we're in this replay, Dragon is up and available. That is soul for WE. And Karras not able to execute Leave or Doinb here.
Yeah, and Karras was able to have a big dodge, but then ended up getting caught by Doinb's ultimate. And again, the health bars were so low. Cube ends up going after the melee members instead of trying to get on the Leave, which is valid, but Taeyun couldn't do much. And now NiP, they've taken the Dragon, they've taken full control of WE's bot lane. They've knocked up Taeyun, they might actually take his life. He gets hooked and he goes down, and NiP are in full control.
We're seeing, specifically, Aki and Doinb finally get to work on this Yone Sejuani combo. Leave is picking up a lot of gold. Might also have what looks to be what has Zeal and Noon Quiver?
Oh, I should know this. Zeal, Noon Quiver. Is that
Is it Phantom
is that
Dancer?
Phantom Dancer? I think it might be.
Phantom Dancer has it's Zeal and double daggers, if I'm correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It's nothing. Okay, cool. So he just bought these items because they feel cool. Okay, nice. They have crit, which is cool. I mean, what he's probably going to be buying is like a shield bow for that. He has a ton of movement speed, by the way. Not only with On the Hunt, the passive from Sivir, these gunmetal greaves that he has as access to the tier 3 boots give him movement speed when he hits a target or an enemy champion. So this Sivir is going to have like almost 450, 500 MS in a fight. So a very mobile AD carry, and we'll see what he has. 3,000 gold here. He is the big difference maker for this team, and someone that we had propped up as a amazing AD carry, made our all-pro in split number 1, and even in split 2 has had shining moments, but either NiP as a whole have not been able to kind of get over the hump in some of their team fights, or more specifically, Liv himself has been getting caught a lot.
Yeah, he made game 1 pretty hard for his team, but here in game 2, he is their messiah. He has said, put me in a good position, I will carry the game. He's now finished 3 items. Just a quick look around the rift. I mean, that lead in the jungle has shrunk. Obviously, you know, these champions do vastly different things, but the mid lane especially is now tilted toward Doinby after Karis had such a good performance. He's going to be kicking himself for that last fight.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about Leave, also an EDG member, so we have some EDG youth. A lot of the EDG talent pool is actually here in this lineup. Monkey coming over. You do have both Solo Kill and Leave here on the roster for NiP, so in some way for Linda, there is still a lot of EDG hopefuls here, but I disagree with this LDR purchase. There are no tanks on the enemy team, and the Zonias that are picked up are very fake. So I wish this was a different item, but we see that NiP are positioning. They have so much, and even if they don't get this red buff, which again it is past 20 minutes, so it'll be a global red buff for the team.
TP coming in.
Doinby's pushing. Okay, we're getting a teleport.
Oh, Aki is going to take the blast cone out of there, so this teleport might not yield much. Doinby is going to snap back, and Team WE can't do anything, so NiP getting the better end of that trade.
Yep, they just got a free summoner spell. Perfectly.
And now
fine
they
with that.
actually
Make this
just might
big.
find him. Stun is out, but Aki's taking a lot of damage. Vampire to the back line, big
Oh my
knockup.
God.
And Karis is on top of Leave. He's gone golden to wait out the shield. Is he going to be actually taken down? Members are asleep, and Karis assassinates him. And Taeyun is cooking too.
No way.
Doinby is low. Solo Kill is low. Karis is ready on the side to try to kill Doinby, and he goes down. Solo Kill, the last one standing. Team WE ever resilient, head to the Baron.
They find the magical fight that gives them the Baron there. I thought this was going to be another fight where NiP win, but it turns on its head. The assassins coming through. Cube and Karis get into the backline. It's a teleport from Solo Kill, the newest member of NiP. Can he win a 1v3?
Oh, Taeyun shifts in. Oh my god, Taeyun, what are you doing? You're trying to throw the game. Solo Kill will fall. Karis taking a lot of damage from the Baron, but the Baron's resetting. Monkey is back on it.
Okay,
They have to
can
stay
win
on
this.
it at this point.
Yeah, okay, they get this. They're going to be late to this dragon, so it's not going to be another soul point, another soul taken by Team WE. They're going to teleport, which means, are they just going to go straight to dragon from here? I feel like
This is so
if
risky.
they're going to teleport, you're going to do this, you're going to have to take control. Cars do not recall. Catch us mid-wave. Okay, we're getting a replay of this. I need to see what these solo laners are doing. They thought that Vampire was going to finish
They knew
this.
where he was.
Massive play from one of the most maligned players, especially in the international community. Two-man sleep, ultimate that lands onto the support but puts a cube right into the back line. And we see in the picture-in-picture, they're right back onto the map. They're going to use their Baron. NiP have to walk into this pit, and they need to be able to make a massive steal if they do not want this soul going over to WE.
All right, Doinby looking to get in there. Are we going to see a steal? We
They
are,
get
but
it.
the knockups are there. But guess what? They're all muddled in. Karis, though, gets knocked up in the back line. He's all alone. He's going to flash over the wall, and he will be able to dodge out on the ultimate. Ends up being a 1-for-0 in favor of WE, but they do not get the dragon.
They don't get the dragon, but guys, we have Baron. Let's keep using our Baron. We don't have to give anything for this dragon. Honestly, dragon doesn't matter. Yes, it's the soul, but you can always come back to this objective. You can always say, look, there'll be another dragon. We can keep playing. Let's take turrets, get our gold lead. Because this game, we said, does get very difficult. NiP, they have 3 grubs. If they ever get alone time on these turrets, if they ever find themselves with a full ace or multiple NiP members or WE members down, that could just be the game ending on the spot. Let's use our Baron and try to open up the map a little bit for ourselves.
Cube shoving on the bot side. That turret's about half HP. Remember, it had a Rift Herald shoved into it earlier in the game. And it
True.
looks like Cube will be able to pick this one up without too much of an issue. Karis shadowing him at 700 gold onto this Ambessa. Killless so far. That could change in the future. The siege is on here in the mid lane, but Taeyun is going to get engaged on. Doinby looking for more, puts a lot of damage into him, but takes a lot of damage himself. And will force off Team WE's siege.
Okay, got the Ignite away from Vampire, which now, you know, Ignite did just get changed on this patch. It's not all that different, but has a little bit more damage packed into it in the back end. I'm worried about this though, Yanni. We're going to be coming into, you know, a couple of fights in the meantime. There's no flash for Leave, no flash for Karis, but I think flash is a little bit higher of a premium for NiP, especially with how little mobility this Sivir has, despite the MS that we were talking about. Even picking up a QSS in the back end of the fight, so wanting to make sure that she does not go down, and Leave having to be the big carry in these fights alongside Doinby and solo kill.
Well, we're really worried about the Lilia sleep. I guess it's for the extra MR as well, because, you know, it will help out against Karis. You know, I guess you're going to need that spell shield to mitigate damage rather than mitigate the CC. Doinby on the split push here, going to take that top turret, but that doesn't mean that Team WWE is able to get mid-tier 2. The siege is on the bot side. The sleep was used on the solo kill. Karis gets caught out here, and he's going to go down.
Okay, I just don't know what this turns into though, right? Like, there's no other play. You did get the teleport out from Doinby. Cube's going to pick up another side lane. He's going to be able to push this wave in top lane. And NiP are very good at being able to catch waves and clear them, especially with a Sivir. So a lot of gold's about to go into their back pockets. How much more can NiP actually extend for? Another 2.5 minutes before the Baron. Another 2 minutes before that dragon spawns. And again, we have a dance for the soul. W, I think, are going to be okay with the trade. But this goal lead is going to close up. We're getting into that point of the game where gold does not matter. Items are being completed, but a massive advantage still held by WE, and you look at those lanes and the item differentials that are still held.
Yeah, especially this mid lane Karis on 4 items and has the quintessential mage items that you would want. The Rocket Belt and the Zonias as your actives. Big damage coming out from the Rabadons and that penetration too from the Void Staff. This Akali will murder many members of NiP if given the chance. We will need to make sure that he's kept in check, but you got to keep so many members of WE in check in order to actually win these fights.
Okay. A little bit of time here. We got some time to cool off. 1.5 minutes before this dragon. More important, the Baron, in my opinion. NiP, I think you might be willing to make the gambit. That Baron is pretty good for your team when you have these 3 grubs. You do need to be able to win the rest of the game and actually push onto these turrets. I'm looking at items. Doinby going for Kanik Rookern, 4th. Can we stop building tank items on champions that don't need them? I already had to see you play Tank Lee Sin versus Azir. I get it. There's a lot of magic damage. I think that there's a time and place for this. You can see that.
Oh, Vampire!
They're fishing.
Yeah, with the big engage there, they're going to at least get the sleep on a PP God. PP God able to flash away and survive. Monkey's going to go golden here. Cube on the back line. But meanwhile, the mid laners are nowhere to be found. Aki tanking up a lot of damage, but here's the public execution on the solo kill. Solo kill is low, and so is Cube as he goes into stasis, but it's a trade. Cube lives. Taeyun takes the hook. Down goes the support. Leave.
Doinby's here.
1v3, but Doinby shows up to the party. Taeyun is low. So is Leave as they're just sequestered off Doinby once more. Ezreal coming through doesn't quite land as Doinby finds Vampire, and Cube's got to get out of there.
Oh my god, it is so close now. There's a numbers advantage and Dragon is spawning. Doinby has to make the play of a century. He actually forced Karis off on that top wave. He teleported for that. This is going to be Soul going over to Team WE. I think you're not all that upset right now. The picture-in-picture in the bottom right. Doinby interrupted, and that is why he does not have the Fate unsealed for this fight. Karis living is such a big boon for them. So Soul spawns, gets taken down by Team WE. Baron is up on the table. And Yanni, I don't know about this, but we have 5.5 minutes before we get an Elder Drake in this game. I think we might be going to that in this position.
It's certainly trending that way off battery. We'll have to see what a fight with Team WE looks like with that extra soul, that Cloud Soul. It's going to be so useful for a guy like Monkey, Karis, and even Cube. We'll see. It looks like NiP is just going to look to rip this Baron. Oh, they get Vampire over the wall! Vampire trapping a big triple knockup, trying to stay alive. Public execution down to the back line is Cube, but he gets blown up immediately. Monkey tags only one member and puts the Nautilus to sleep. He's got to try to find a way in, but he can't as the Baron's secured by NiP. Karis is low. Monkey is trying to body block for him, but he's getting tagged with the permafrost. He's gonna go golden. Taeyun's gonna win the fight, but a fake sealed onto the back line. It's a big play. Karis is low, trying to assassinate somebody. Taeyun manages to find the kill, but now it's a 4v2. Taeyun does have that Guardian Angel. Maybe he sticks around, looking for a little bit more, trying to fish with these Ezreal Qs, these Mystic shots, doing good damage, chunking out these members.
He's doing a good job of being able to clear out the minion wave as well. No one from NiP can deal with his range. They get the Baron. It's on 4 members here of Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to get this top tier 2. That blast cone betraying WE there. Oh man, this is so tense now. This game has been back and forth between these two teams. And you have 3 grubs. NiP might be able to go for a little bit more, but I think they're hesitant. You can see it on their faces, the fact that they're recalling now. They don't want to go for a little bit more. They'll just reset, wait for Doinby to respawn. This right here from Doinby might have just saved them the entire game. And even just the fact, like, Cube, let's just wait. Like, we're still waiting for Karis to be able to get into this fight. Taeyun is nowhere near to be able to deal damage. This ultimate also, I think you just have to be retreating. We cannot be going for a fight anymore as WE.
Yeah, I think once Monkey dropped his ultimate, he was expecting that he hit more than just one member. He saw the symbol over the head and just went for it. It's a good ultimate there by Doinby to really make sure this fight was sealed in their favor, even though he did go down.
I just love what we got from Taeyun here. He's literally just like putting Qs in their bodies.
Yeah, he don't care. He don't care.
Yeah, he's playing from far enough range. He has the Conqueror as well, so he's doing pretty good for himself. Monkey does steal his own Gromp, so good job. Baron's still alive for another minute as we see NiP continuing to push. Trying to push on 2 waves, but mid lane wave is nowhere nearby. Top lane is a bit far away. Sleep lands onto leave. Just going to push them off. I think this is fine. There's no objective for a few minutes, and the wave is pretty far, so WE are just stalling out and buying time versus the Ninjas in Pajamas, which is a good job, wasting their Baron buff.
And as long as no mistakes are made, Monkey's Flash is coming up shortly. Cube's Guardian Angel still on cooldown, should be coming back too. NiP just going to siege himself and take a bot inner, as Doinby is stuck in a 2v1 right now. He just had very tanky, but a good block there on the Fate Seal. Monkey's going to flash after him. They want to kill Doinby. This is a pretty big attempt here, but Doinby's going to flash away. Meanwhile, the siege is all on the bottom side as the inhibitor turret is falling.
He's so
they can't
tanky,
catch
though.
a bulk battery, and they finally do. They'll take him down, and now they're looking to cut off the rest of NiP.
Teleport.
Cube and Monkey are sprinting right now. Good call out on the teleport. Couple members slowed. Aki's ultimate goes wide, and all of a sudden, this could be a problem. Aki is very thick. No,
Vampire!
Big knock-up as Knight descends on the LPL. The Vampires come out, and they're on top of Aki. Taeyun kills Leave. Down goes NiP. That might be the game-winning fight.
Do they have a mid-wave, though? It's 3 minions. How much tank stats do they have? Monkey sitting with almost 3,000 HP. They'll teleport in. Cube. WE are about to make a huge upset and take down NiP.
What a play made by WE. It looked a little suspect at first, but Vampire said, no, we're winning. He calls game. Taeyun calls game. 2-0 for Team WE.
They get revenge for Split 1. They get revenge for Split 2 first round robin. WE, they're back, baby. They're the favorites coming into this match, and NiP are continuing their slide in the standings. They will now go to 2-8 here. Their woes still incredibly dangerous, and I gotta give it up to this WE roster, man. They started off this year looking absolutely miserable, but everybody is stepping up, and I'm glad that we get to see it. A great couple series here from Karis and Vampire, man. He deserves MVP for this game.
Yeah, take a bow, Team WE. Great stuff there. They improve to 4-6. They are now, what, 11-14, just one single game behind FPX right now. All of a sudden, this team is live to maybe make something happen, starting to pull themselves up a little bit closer to teams like IG, to teams like BLG, perhaps.
The IG one, I'm still a little on the fence about. You know, I'll be 100% honest. I'm still on the fence about the IG one.
They're 5-6. I have no idea.
They're 5-6. That is true. That is true. But I think especially for teams that are within striking distance, right? I think of two teams in particular, FPX and BLG. BLG have already shown that they're a little bit mortal. They're still kind of figuring out them and Beichuan. We'll see them actually later tonight going up against FPX. But FPX, definitely within their ball range of being able to play. And that could be the difference between them getting 5th, right? Maybe they get 6th. I think that there's a very real possibility we see this Team WE roster make the come up. I mean, we've been talking all season long how there's that contention to get into top 4, to get your automatic bid into playoffs. I don't think that this WE roster is necessarily reaching that high, but if you're able to take out every other team there, you could potentially be the first seed coming into play-ins.
Yeah, make them sweat. And yeah, if you get that first seed, now you're playing against what, in LGD or EDG, right?
Yes.
That's fine. You are so happy with that, right? I think if you're Team WE, you're like, yeah, we can absolutely win against these guys with the way that they've been playing. And sure, it's NiP as they slide to their 7th straight loss. But I mean, this game was very, very competitive, and we saw shades of like what NiP could actually be. And they were behind. They did bring it back, and they did have this lead. But then, the Doinby red buff throw does it every time.
Yeah, that was tough. Doinby getting caught out. A lot of questions for this NiP roster. I think that solo kill was fine. I think a lot better on his Gwen game, but I think that's mostly because he had just had more agency compared to the Scion.
It looks
and
fine.
Leave, he had a great setup in this game. He got caught on mid waves a few too many times. Then that last fight, again, I don't think necessarily his fault, but there's just so many things going wrong for this NiP roster at the same time that it just feels like, which one are we going to be able to band-aid in a week? Is it going to be Doinby? Is it going to be Leave's positioning? Because what's happening right now is everything is on fire. Aki's having some of these games where he just gets ran over. I feel bad for leaving this game, but Doinby getting caught out, that gold graph of all time going on here.
That's an LPL gold graph, if I've ever seen.
Yes. NiP cannot be having games like this. Like, let's be honest. Doinby is a world championship winner.
You can't throw up 5K.
It's not like these are rookies either. Aki's been playing in the league for at least 5 years now. Leave has, he's a bit of a fresher player, but PP God's also a veteran. You should have enough experience to recognize what is going on in a mid-game and how we're going to be able to battle back. They're just not leading this team. They lack direction. They obviously also are losing some of these hands checks. NiP need to ship up, or they're going to be completely sent out of this bracket. They're going to go out of Group Ascend and have to play a best of 5, and I'm worried about their chances of even making playoffs.
Yeah, I think that is very, very far away from them right now. They need to really look ahead to some of these upcoming games to figure out a way to really change their fortunes. Their next game is going to be against Weibo, an incredibly hot Weibo, and then they're playing against TES. So that's next week. Guess what? That looks like an 0-2 on the schedule. And the week after that, it looks like it could be an 0-4 on the schedule. Actually, NiP might only have one more win the rest of the year. Or the rest of the split, I should say.
I think that's possible. I mean, you think about who they won in the first half, right? They only beat WE and IG. And IG, to be fair, still inconsistent, but I think a much better and much more well-rounded team than what we've seen from the Ninjas in Pajamas. We've seen them take games off of some of these teams, but if even Thunder Talk are beating you and you're having a competitive series against them, I have a lot of worries for this NiP roster. Yeah, I think the only win that they might get is up against TT, but that's the very last game of their split, and actually it is the very last game of the split that we'll be seeing for the regular season. So
nice.
We'll see a lot of implications there, but we can come back around for WE. What a great series. The fact that it was 2-0, they came in as favorites today and definitely showed why that was the case.
Yeah, and looking ahead for Team WE, next week is their Hell Week. They play 4 matches next week. FPX, JDG, IG, BLG. Guess what? Those are 3 teams that are directly ahead of them. This is the measuring stick. This is the make or break if WE can be closer to a 5 seed, right? Or in the grand scheme of things, a 1 seed going into the playoff play-in. This is going to be a really important week upcoming for them, and they have to feel good about this victory.
I think if WE go 50-50, if they go 500 next week, 2-2, I don't care which ones they honestly take. I think that just solidifies them as an insanely good team. Obviously, they're not going to be top tier, but WE have made market improvements. I'm glad that we're seeing the growth from this team. Just Vampire, give Vampire MVP.
Give him the
for this
MVP.
game, man. He might have deserved it for last game too, but he definitely earned it this time.
Yeah, multiple times he looked really, really good. Had one or two plays that were a little questionable, but the entire game was just making play after play after play after play. Big triple knockups. This guy on Alistar is very, very dangerous.
Oh yeah. I'm so excited. Just the narratives just feel like they're all coming together. WE going from a winless team here in Group Ascend. You're having kind of like the reformation of some pretty negative narratives coming on through. Again, Karis and Taeyun, middling careers in the LCK. Now they come over to the LPL and they're finding some level of success. Monkey and Vampire, they were not the best pieces last year. 2024 was very rough for these two players, but they had terrible rosters around them. I think generally they get a hall pass for what was going on. And now they're finding success here in 2024 and actually looking like decent, LPL standouts. So good job for Vampire getting himself another MVP here, second one of the split, and well earned for his Alistar play today.
Yep, excellent stuff from Vampire, excellent stuff from Team WE. Now winners of 4 straight matches after starting out very, very poorly. Yeah, you know what? You gotta get the Alistar belt in.
Yes.
You know what else we gotta get in? We gotta get in a break. That'll be it for me for the evening. However, that's not it for our games, as Mazel will be hopping in to take charge.
Mazel and K-Man. They're going to be taking
K-Man
over for us.
Yep, for the last 2 games, BLG FPX, and then TES IG, which will be the big one for the evening. Don't go anywhere. See you on the other side in the LPL English.
Welcome everyone back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I am Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man, and couldn't be more excited to be here. And shout out to Yanni and Alk for kicking us off on the day, as we did end up kicking it off with a 2-0 W. We are back, baby. We'll see if it continues going with the rest of the second round robin for them as well. But now we get into our second series of the day here on this super day of League of Legends. We have 3 back-to-back best of 3s, and this one's going to be an absolute gigabanger. BLG with the new and improved jungle machine coming against FPX. We're looking to try to bounce back after some devastating losses.
Yeah, this is such a fantastic matchup, Mazel. I'm so excited for this series. Not only are we going to get the second iteration of Beishuan coming in, seeing what the, full picture can look like now that we get to see some more games, but there are some really interesting storylines to take, not only from these two teams individually, but from where they've been against each other already over the course of this week.
Yeah, that's what's crazy, is literally at the beginning of this week, these two teams did face off, where FPX did take down BLG 2-1, and that is what prompted the changes that we will be taking a look at here soon, as we're going to go ahead and bring up BLG. And the big change, Beituan in the jungle coming in and playing towards a ton of his superstars around him, but primarily around these solo laners. And it was really nice to see him kind of just slot in and execute.
Yeah, it's really getting back to basics for BLG, and that's what I really like to see for this team. Beishuan coming in just offers something a bit more stable for them, and that's exactly what they're looking for. We saw some of the negatives of it with the Xin Zhao in game number 1, but the moment we saw the Skarner or the Sejuani start to come out, these champions that are really great at facilitating advantages specifically for these solo laners, we saw really what BLG was capable of, and we saw some pretty dominant victories from them yesterday against a red-hot Weibo team. I'm excited to see if they're going to keep going down that path, investing a lot more into players like Knight and Bin, or if maybe they have some extra tricks up their sleeve that maybe they haven't shown yet. I think that there's a lot of possibilities for this roster now with Beishuan in.
And it's just so funny because it's a similar position that Wei did when he came in for Shun at the end of that last year, and now we're seeing a little bit of that same trend going for BLG. So maybe the swap of the jungle just reinvigorates the team, but they need a little bit of reinvigorating, as yes, they were able to handle some business for sure, but this BLG team is not performing to the level, at least before Beituan was here, that they expected of themselves for sure.
Absolutely not. I mean, 5-5 is really not what you want to see if you're BLG. They came into this year with the expectation of following up on that World Finals appearance and being the team that could run the LPL. It's not really been the case. They needed that change. They needed something to be different for this team, but I think it bleeds a little bit deeper than just the jungle position. One thing I really was encouraged by yesterday as well was Elkin on starting to play more aggressive in the 2v2 again, answering something like Kalista with Ezreal Karma and trying to get that early lead. It's something that we haven't seen nearly as much out of this team over the course of this year. I think just playing with that confidence, understanding that they are still BLG. They still are one of the most talented teams in the world, and going into these games with the expectation they can outplay, that's what I'm looking for here.
It was a vintage Worlds Elk performance on the Ezreal, and it felt really good to see him pop off on that one, because that had been one of the quieter pieces that really always felt like a constant threat in the BLG matches, is what the bot lane 2v2 could handle. And tonight, I think it's going to be even more important. We'll see if Awesome can handle a little bit of the pressure that Elk is going to be throwing his way. But this jungle matchup takes pride and prejudice here for me, and trying to be that kind of mainstay focus for them, and really being the main matchup that we're looking at. Because Shadow on the other side, when we're looking at FPX, has started to pick it up. A lot of consistency issues that we saw from this player beforehand, and whenever we talked about Shadow having some lacking moments on the teams that we've seen him before, and now coming into FPX, he has started to kind of be the glue of the team.
Yeah, I think it definitely took Shadow some time to feel comfortable on FPX. He was also a bit of a late addition in the jungle here to start for them throughout a lot of this year, but the moment he got going, this team really started to get going, because they really have picked it up over the past couple of weeks. Some big wins on their resume, of course, against BLG, pretty famously earlier this week, but they've beaten teams like JDG as well. A lot of that is through Shadow's pressure, and I think especially when you see him on these carry picks, these more aggressive picks, things like Pantheon I've really liked him on. Obviously, the Neferi E3 game. We all remember a little bit against Ninjas in Pajamas, that ridiculous performance from him. But Shadow just feeling comfortable and them playing around the jungle resources, I think it's just been a lot more open for FPX in that regard, and it's really unlocked everybody else on the team as well.
They've been using a lot of connection between the mid jungle. They've also really had some impressive highlight reel ready plays from Dway, and his Nico is one to be feared for sure.
It's a must ban against FPX as far as I'm concerned. You cannot give that over. Dway is the key that unlocks absolutely everything for FPX right now. Dway is a player we've seen succeed at the LPL level in the past, at least from an individual performance perspective, even if it's not been very consistent with team success. But it really took him getting back into form for FPX to really feel like world beaters in the way that they have been over the past couple of games. And, you know, it's exciting to see a team like FPX that I don't think a lot of people had expected, like near the top of the standings, compete with some titans here in the LPL. And Dway, as a playmaker, is a big reason for that.
Yeah, and I will say, if we're looking a little bit more introspectively on the team, last night was a little bit of a slaughter. Even though they did start the week against BLG, I still think, you know, against Top Esports, there was a lot of failings on the team, so maybe they could try to find a little bit of balance from that and a little bit of a bounce back as well. It's an important match for both sides, kind of going into the second round robin, trying to find any win they can, especially for BLG, trying to live up to some of those expectations. Now, seeing if Beitwad is that actual focus and if he's going to be the fix that they really needed to get them to an international performance that is the expectation for this Billy Gaming team.
Yeah, not only is international the expectation, but like domestic dominance is the expectation for this team. I think that there is a baseline level that they're looking for. Of course, they'd like to get to the end goal, but right now they're sitting at 5-5. They're only half a game out from getting top 4. And remember, top 4 auto qualifies for playoffs. No best of 5 necessary in order to get yourself into that position. Billy is very much still in striking distance of getting themselves there. This is a very important series for them on their quest to that, and I think if Beishwan is going to stabilize and really right the ship, and if you're going to try and look at this as the right decision, you do need to see it today alongside yesterday. It can't just be these back and forth performances. You're bringing him in for the stability, and so this is a matchup they really have to win.
Imagine the pride also as Beishwan. The literal last matchup we got for Wei was that FPX. You have that immediate kind of results-based analysis for Beitwad. So all is good if they end up taking this one. But it is a little bit of redemption from that loss against FPX. But again, like you say, trying to pick up every win possible. But that's where I think it's really interesting to see Dway's kind of influence on the way that FPX plays, the aggression out of that 2v2. But I do think that this mid lane combo pairing up with the jungle is going to have a lot of influence on this early game. And I will just say Knight maybe hasn't lived up to some of those big moments, but he's still the golden left hand of the LPL for a reason. And now with all these changes, going back to a lot of the standardization of the LPL meta, at least on Summoner's Rift, and seeing what this new iteration of the Rift is going to be bringing us, it's time to step up for these two mid laners.
Definitely. Mid lane is going to be a huge priority for both of these teams, and I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of talking about where they're going to get these advantages. We talked earlier about Beishwan investing so much more into those solo laners than Wei was before the change in the jungle, but FPX, Shadow, and Care have really wanted to play off of each other for a lot of this Group Ascend stage. I think if one of these mid laners can generate a significant lead over the other, whether that's through the 2v2 or just generally a favorable matchup, that's a pretty nightmare scenario for the other team. So I think draft is going to be very important in that regard, trying to find good matchups and trying to find comfort for both of those players.
Yeah. And they have been willing to dip their toes into utility picks, but more so it's a lot of mobile carries out of mid lane. And so I do wonder what iteration we're going to get as we get the flowers. The Spirit Blossoms raining from the sky. I'm sure it's not going to be annoying at all to get those out of anybody's hair, but it looks awesome. And I love what the kind of antics we've been seeing with this new event coming through. It actually makes it feel special, which has been really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the new aesthetic. I think, we were talking in the first series a little bit about how it's always nice to get a little bit of a fresh look on Summoner's Rift or just generally around the game. I'm really interested to see the new patch and to see really how things end up developing. But
look at that guy's lap. He's got like
just covered.
He's got like 100 flowers just grouped on his lap there. I love it.
This is all right.
Incredible. I like it. Gotta have a little bit of fun with it. It feels good because I don't feel like we got anything too crazy with that first split as well. And now is even in the kind of second iteration of the Summoner's Rift, but it feels like they're going all out at least for the Spirit Blossom event, and BLG looking to go all out. It's funny, we have our 1v1 side select that's going to be coming up here pretty soon. It's Odd versus Dway, so we're gonna have a lot of fun, no doubt. I think in this one, and see exactly what we're gonna go. I feel like Odd is just going until he can get a redemption, because I don't feel like I've seen Odd have a very good time in the 1v1s, but they keep giving him the opportunity. So honestly, my goat.
They trust him. They clearly want to, try and go for it. But how can you not get excited about some supportal combat going down in the 1v1s? You always want to see them get aggressive, but this is a big opportunity, I think, for Dway to show, yeah, you know what? I'm the better support here. I was really, really strong into BLG last time we played. I'm the support to beat in these 1v1s. On your struggles, they're going to continue here. So I'm excited to see the mental boom properties that end up going on in this matchup.
It's funny because if you don't know, Dway came up in the BLG system. He was the BLG Junior prodigy in the support role until he got picked up by Ultra Prime. Swapped over there for just a little bit, but then got his first start on Rare Atom. Obviously, Rare Atom doesn't exist anymore, but it's crazy how things go full circle, right? Like, there's so many interconnections between the league, and especially even in players that are a little bit newer. Even though he's starting to get a lot, like 3-4 years at the LPL and the LDL system as well. We'll see if he can kind of live up to it against On, who I feel like is the darling face and sometimes the hated face in the LPL supports, but it has to be known as one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love and hate On at the same time. Just kind of the way it goes with
he won a finals going 0-9 on Bard. That's legendary.
It's elite. It's elite. You gotta be one of the. You can't do that unless you're one of the best supports in the world. That's what I've learned. If you're not 0-9 on Bard, you're not playing it correctly. But
exactly.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see these two teams go head to head. It's funny talking about that BLG Junior team. So many players kind of coming out of that system and succeeding. Junhao obviously having a lot of success this year for Ultra Prime has been fun. But I imagine there's a lot of pride on the line between Dway and On. I think Dway got the better of On in terms of the series, like I said earlier this week. So this might be some redemption time incoming.
I like it. Now, we're going to transition a little bit since we're going to be getting to the 1v1 here, but we're not going to have as much time between the 1v1 and the draft, so I do want to talk a little bit about what your big picks of the new iteration of the patch. We are moving on to 2509, I believe, and I want to get your pick of what you've seen so far in our first series at least, and maybe catching up on what you think is important.
I think it still really comes down to comfort. I don't think too much is going to change in terms of the priorities for these two teams, but I definitely think playing the early map in terms of skirmishes is going to be priority number one for both of these teams. They love controlling tempo, and I think when you look at the champion pools, especially for the mid laners, it's very similar. We're going to be looking at things like Talia, even things like Ahri and Ryze that can really get out on the map and create some action as we get into draft here for the 1v1 at the very least. Corki, Pantheon, Renekton, and Varus taken off the board, but
all the top
I'm
laners,
excited.
I'm sure. Yeah. I think the timers are going to be really interesting. I mean, we're going back to the iteration of League of Legends it feels before we got the kind of double grub spawn and all the craziness around objective timers. So we want to see, honestly, competitively how teams adapt. It's honestly kind of crazy to throw this much of a wild change in the middle of the split, but going into the second round robin, maybe it's the perfect time. Maybe it gives the opportunity to the teams that need a little bit of a boost going into that second half, as it's going to be Draven versus Jace. So at least we get a bot laner for On, but it's still going to be a fun matchup between the two supports of the team.
I don't think you can make too much of an argument that Draven or Jace are support champions. Unfortunately, in this one, I could try. I could
Jace
certainly
more than Draven. Jace more.
I
than
could
Draven.
Sell you. I don't know. Draven's got CC. He can. I agree. I think one thing I'm really going to be looking for in draft specifically is I think hyper carries could be much stronger on this patch than they were previously. We already started to see some uptick in Zeri play, in, obviously Kai'Sa already being prioritized here in the LPL, but these champions that can be a bit strong in the later half of the game. I'm interested to see if that's going to be a big adjustment, a big shift. If that's the case, I think junglers are going to need to adapt in that way as well, but really only to be determined. I know sometimes these teams, especially mid-split, it can be hard for them to feel comfortable going to something entirely different, even if it's a new patch right in the middle of the week. Especially BLG played yesterday, FPX played 2 days ago. It's not like there's been a ton of time to adapt, so we'll have to wait and see.
hey, you just get new experiences right back to back from each other. We'll be getting into it now. It is a 1v1 for side select of this Fearless Best of 3. Blue side is king. More than likely, whoever wins this one will be choosing blue side for game number 1. But if you don't know the rules, it is first turret, first 2 kills, or once the Ring of Fire spawns, first kill.
And that opens the door for some aggressive play. We got pretty lucky yesterday in the 1v1s with some double kill action. I'm hoping we get to see both of them really duke it out here. We don't want to see any Ring of
Fire. The one
Fire
earlier
shenanigans.
was wild.
Yes,
so
it was
fast-paced.
super crazy earlier today. So we've gotten pretty lucky. We'll see if we can keep that uptick going in terms of the aggressiveness. I think in the early lane here, it's really just going to be about whoever can get that first trade down, successfully. Dway should have quite a bit of damage, and he's going to exert it.
Unfortunately, Odd is a bot laner. Maybe he can actually fight this one out. Oh, he missed the auto. And Odd just gives the Rammus thumbs up, the Timo thumbs up, hits him with the Wombo Emo combo.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an execution dip there on the side of On. He's gonna be real happy to pick up not only that kill, but obviously all of the CS, crash it into the tower. That is pretty massive for On. I'm glad to see these guys following our lead. We didn't want to see them play safe. We didn't want to see them, play passive. Dway goes in, tries to get the trade off. It doesn't work. That's all right. You got another shot here on the chase.
I love it. Dway's like laughing. He's having fun. He's, having a little bit of laugh to it. Now On is laughing too, but he was like stone cold serious for that little bit. Which is not normal.
Locked in on the Draven.
He's I'm tired of losing these 1v1s. I'm gonna win one. Although I still want to know what the percentage of wins are from winning the 1v1. 'Cause I do, maybe I'm just thinking, maybe I'm biased or something, or maybe it's just happened in my games a lot, but I feel like the winner of the 1v1 loses a lot of time in the series. I don't know.
Oh, interesting. I would
Maybe
think.
I'm crazy.
Just off of my
I'm going
thought
off
process,
feeling,
the
by the
opposite.
way.
Yeah, no, of course.
Not
but
any
gut feeling.
kind of bounds.
Hey, a gut feeling versus stats. You can take them or leave them.
Results-based
Right?
analysis. Who needs that?
Who needs them? Oh my god.
Oh, the whirling death too. He gets hit on the back end. Oh, the
Dway?
step up, the stand aside, and there you go. Easy 2-0 kills for Odd. He finds his redemption. He gets that 1v1 win. And it was on the Draven, of all things, making Elk proud. Dway having a little bit of fun with it, but that will mean that BLG will probably get blue side for game 1.
Yeah, I mean, blue side's massive. You just mentioned how sometimes, you can lose the 1v1, win the series. Blue side really does make it, in my opinion, pretty pivotal to be at least trying hard in that 1v1. Blue side's been so important, especially for these two teams. Again, Beishwan, you want him to be comfortable, and on a new patch, you want to be able to control your own comp. You don't want to have to try and react too much. I think that getting blue side helps a ton with that. Billy has been way better on blue side across this year, as has FPX, and so definitely going to be interesting to see how things end up going down. I'm excited to see where the jungler priority goes. I would imagine that's where a lot of the bans will head, outside of things like maybe Nico.
Yeah, I think that has to be in there. Unless they're willing to take it. On is a cooker. He does love to find a lot of different picks in that bot lane. But we'll see what that kind of priority goes to in bot lane, but also more so in jungle if we get some early bans towards there. I do wonder, is the Pantheon for Shadow going to be enough to pressure Beishwan, who has been playing those more or at least looked better on the facilitators as a part of BLG than he did on that Xin Zhao. But it is going to be a little bit of a difference of how they want to play the pace of the game early on.
Yeah, I think that jungle pick from FPX will tell us almost everything we need to know about what their strategy for this whole series will be. If we see Pantheon come out, they're clearly just saying, okay, well, we feel good about what we do. We feel good about playing around, our lane's trying to play through macro and winning that way. We could see a Sejuani takeaway early on. I expect Vi bans to come out. That's what we saw yesterday against Beishwan. Yeah. But if a Sejuani takeaway comes in, that makes sense. Lilia, I think, would also be a pretty dead giveaway as to where they want to put some of that pressure. I think all of those things are pretty big options. But if BLG is going to have first pick, I imagine they're just going to lock in whatever they feel most comfortable for Beishwan here and just go from there.
Yep. Well, they are on blue side. We'll see what they go with in that first pick. We'll see what's left on the table as we get into draft of our first game of our second series of the day. We're just getting started, y'all, so make sure you lock in. It's BLG versus FPX. BLG on blue side, ban away the Varus and the Yone. We also get the Vi and that Nico from FPX there, from their own side of things, trying to whittle down some of those pools.
Yeah, they're scared of On's, Nico. You called it
They
out.
are.
That playmaking, you don't want to give anybody that champ right now. We see the Xin Zhao ban come out. BLG did not look comfortable with Xin Zhao yesterday. It felt like they were pretty behind the 8 ball when they tried to play through that. But the Vi and the Nefiri were permanently banned against BLG
There you
through all
go.
of yesterday. That's going to carry through. I imagine this will be... Rumble is left up, but so is Gwen, so could very much be a trade of some AP top laners there if they want to go that direction. But Rumble for Bin gives him a way to continue to be active in a side lane, but also make a lot of impacts in a team fight. We didn't see it executed perfectly yesterday, but, you know, Bin is a very good player. I think it's nice to have a priority pick like this.
True. As immediately the Pantheon Talia locked in, I like this combo from these two.
Yeah, you want to play the map. I mean, this is, again, we wanted to see what FPX wanted to do. We called out that they had a couple of different pathways they could go here in draft, and they go for their style. The Pantheon Talia, their most played jungle mid-duo the entire split up until this point. It's very, very comfortable for Shadow and Care. Beishuan hovering that Skarner, it is going to be locked. That was what he looked great on yesterday. It's what he got his MVP on yesterday, and Skarner's just such an easy champ to really execute with what seems to be a lot of, press R potential here from the rest of the comp.
Yeah, immediately I'm trying to think of a cool name to give the Rumble Skarner Misfortune combo, because that's a heck of a wombo combo for BLG. I mean, if Beishuan can find that at least setup for Bin and for Elk, they'll have massive teamfight implications. But now we get the Gwen locked in for FPX. So throwing down the gauntlet a little bit and saying, if you let this Gwen get out of hand, this side lane, it can just fall away, and FPX can take advantage of that through Sheer.
Yeah, Sheer has been underratedly very good for FPX throughout a lot of this year. I think that there was some concern that maybe he wasn't going to be able to step in and perform the same way that he did on a very talented JD Gaming roster last year, but I think a lot of the positives that he showed in 2024 have carried over so far into 2025, which is nice. I'm interested to see where they put their pressure there, but we do see the expected mid lane bans coming out for FPX. It's just going to be things that, kind of tear apart the overall macro idea that FPX is going for. So the Silas, an easy takeaway to not be able to match that Talia. It's actually going to be the Corki coming in as the second ban. I definitely expected, for perhaps a Ryze ban or, maybe even a Galio if you wanted to take that away, but wanting to take away a carry from Knight here.
Okay, trying to take some of the dual prong carries away. It's also going to be the Kaisa pan in the end towards Awesome. Take away some of that follow through with the Pantheon that has been so clinical from FPX. The Alistar is this first pick for FPX in the second phase. Now looking at the 1-2 answer from BLG in the second phase itself.
Yeah, I imagine you're looking at something to really set up this wombo combo, some sort of a big engage threat. Obviously, Rel would be good for the comp, not so good for the matchup, but oh my gosh.
Let's go! That's huge. That is absolute. Look at the smile on this devilish face, man. That is absolutely massive. In a series where we talked about the mid-jungle duo being super, super important, Knight whips out the Zed. I mean, if that's not a challenge, I don't know what is. He's going into Care's Talia, into something that's so comfort for FPX, and now it is going to be On's Rakan to tie things together for this composition. I'm excited for this game number 1.
If you wanted as much hype as possible, here you go. Here's the excitement that you could, all the excitement you could ever need, right here with Knight playing Zed. We've seen some Zed pop up occasionally in pro play, oftentimes in the jungle though, so I'm excited to see a player like Knight who is starting to get hot at the right time. I'm excited to see him really throw down that challenge, but it's going to be an aggressive AD carry on the other side with the Lucian here. That's these are interesting.
I'm looking at it right now. This guy has been around since 2017. That's the first competitive Zed he's played, which is absolutely awesome. If I'm wrong, at me. I looked through the Wikipedia. If it's not there, I don't know. That is so damn awesome from Knight, and it's a changing of the pace. It's a changing of the moment for BLG. They're trying to strike when the iron's hot, when Beishuan comes in, when they energized by this new jungler. I do still really like the answer from FPX, and I really like the Lucian from Awesome.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really fun matchup, but I do think we're dividing these teams into quadrants here. I think a lot of early pressure can be expected from FPX. The Lucian really locks that in, but Awesome is going to have to play really well in this game to generate that early lead. You want that Pantheon Talia moving around the map. The more stagnant that they become, the more they give pressure over to BLG, or at least take neutral trades, the more I think that favors BLG. Their pick potential in the late game, and that Wombo combo with a Zed diving the backline, terrifying, especially with that talent. So I'm excited to see how they pull it off.
The golden left hand trying to pick up the slack himself now for BLG, but this is literally a rematch from earlier this week where FPX took down BLG. It signified the moment of change for BLG. Beichuan has come in. He won last night with BLG. Maybe this is the change they needed to right the ship in the second round robin here in Group Ascend. And as we crest over into our second series of the day, we've got an exciting one for game number 1. We'll see an important series between BLG and FPX here as the Spirit Blossom event has taken hold of the Rift. All the changes you could ask for in the most important times in the split here. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got Knights, Zed, we've got Cares, Talia, we've got all the focus on Beichuan if he really is the prodigy that BLG need to make a difference. Game 1 kicking off now.
This gorgeous new intro package for the new map as well. Oh, I'm so excited for this new patch, for the new map. I am pumped for this game. We are getting into it now.
Hopefully we're getting the gyos here very soon, but a little bit of delay there with the cool reveal of the map. And now everything's green and blue. Wow.
Yeah.
Only one.
I was
for
shocked.
BLG, for Billy Gaming, 1 Gyo. Wow.
That really goes to show where they've been over the course of this year. I think maybe a lot of people who were excited about this team last year might be a little less excited this year, but they've got the chance to win them back here with the new roster change. I'm seeing a little bit of trading go down, but I don't imagine too much happens here in the 2v2 at level 1. Talking about the early game and what to expect from these teams, though, again, I think the onus is more so on FunPlus to make a lot of things happen as early as possible. The later this goes, I think the scarier you start to feel around these ultimate engages, but I see some sums traded.
Exhaust burned early. The barrier also popped by Awesome, so a couple summoner spells there like you had said. But trying to gain prio in this bot lane 2v2 as well, as it is going to be both junglers pathing away from here, so the lane lead that you get is going to be all yours, and that's why you grab the Misfortune.
Yeah, it's a very interesting trade. I think both preventative summoners being popped there just to make sure that no funny business ends up happening, but it's funny, I really don't think that any of these lanes are guaranteed to go one way or the other in terms of the 1v1 or 2v2 respectively. I think a lot of the early game is going to be decided by this pressure, Shadow. It's going to be really up to the Pantheon on what plays he wants to make, and he could be looking here early, but it's going to be the ward.
So, do you have any experience with the Zed versus Talia matchup? Do you know who wins out of the laning phase at least?
I'd like to believe this is close to even, at least from my perspective. Zed generally is going to have a lot of lane pressure, especially after level 3, and so you're definitely going to be worried about him, snowballing, especially if Beichuan wants to put pressure into that mid lane matchup, but isolated, I'm not sure that one is going to get a gigantic lead over the other. I would imagine Care's ultimate goal will be to move here, and that's exactly what it looks like he's going to do. Try to get some vision onto that Skarner.
We are just going to get the full clears coming out here from both junglers. And was talking with Azale earlier tonight from the LTA, and he was saying that maybe this opens up more paths early on for junglers to find avenues to make them a little bit more personal. And here, make it a little bit personal, but get Knight of all people even popping up the FPX logo. They find first blood.
Really proactive play made there by Shadow. It's a great use of the flash to be able to set Knight behind early. I think when you're talking about a potential even matchup, that's how you shift
there
it.
they
Here
go.
we go.
There's their own CC right back, and
Shadow.
Shadow will be answered to in kind. Beichuan coming up with BLG's first kill of the game.
excellent roam timer there from On. They have lane prio down in the 2v2, and so it's basically free for him to be able to move up. I don't think Shadow expected that Rakan to be able to make that play. At the end of the day, it is a 1-for-1 trade, but gold going into the pocket of Taliyah versus Skarner. I believe that to be at the advantage of BLG, at least quickly here in the early game. We're going to get a replay of exactly what happened in the mid lane. It's just a great gank here coming in from Shadow. Great pathing to perfectly avoid the vision, and then wait for the Zed to get out here.
Yeah, the stun coming through after the flash too. Feels a little bit bad there. See if they can continue this pressure though, as we've had the lane adaptation here even before the Grubs now spawning in 3 minutes at 8 minutes into the game. It looks like FPX wanted to switch out a little bit, so they will take the first step towards that. Elk and BLG will respond.
I was very curious to see if this was going to change coming into this patch, if we were going to see different timers in terms of the lane swap going to the top side. Doesn't seem like teams want to adapt too much. They're about 30 seconds behind what they were last patch, and so no major changes there, but it will just be more of the standard what we've seen from these two. I imagine this is still favored towards BLG in terms of their skirmish around this area, especially with Skarner having a bit more gold. I'm really going to be watching Knight, though. I think if he's not going to be able to get that push in the mid lane, and the Taliyah is going to be hitting that level 6 soon, things can get interesting. But
try to go on to Elk here. He's got the Vampiric Scepter, though, able to heal a decent amount. On also going to take a huge amount of flack from Awesome. Things going to quiet down on that top side, but a little bit of pressure there. And these are the kinds of answers that we want to see coming through, and like the changes and what the meta is going to bring, because this Rift state is going to be very similar to what we've seen in the recent past here before all those big changes came through. And now On, a little bit of recency here as FPX are going to find another kill into BLG, giving back memories from earlier this week when FPX beat BLG. And now they have a 2-to-1 kill advantage, little bit of a gold lead, and a little bit of prio on top side too.
Yeah, a pretty big mistake there from On. I don't really know what he expected. We talked about how they would have theoretical 3v3 pressure if they wanted to try to go for that, but Shadow, of course, able to make that roam quickly. It didn't matter. They lost the 2v2. On was dead before he even had a chance. He gets chunked out early. Again, just a mistake coming in from the BLG bot lane. We've seen a couple of these. It's a great job capitalizing specifically from Jway. But with Dragon spawning, you know, Infernal going to be the first Drake here. Going to be interesting to see if Beishuan now wants to prioritize that, seeing how things went on the top side. But Shadow is here as well.
Just waiting for the big CC change. H1 has hit level 6. Shadow's going to be getting closer, but level 6 is really where things start to turn on for BLG. A lot of these combinations can be a recipe for disaster for FPX, who do have a little bit of a different take on how they move into this mid game. You definitely want to keep Sheer in those side lanes, trying to keep as much advantage onto Gwen as possible. H1 going to move in, speaking of advantage, and take away Shadow's blue buff, and Sheer is being pressured in bot side.
Yeah, Shadow is
going
to be in a little bit of a tough spot here. Sheer, is he going to be able to make it out?
Is he going to flash for it? Oh, he's not going to go for it, but Knight will, and they get him in the end. That's a missed impale, though, and Knight will be locked down, seismic shoved, and taken out as a response by FPX. Everything that BLG do has been answered to by FPX and vice versa, as Awesome will use that culling in topside. Elk not level 6 just yet. TP coming in mid, being a bit surrounded by BLG. It looks like things should go down a little bit more calmly, but we're going to have to pick up pressure as Elk getting in trouble here. But Awesome, he tanked the turret, going to have to flash and barrier. Both summoner spells for both ADCs down. Grubs are up. The fight is on the verge here.
So many resources burned before Grubs even spawn. This is the fun little adaptation, I guess, that we are seeing from these teams. They're not delaying any of their fight timers. They're just delaying when they can actually start these objectives. But BLG going to gain that pressure because Awesome on the top side just expends everything to try that tower dive onto Elk. Jway's going to flash in. He's going to be able to get into the pit.
Now that there's only 3 Grubs spawning, it is super incredibly important to try to get as many as possible. Actually, the feet knock actually goes through for 2 out of 3. So FPX should be able to claim that one as well and get the first one on their way to trying to secure the feats of strength here. But FPX moving in. BLG did get the 1. But this is a little bit of that timer change. I feel like maybe teams a little bit more used to utilizing some of their abilities, utilizing some of their resources earlier, and offsetting that timer now that we do spot at 8 minutes for the first Grubs.
Definitely seemed like a little bit of a slow adaptation. More so what we saw on the previous patch, but a lot of resources burned only for the grubs to be more of a minor objective there for both of these teams. I was expecting a bigger fight. That being said, the gold lead is basically neutral. Again, I want to reiterate, I think the longer this stays neutral, the better this is for BLG because of that wombo combo they have. If they can find the perfect fight, I think that could go in their favor. Checking in on these lanes, though, I don't have time because we got to fight now.
She is pretty strong here. Seismic Shove coming down. Equalizer in. Beituan getting low. Beituan going down. Kare's going to get the kill there, but now Knight comes in and gets his own. On to Shadow. The death mark will mark you, Shadow, and you will go down. A double kill to Knight, who on his first competitive Zed is trying to pick up BLG.
Yeah, and Awesome also dies in the bot lane in the 2v2. That's a massive swing in favor of Billy Gaming. It's a really aggressive play coming in from them. The Impale coming out from Beituan to really set that up. But Knight getting the double kill there. 3 kills now onto the Zed. It doesn't take much for this champion to start snowballing. This might be the push that he needs in order to be really a game breaker throughout a lot of this. But I think this is a big play in terms of tempo for BLG. We'll see if they want to prioritize the Dragon now. Beituan on the bottom side. But we're going to get a replay of what exactly happened in the 2v2. See who initiated this. Just Dway being a little bit far behind. Awesome tries to dash beyond it, just doesn't get it. Way too much damage. Yeah, just a bit of a misplay coming in there. Over aggressiveness.
Survived for a little bit, but yeah, On's like, no, you're done.
he forced the ultimate out. That's something from the
Go,
Rakan.
yeah,
So,
Hopium.
you know, yeah, we take whatever win we can get in an exchange
Hopium
like
or
that.
Copium, whichever one you want.
Yeah.
Voltaic has been completed there. For Knight, so he's gonna have a nice little burst of damage in his first item completion. Roa also there, so first items, does that change the state of these fights whatsoever as we see BLG potentially starting up the first dragon?
I do. I do think it changes these fights quite a bit. If Knight gets on any priority target, that's an instant win for BLG. However, I do think that FPX have more combat power here than you might originally think, and we'll see if they want to even try to utilize it. It should just be Dragon for free here to BLG. Obviously, Shadow not in a position to try and contest this. He's just going to get as much pressure on the top side. But Knight...
Oh, he gets the Seismic Shove guess there, at least on top of him. Now Grand Starfall came in, and Knight, you cannot get away from CC. Shadow takes him down, and honestly... Shadow has had Knight's number all game long.
Yeah, we might not be done here. Awesome. With the culling. Looked like Shadow was trying to make his way down, and they were trying to, maybe bait in a fight there, but just didn't have the time. Could find it here, though, if Joy wants to go in. Doesn't look like it's going to be. It looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a dance, but that's exactly what we were talking about. The catch in the mid lane, where I think it's sneaky just how strong FPX are here, but prove it, potentially.
I love as the Pokies hovering around this bot lane 3v3. Shadow's had a really good response to a lot of Beituan's early movements, and really that comfort between these two, Shadow and Care, coming alive here early in game number 1. But BLG trying to put the screws to Shadow, go into his jungle, steal away his blue again. A lot of the time, he has not been able to secure his own jungle camps.
Blue.
And we're going to fight over a double knockup from On. Bullet time and into the Impale, into all the damage, but Shadow still gets the kill back. Has that execution damage, but now Awesome in trouble as Knight gets knocked up. 3-man from Dway, but it did not matter. Elk with the pop shot flash. He gets him and now is running down Care. Care able to get away, but BLG shows some of that fighting strength.
It's great execution from BLG. They get a big part of that wombo combo off, the Impale into the bullet time to set that up. We talked about how this ultimate, combination from BLG is so dangerous. It's so scary for FPX, and that's what makes it so funny that they're willing to fight over the blue buff in this small, closed quarter. We're going to get a replay here. This is LPL action. This is On engaging, Beituan following up, and just really creating a difficult situation for FPX. Shadow, to his credit, tries to do as much as he can. Awesome as well, trying to put out some damage, but Knight is just a little too much on this Zed. Donating those kills early to the mid laner ends up really paying off for BLG, and man, Elk getting aggressive again is what we want to see, but we're already seeing trading again.
Yeah, he wants to take him down now. Awesome, really on the back foot in this matchup, and once Misfortune gets a little bit going, the mid game is where she thrives. And now with the composition built the way they have, right? Like all Beituan has to do is hit R at the right time on the right people, or at least just a couple people. and they can absolutely change a lot of these fights. And I think that's a really nice bar of execution to give a new jungler on a team full of superstars, on a team that also isn't living up to those expectations and is looking to turn things around.
Yeah, that's exactly why we highlighted in draft that BLG's comp was easy to execute on, because you've got that backup plan of you need to hit one of them, and you can probably follow with the rest. FPX need to start playing the map a bit more. You're not out of this by any means just yet. Pantheon Talia is still very dangerous if you can catch with Gwen or Lucian. Shadow and Care need to stay active on the map. You will be able to secure the red buff here, but we've got 18 seconds on Rift Herald spawning. That's going to be the next big objective that these teams are going to fight over, but it could be a collapse onto Bin.
Bin realizes he's in a lot of trouble. Grand Starfall Spear comes through. There's the Weaver's Wall as well, and Bin all by himself. But Knight wants to clean up for his brother in the solo lane. Maybe it's just enough. Seismic Shove is no longer available for Care. Now Care might be that focus, but Beituan, he wants to set up for the Impale. He gets one. Is it going to be enough? They don't go with the bullet time just yet. Elk holds on to it, patient as ever. Wait to see the whites of their eyes as now BLG are looking forward. Shadow's going to get that re-engaged. Is awesome. Can't get the kill on the side. Elk is stepping up, making it rain all over FPX and putting out that fire of the Phoenix.
Oh, it looked like it could be just right for FPX in that fight. It could have been finally their time to find a pick. Of course, it's a proactive play. That's what we wanted to see from FPX, but unfortunately, BLG is able to make the rotation pretty quickly. Awesome, just not able to land the culling on the priority target. So many members low, and he ends up basically full hitting the half-health Skarner rather than any of the low target Shadow, though.
No, it's way too late.
Oh, I was really getting spicy there.
It would have been fun. Was maybe looking for the steal. Isn't going to go for it. Now we go back to this fight set up in the top side. Trying to punish onto Bin. They do end up getting that initial punishment, but they pay heavy for it.
Yeah, once Knight gets here, it becomes a lot more difficult because the Zed can instantly burst down Sheer, and that damage is now just gone. It's obviously a great collapse coming in from the rest of the team. The Impale could have been okay for FPX. It only lands onto the Alistar, which is definitely best case scenario, but you can see Awesome in this fight. Just getting zoned out by Beituan. He wants to get in there. Look at the low health bars of On. He's not able to take down the Skarner, and then the damage coming through, he just doesn't have enough to pop them through the rest of the fight. The Lucian had potential to take over there. It doesn't end up happening, but BLG just taking these small leads over and over again, and a 5-kill Zed, a 3-kill Skarner, and a Rumble that's up 20 CS. It's definitely going in their favor, even if FPX has now got the priority on the Dragon.
Yeah, it looks like BLG just going to take the back foot here, give this Dragon over, let it even up in the Dragon score. And that being said, it will just mean that they will trade this topside turret to Knight, giving some more gold to this guy on Zed of all picks. Getting closer and closer to second item. BLG still do have some standing gold, but they're not going to be standing for long in mid lane as they're getting knocked up, bounced around. A little bit of a rebuttal. Three-man Impale and Beituan. He just needs to deliver for his big carries. Is he enough, though, as now he's being sliced up as well, and Sheer is finding some big picks across these fights. Now he's about to be shut down. Deathmark goes out. The pop is not going to be enough as FPX find the rebuttal in mid lane.
Ooh, that's exactly what FPX was looking for. Shadow. Oh my god, how did he not respect the damage coming in? Ridiculous there, but still a good fight overall for FPX, even if we do have a little bit of a sour taste in our mouths after that play. You know, we've been talking about it. FPX have to stay aggressive. They have to stay active. You can say a lot about how Shadow has played this game, but he has definitely not been scared, and you can see that with the gold lead he's generated in the jungle. We'll see the angle that they see here. Again, just utilizing those globals and being able to prioritize Dway, having that full flash up. Just not enough collapse here yet. If Knight's not going to be here, this is a winnable fight, even with the Impale. Everything going right for BLG. It looked miraculous, but just not enough damage.
They didn't have the wombo. Or I guess they didn't have the combo to the wombo. Beituan was dancing by himself.
Yes. Yeah, you can't dance without the music, you know? And that's unfortunately what we saw there. Shadow went for it, and just the fadeaway turret shot to make his day a little worse. But that Pantheon's now sitting at 2 items. It's not I mean, I hate to say it for BLG, it's not over. Like, you're not in full control. FPX still has options here, and I think as long as they keep that priority going, but they are going to use the Rift Herald here to take down that tier 1 bot.
Might look for a double charge. Okay, Baseball's gonna go try to go to mid
King.
lane. Let's
Drift
see.
King.
Would he be a king on Scion Speedway? Here he goes. They're gonna try to stop him. The charge is gonna go through, but he's in trouble now. He is a Skarner, so he's gonna back out now. As they go for the instant hit, but they left Care. Care's still there, guys. As now they're running down Alec. They say you have to pay for what Care had to pay for himself. It'll be the 1-for-1 trade again, and that's been a theme of the game so far.
Looked a little goofy from FPX, but it ends up being fine. Overall, a 1-for-1 trade certainly not bad when the Misfortune has so much gold on the other side. Another kill going over to Shadow. That's 6 for this Pantheon. It's a 1.1k gold lead for him individually in his matchup, but they're not done.
Oh, Awesome actually tanked the turret first, so he had to back off in that initial one. They did end up taking the turret anyways, though, so that'll still be a good boon for them. Unfortunately, though, BLG had taken that first turret, so they won't get targeted for that. They won't get the feats of strength just yet, and we continue to go ever forward in a match where both teams have a lot of importance on this series going into the second round robin. But more importantly now, it's about FPX trying to pull back this gold lead that BLG has accrued for themselves with a lot of comfort that has worked for them in the past.
My worry for FPX as we go further on in this game is it just takes one mistake. Your comp needs so much more execution than BLG's does at this point. The Pantheon Talia can create a lot throughout the map, and they can find these picks pretty consistently, but you get caught by one Impale or a Recon engage, or even just you get jumped on by Zed, it becomes a lot more difficult. So you see Beishuan prioritizing an objective here.
So this is the Thornbound Atacon, gives you that nice explosive damage. Shadow maybe looking for a Grand Starfall, they're not going to go for it. So actually a pretty big objective to just give over to BLG when they are ahead, and especially for FPX when you are that team that we've mentioned time and time again, needs to be in a good position. Giving that over to BLG is going to empower them ever so much, and because of that, they did get the feats of strength as well. So a nice little power boost coming through for Billy.
A little surprised to see FPX not try to contest that. I think this new Atacon is pretty strong. I think the pop that you get as the extra bonus is really valuable. We saw that in the first series for for WE, but I definitely think it's interesting. I understand FPX's reservations of wanting to take a 5v5 right now. I think the more you give over to BLG, the harder this becomes, and the feats of strength going over, and having this extra bonus now just for a bit of extra damage to break through, it's just becoming harder and harder for them to win a fight as we go along.
Oh, awesome. Wants the fight here now as they try to catch out BLG in transition out of that mid lane. Throwing up the suiting logo. I love to see it. A little bit of a throwback across multiple members on these teams. And now we're going to take a look at this dragon setup. It would be second dragon for either side. BLG again, I think they realize that they're in a good position to kind of keep this scaling going for themselves. And FPX going to try to push the tempo and get their second dragon, as it will be seeded by BLG.
Yeah, I don't think BLG minds too much to give over this second dragon. It's really not a priority for them. I think their big priority here, obviously Baron spawning in 2.5 minutes, is going to be establishing pressure on the top side. They're going to do that by trading a tier 1 bot lane for a tier 2 top lane.
Huge.
Certainly not a bad trade for BLG. Shadow's got to start playing, though. As I say that, we get a fight.
Knight's going to get exhausted by Sheer, but Sheer's still going to pop. Knight is going to potentially get... Oh, look at the speed. He's going to flash out. Knight with the moves. 7-3 on his first competitive Zed. And the man is saying, this is my time now. As he's going to get that outplay. Now BLG want to keep going. They want to keep the fight going on the Shadow. He's going to Grand Starfall out. Nobody can stop him. He throws out the emote just for the BM.
Oh my god, Knight, he's styling on him at this point. 7-3-3 on the first ever Zed. Just a disgusting play to be able to 1v1 this Gwen. We're gonna see the full exchange here, but there's some poke going down. I'm interested to see, it's just Knight full engaging, and at this point the Zed is so strong. This is through exhaust. It doesn't even matter, and then the brilliant escape here. This is the problem, just perfectly flashing the Q and being able to get out of there. That's Knight back in form, and that's a scary thought for FPX, but BLG's not even done.
Shadow gonna tank it up for Awesome, but the Impale might just be a little bit more than Shadow expected. Knight gets another kill there as he comes in, trying to look for even more under turret here. BLG, they're vibing as they take that big pick. Now they can look into Shadow's jungle too. Oh, Jway is way overextended. He's going to pop that Unbreakable. Maybe by the time it gets base one flashes out of the seismic shove. Buys so much space for BLG. And now Sheer's going to have to dash over the wall and get away. BLG looking very consistent in a lot of their direction in these fights. The mark of death is back up if NiP wants to take the engage, but they'll just take the scraps that FPX left in the jungle.
This is a completely different team than what we saw against FPX the first time they played this week. They are so much more comfortable now playing the map than they were even earlier, you know, this week, even just a couple of days ago. It's so fun to see. We talked about the vibes kind of being off for BLG. I think it's fair to say the vibes felt a little off at the beginning of the split for them. They're not off anymore. It feels like this team is very, very much in their own bag right now, and we're seeing them push the limits of the map and feel comfortable taking almost any exchange. These exchanges never end, and that favors BLG. Well, it's gonna have to flash.
Sometimes all it takes is a change of environment. And for some reason, that's seemingly a trend for BLG. So I don't know what goes on in the structure, or the organization, things like that, but it just feels like these changes reinvigorate the squad in a lot of ways. And I know even there was a lot of hubbub about, oh, Maokai got fired. The interesting approach is that they are doing something very unique in the fact that they are having one coach focus on game one, another coach focus on game two, and vice versa going through the series to really give themselves a different perspective from the coaching staff side and the kind of drafts they can approach with. And so maybe this is an interesting iteration to see Knight on the Zed, but maybe it's this kind of new iteration of BLG where they're trying to flex their muscles a little bit more, and that invigoration is working out.
It's really cool to see how teams have adapted to Fearless, but we'll be seeing more aggression here. On and Knight are very deep. They're very safe, though.
Knight's fine. I'm a little worried for On.
I think they're going to be all right.
He's
Elk
trying to live his best
here.
Zed life himself. Oh, God, Shadow. He's going to block a ton of it, but now he gets impaled into the fight, and Ben going to cut off the choke point and the bullet time on top of it. Beitwan leading the flag of BLG into FPX as now Knight will just get himself out as it's a pop onto Awesome. Sheer's gonna get one back. Knight's waiting to take down the young FPX top laner, and a double kill comes through. Triple kill, rather, for Elk as BLG go to the Baron.
It's just a disaster for FPX. Again, a fight that looks like it theoretically could be okay. BLG so far forward. You do get the exhaust down on tonight. You're trying to, stifle him as much as possible. It doesn't matter. When you give 10 kills to a Zed, you start to do some damage. That bullet time was gorgeous from Elk. He followed up on that incredibly well. We're going to see it here. I think the original thought is, we got to catch them. We absolutely have to get on them here, because if we don't, we're just going to bleed out. The teleports are going to be coming in here as we get to the back half of the fight. But the moment that this Impale comes down and Shadow gets locked up, it's very difficult here. Jway tries to salvage it by flashing him, but doesn't actually land anything. And you could say from this point onwards, it becomes a little bit more difficult again. Even through the exhaust, that damage is just too much for Awesome. And FPX, in a last-ditch effort, ends up, unfortunately, coming out on the wrong side of that and just really ceding full control to BLG.
And a team like BLG is not one to lose that control. Even if we have seen some fluctuation from them, a lot of the time it's because the game gets way out in front of them. We still see a lot of consistency from BLG, especially since these last couple of games in the last series last night, or 2 nights ago, and then now seeing as well that FPX series earlier and seeing the differences that we end up seeing from this roster, from this team. And it was through a lot of facilitation for Beitwan. I mean, he was early active, and playing between some of the greatest stars the LPL has to offer seems to pay off.
As we see them starting to siege down this tier 2 with that Baron buff. Should be pretty free for them. We see Knight by himself in the mid lane, but there's no collapse possible for FPX. Shadow's going to be looking, but...
He realizes he can't do it because of the Edge of Night.
Oh, and Beitwan is here.
His entire combo is just done. He can't do anything. The Impale will go out. It will miss, though, as the tier 2 tower falls. Nothing for BLG to really play back towards. They still have their big combo available just without the Impale.
We talked about it in Draft Mazel. We said that BLG were going to be pretty scary in terms of how this comp was in the late game. I think they've lived up to that billing. But one thing I'm really going to be watching out for is where exactly do they want to try and find their engages. They were really patient in Game 3 yesterday to be able to take down Weibo. I want to see if that patience extends to this game here. I still think that they can get away with being a bit more aggressive in this one, but Awesome might be the one trying to pull the trigger here.
Yeah, very close there to getting that one going.
No damage. Absolutely no damage coming in from the culling on the Lucian.
What's so crazy, and we have, I mean, it's a 10,000 goldie. BLG are going to be finishing this one out easily, man. We might even see that here as Awesome. It's just dying to the burn, and Knight just comes to finish him off. But this team literally played on a completely different patch. Just their last series, they won that one, and now they come out swinging in the first series for them on this new patch, on the complete change of Summoner's Rift. And they come out with a Zed for Knight and an absolute smashing performance against FPX.
It's just a dominant victory in every aspect. I give credit to FPX. They understood that they had to try to make plays, but when you're going up against the Titans that are BLG, it's hard, and On's going to try and seal the deal here.
And try to get that last thing in. Beitwan doesn't have any mana, but the bullet time has come back up. Not going to be able to finish the game off just yet. The inhib in mid lane will fall, though, and BLG back away with 2 inhibs taken.
Yeah, I think it's delaying the inevitable for FPX here as their base has been broken wide open, but with everybody coming back up, it's the wise decision to back off and, you know, recoup here, but I just want to give a ton of props to BLG, because again, I don't even think FPX like misunderstood the assignment or anything of that nature. I think they understood that Shadow and Care needed to try and find picks. Shadow had a pretty decent early game trying to match Beishwan, but that one fight appropriately for the LPL around that blue buff really ended up going south for them pretty quick. That gave a little bit too much gold over to BLG, and the moment that Knight started to get fed, we saw it in the side lane, we saw it in team fights. There's no way to shut down this Zed. Knight is back in MVP level form, and we're talking about one of the best players in LPL history. But we actually see On here?
No, yeah, On's in a lot of trouble. He's going to try to get out. Does dodge away.
That's
Quickness
bad
is
for
going to help him.
FPX.
Beitwan going for the Impale combo. It's not up for 8 seconds, though, so he's waiting to buy his time. And Knight just finishing the job without it. Says, you can just be my mannequin and stand there and pose for me, as he's going to find even more. Bin cleans up the back half. A triple kill for Gigabin as BLG back-to-back days on different patches. They won last night, and they're looking to go to match point in this series.
Utter dominance. Absolutely brilliant from BLG. They dominate the fight, they dominate the game, and they'll take it here.
Spirit Blossom just seems to work, I guess, for BLG, but Knight's Zed, 11-3 on it. The first competitive Zed we've seen from this guy. And coming out to lead BLG with Beitwan under tow, with those combinations we saw from them. And at this point, I don't know if it's necessarily Beitwan or a symptom of what happens when you get a new jungler. Something's different with this BLG team.
They are playing. They have shown up to play some League of Legends now.
Playing
and
League of Legends, all right.
Oh yeah, I think that they are executing, and that's just, it's what we want to see. We didn't want to see BLG struggle. We don't want to see them at 5-5, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. We want to see this team dominate. They came out here and dominated. Again, I think FPX understood the assignment. They understood what they were supposed to try and do. BLG was so much better in this game in almost every aspect. They really played the map well. I think they understood that their crazy pick of the Zed really needed to get accelerated, and the moment that they were able to get that online, they started taking a ton of fights in close quarters to really enable the equalizer bullet time combo, and everything really just fell into place after that.
Yeah, the ease of execution just makes it easy for a lot of our biggest stars to have great plays. And I have to give a heartfelt shout out to both teams. I know, and I'll probably be saying this for the rest of the night to every team, but these are professional organizations. These are players that play this on a daily basis. They literally just got dropped into a completely new patch. Literally today, when BLG just played yesterday, and I just have to say, like, the prep is definitely difficult for these teams. And I think BLG definitely tried to throw a wrench into the works, and FPX didn't really have an answer for it with that Zed pick in mid against the Talia. And that was a matchup that I really wanted to focus on tonight in combination with the jungle, and especially the new combination between Beitwan and Knight. I think it's a powerful one to move forward, and I want to see them play towards that a little bit more as well.
A lot of comfort coming in from BLG. The Skarner worked yesterday. Why would it not work today? Who cares if it's a new patch? The Impales are going to be effective no matter the situation.
It's still the same ability.
Yes, and I think the thing that worries me for FPX when you talk about the mid-jungle is that they got comfort in game number 1. Pantheon Talia is their most played mid-jungle duo, and they were not able to pick up the win on that. You can see the gold difference over time, the gold graph there just exponentially getting worse over the course of that game, but shockingly, it was actually Elk and Bin to be topping the charts here. Not shockingly for Elk, but definitely expected Bin to be a little bit lower. That's the rumble for you there, but overall, just everything you want to see from BLG.
Bin's rumble deserves its flowers as well. There was once a time, not long ago, where Bin's rumble was not looked at in good light. But after the international performances and being a little bit more consistent on the pick, it's definitely one of his powerhouse picks now. And it was just, again, a really good kind of combo that BLG were going for. Very clear in draft, and the execution followed. And now going into a game 2, you have to expect FPX is going to be on the blue side. They got comfort. I think the biggest thing that maybe went awry that could have changed the game a little bit in their favor was that bot lane setup and the fact that Elk did go up early in the Misfortune matchup, which led them to have a lot more priority in a lot of these fights. So maybe getting something a little bit more consistent for Awesome in that bot lane 2v2 and for Jway.
Yeah, we said it a bit in the pregame here, but hyper carries, I think that they're playable right now, and if you want Awesome to feel a little bit more comfortable down on the bottom side of the map, there are a lot of hyper carries that he has performed well on and played already over the course of this split, whether that be the Jinx. You can even go really crazy for something like Kog'Maw if you really wanted to do that. I know some people are really buying in right now. I'm not saying that I'm buying the stocks, but I know some people are excited, but there are options available. I'm just going to be curious to see what they want to prioritize early in the draft. I would imagine they want to try and take away some of these bigger combos. Something that I think Shadow would feel very comfortable on would be maybe like a Sejuani Yone. Would really expect to see that prioritized, but overall, it's just got to be something you feel like you can tempo with, because the big problem in this game was them losing early on a comp that needed to tempo early, and the moment that they lost that pressure, the Wombos came in and the team fights came in, they couldn't really stand back up after that.
Yeah, they could not. There was no ground to stand on. It had been taken out from under them, and it does come from a place where FPX were a little bit of kind of the underdog in this series. Even with those recent changes to BLG, it's still a stacked roster, and it's still a roster we expect to be able to show up on the day if they are feeling it. And FPX now even more so have their backs against the wall, because they are the ones that beat BLG earlier this week. Just on Monday, they faced off and ended up taking them down 2-1. But it is a different beast tonight, apparently. And the second round robin hit a bit different for FPX.
I think I'm excited to see the adaptations from FPX. They've been pretty good in best of threes in terms of making changes and being able to build upon series. They've had a lot of 2-1 comebacks, and so I'm certainly not counting FPX out. This is a team that has upset the odds multiple times already. They went to 3 games against BLG earlier in the week when they beat them, so definitely not saying that it's over, but they definitely need to kick it into gear now.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of jungle matchup that's going to work out for Shadow to potentially have more of a say in the setup of team fights for FPX as well, because Beitwad is looking good when he does that, and maybe a little bit more presence on the Vi and things along those lines in the second game as well with those bans. But now we got to think about MVP. It has to go tonight. If it doesn't go tonight, I'm going to be really upset. I'm going to be upsetty spaghetti.
I don't think there's even a conversation to be had here. If it's not Knight on Zed, then I don't think we were watching the same game.
Hey, I met that guy.
Hey!
I got to meet 957 when I went to Xi'an. It was really cool. He's so nice. Oh my god, he is so nice. He showed us the entire stadium. It was so cool.
Yeah. Yeah,
no!
Beautiful
right, I'm off. I'm gone. Bye. See ya. Sorry. Nope. Nope. I'm not coming back.
I don't know what to say.
I'm not coming back.
Well, you see what you've done, LPL broadcast? You've broken Mazel. You've broken Mazel.
Nice first to Zed? Come on! Are you kidding me? Whatever. It's fine. Beitwan, he's the hotness. He's the new guy. Whatever. Not biased whatsoever.
The Impales were great. I think some great setups there. You certainly can give them some credit.
No
Entirely
K-Man.
robbed.
Robbed. We're going to break. We'll see you for game number 2, but we'll see fun, hopefully, in game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. That unofficial part's going to be really important for this next statement that I'm going to say. NiP was freaking robbed for his MVP. Give that man the MVP. We're giving the official LPL English MVP of that game, #1 tonight. I'm making the call. I don't know. We don't have anything for it. But anyways, we do have something cool because if you're new here or you haven't been around, you haven't heard. Because MOBA Trainer is something that's really important to us, really important in training yourself for League of Legends, because this new app teaches you with a series of puzzles. So just boot up the program here that we're going to do right now. We're going to work through puzzles every day, which we've been working through as a broadcast. It's been pretty fun to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from the map, you answer the questions, and unlock more features as you go. Let's do one right now. I don't remember which one we're going to do for producer Kai. It is using lane prio. As make sure you get a little bit of top lane shenanigans going. This is going to be Zest on the Jace coming through. K-Man, we got to make a decision. What should Jace do? We're going to take a look, push the wave, or go to Elise.
Yeah, this decision.
Last night.
I think we did, and I believe the answer was push the wave, but it's the same reasoning. Camille is out of lane trying to make a play on the Elise, and we got to punish that. We got to crash this wave.
Yeah, let's go ahead and push the wave. Let's punish. Let's see what it says. Good choice. Let's go. We got top lane knowledge. So we're going to go ahead and see Jace push out this lane and then go ahead and move over as Camille was getting collapsed on. We'll see Camille go into the Baron pit and get engaged on as well. But Jace's next decision coming up. It's flash to help Elise, who just flashed or went over into a 1v2. Or go back to lane and say, good luck, Elise.
Well, you're definitely not flashing over. Camille is going to be right on that blast cone, and so she will be quite safe. So no use wasting the flash there.
Okay, Elise is fine. Luckily, you didn't troll your teammate. Your teammate didn't troll you. It's fine. Zest going forward now, moving up towards this top side. The next decision will be coming up here shortly. Actually, a Requiem coming through from the distant Karthus jungle that Kanavi, by the way, just killed. If you don't know Kanavi, there you go. As we're going to take a look at the last moment here. Take the tower or recall. Which one we got?
Well, Elise is on the objective right now. Camille is down 20 CS, a full half an item. You take this tower. There's nothing Camille can do to stop you from taking this tower.
All right, let's take it. We got the Demolish proc ready to go. Bam! Yep. You have Demolish. Elise's hover. Easy. Let's go ahead and watch this one play out here. As good decisions there, team. We're making progress. We're learning about top lane.
We're learning top lane.
And if you enjoyed that, if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA trainer, designers, and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So start leveling up your game today. We got some good scores there. Good job, K-Man. High five. Let's go. Anyways, we're going to be getting into game number 2 of this series. An important one for both sides. BLG versus FPX. BLG looked like a different beast. Beituan has come in. He's facilitating for the big stars. And just after losing to FPX earlier this week, now BLG are a match point to take them down 2-0.
It's starting to get a little bit scary for FPX heading into this game number 2. One of the things that I think should calm their nerves a little bit, though, is going back onto blue side. I think that's been huge for them, and it's been huge for everybody in the LPL over the course of this year.
You don't
specifically, say. Yeah, you wouldn't think, but specifically for Beituan, who has definitely been a player that's really needed that priority early. It's going to be interesting to see how he adapts as we get into draft here. We start to see some of these early bans. The number one thing I'm watching for is if there's going to be a Yone ban coming in from Billy Gaming. I think that's really going to be a high priority first pick here if they want to leave it up. That or the Sejuani, preferably both if you're FPX. But it's going to be the Varus, Yorick, Sion, and Nico to start here.
We're looking for Shadow's style that he wants. Beituan is absolutely going to go for facilitate. That's what's worked for him since he's joined with BLG. As we get through it, the Poppy is going to be that final ban for FPX. It's joined by the Ahri there for BLG, so taking away maybe that kind of Vi-Ahri combination that could be possible for Shadow and for Carrot. But first pick is important. FPX are on blue side. They got to make it worth it. The Vi is the lock-in.
Yeah, I'm shocked by the Vi being the lock-in here. I thought with Yone up, that would definitely be something that Care would want to prioritize. He's played it a ton over the course of this year, but they want to go for the Vi instead. Why not really let through?
Shadow just gave us the stare, like the wholesome kind stare. That was wild. I love to see that.
You gotta love the emotions running through. these players right
Couldn't
now.
tell if he was like being aggressive, inquisitive, curious. He's being nice. We get the Xin Zhao anyways for Beichuan, so that is the normal meta of the Vi versus the Xin Zhao, but it's also something that didn't necessarily work out for Beichuan the first time around last night.
Yeah, this does feel a bit out of character for BLG. I think they still are, maybe to an extent, limit testing what they feel comfortable with. Obviously, Weibo's a very good team, and so, maybe you didn't get a full idea of what the Xin Zhao could do for you, but it's going to be the Jace as the follow lock. I mean, it's very clear where BLG want to go. We talk about early tempo, early pressure. That's what they're indexing entirely into. The skirmishing potential in the mid game already pretty off the charts for BLG. I imagine more proactive mid laners coming in here for FPX. See what the answer to the Jace on the top side will be. It looks like it's the Mbessa for now.
It's going to be a big comfort pick for Sheer. Definitely loves finding those backline accesses with the public execution. Now I want to see the combination that you're going to grab for this mid jungle. It's going to be the Rise. So still something that we have seen from Care before, but it gives him that mobility out of mid lane once you hit that level 6 mark, and a lot of power in the scaling opportunities.
Yeah, the Rise to me was a no-brainer here. If you're going to pair anything up with the Vi right now in this meta when Talia or Ahri are off the board, I think it has to be the Rise, something that can move around like that. But it's a global match here from BLG with Knight going on to the Galio. He's been really successful on this champ over the course, I believe, of this split and his career. But really excited to see the combat power that BLG are establishing early to try and match the overall map potential that FPX have.
It is the first time he's played at this split, and last split he was really devastating on it as well. It's definitely towards the style of him not being super hyper carry this time around. Although I will give it to him. I mean, Galio can do some devastating things with the builds that you can go with it, but still taking the onus out of him a little bit, maybe a little bit more so towards Ben, but also maybe towards Elk and On as we get into the second phase of bans. It's towards these ADCs, as it's already the Kai'Sa banned by BLG, FPX banned away the Ezreal that Elk just popped off on last night.
Yeah, I expect Jhin to potentially be a ban to come in here as well, just to take away safety options, especially for FPX, who I think really want to try and make a lot of these proactive plays, but even BLG would benefit from taking something like Jhin off the board, but it's going to be the opposite route. We're going the completely different direction here with the Draven as the
Awesome's
ban
Draven is
BLG.
nuts. I'll give him that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about player diff, you definitely don't want to give Awesome what people consider to be his most comfortable champion, but it's actually going to be the Renata, kind of a pseudo-Kalista ban coming in there as the final one. Bit intriguing, but
we're getting a bunch of subtweets. This time around. You had the Ahri ban from the Vi Ahri, get the Renata ban, so the Kalista isn't there. Just go ahead and add them. Gosh, God, get it over with. Lovers Duo may be coming through here for BLG if they can make it to that counter pick, but right now it is the Xayah for Elk.
Yeah, the Rakan was picked by BLG in game
it
one,
was.
So
I'm so
this
stupid.
would just Fearless is it's a lot to track, but this would just be the Xayah. And Elk loves Xayah. Elk's played Xayah forever. This was a comfort pick for them a lot last year. It is very safe, but we were talking about the hyper carries. We were talking about things that could play a little bit more main character late game for Awesome, and it is going to be the Jinx as the lock. And this is an interesting hover. We don't want to talk about it too much.
I like the hyper carry nature of it, and you have that kind of pop off moment if you can get that singular pick, get that excited nature for the Jinx, and you have that tool to do it with the Vi and a lot of follow through with that. So they have a pretty clear composition cut out for them in this game number 2. I think a little bit more easily executable than that game number 1 was for them, even if that game 1 was serious comfort. Now the Nautilus kind of brings everything together too.
And I think this shows some adaptation to the patch itself, because I think this team comp does play towards, I think, the new changes a bit better than their draft in game number 1 did, where I think they were still relying on some of their previous information that they had from some other series. But yeah, Engage Threat, Rel, definitely the best one left on the table coming in for On, and pretty standard comps on both sides. Once again, I do think that we're looking at something that I would consider to be blue side favored. I think you're gonna hear me say that a lot coming out of draft, but I really like the Jinx. I'm gonna kind of call my shot that these hyper carries I think will start to increase in terms of priority and success rate, and I think it's set up pretty well in this game.
I like it, and bot lane focus, especially after Elk was kind of popping off on the Misfortune. Maybe that 2v2 going the other way this time around, but FPX need something. This series is important for them to kind of get a leg up, but BLG, they're looking to keep the streak going. They feel reinvigorated with this new jungler, Beituan, And now they're going to enable him even a little bit more. See if that Xin Zhao, if it was a fluke in that first game yesterday, and see if it can actually bring them a little bit of victory. Again, taking the power a little bit more so out of Knight's hands, even if the Galio is still strong. And that's going to be a decision that maybe they come back to regret, as FPX trying to bounce back from what was a pretty devastating game number 1.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the early game goes down, but a lot of pressure being put onto Awesome in particular to really step up in a moment against some very experienced players. Excited to see that. Like you said, more Beishuan on Xin Zhao. I think Knight playing the Galio, if he can get out on the map and roam, I think it's going to be fun. A lot of fun storylines going into this one. FPX, it's step up or step aside time.
Yep, the rematch from earlier this week where FPX took down BLG 2-1. But now it's a different beast, it's a different animal. It's Beishuan in the jungle, and they look a hell of a lot better. An important one for both teams, but an important one for these junglers to set the pace themselves in this game. Both of them have a lot of skirmish tools. Level 6 unlocks a lot of things for them, but early pathings now that we have this later spotting objective become also more important. Game number 2 of BLG versus FPX kicking off now. We got 2 that time. Let's go. Maybe they're going with maybe you get 1 cheer per game.
And we're ramping up. It's every win they get every subsequent win they get an extra one. So
there you go.
Excited to see that, but I'm very curious to see what the decisions in the early game from Shadow are going to be. Once again, I do think a lot of the early game tempo kind of dictates on whether or not he wants to try to make any plays happen. This time, I don't think he necessarily has the tempo to be able to do that, but you know, I think really the player to highlight coming out of draft is Awesome. It's really going to be on his shoulders here for FPX. As much as the Rise and the M-Bessa can set up a lot of these plays, it's a Jinx comp when you draft around this bot lane, so.
What year are we in right now? Is this 2025? Did we take it timely? Who leashes in 2025? And BLG really taking the concept of being all together as a team, literally. They're going to help out with that bot lane clear, give a little bit of speed to Beishuan. They will lose out on the level 2, but honestly, they might have done so anyways with the way that FPX want to play this 2v2. It is the opposite side starts for both junglers. See where they want to focus off with those first paths.
Yeah, we'll see if BLG want to try to play aggressive here. And
Wei canceled his auto.
Yeah, Wei. Jway definitely needed a little bit more aggressiveness to try and dissuade that, but really not a lot you can do here. This was already a lane that I think was going to be a little tough for Xayah and Rel. I think that's why they probably felt comfortable with the leash, get Beishuan as active as possible, as quickly as possible, but Jinx Nautilus is going to exert a lot of that tempo early. I think it's definitely the part of the map that FPX is going to have the most tempo in as the hook goes wide there.
Oh, playing like a master. That's where this lollipop can be. Xayah feeling pretty safe at this point as well. You'll see now if Shadow can maybe get some timing down here if they want to try to go for an under tower, but against Leona, or against rather Rel, the Series CC coming in as well, very, very difficult. And I don't know if that means that maybe FPX trend elsewhere. The biggest thing is if you have Prio on bot lane, it maybe means Dragon can start going down a little bit earlier for you. Do you think FPX wants to put a little bit of Prio on that?
I certainly would. If I was FPX, I think that that's a fantastic win condition for them. I think playing around these front to backs with a hyper carry, that's the Dragon win con, but see it, hook land. Nice drop.
A little bit of a lollipop to suck on for Elk, but the Blade Collar going to give Jway a little bit of answer right back. On wants to kill, one more auto, mount up and take it. Burst blood for BLG on bot lane.
That is not good for FPX. Shadow going to potentially try and make a play here to pull it back. He's on a ward. They see him here. They know that it's possible.
He has the flash plate. Oh, he didn't go for it.
Though.
He was close. He thought about it. He was like, if it's not going to make it, it's not worth it. So first gank going a little bit awry for FPX. Will be spotted out on that one. Still will be the scuttle trade, but Beishuan will already have gotten the top scuttle and now resetting down towards bot side as his bot lane resetting now as well.
Yeah, ultimately, it's not the worst exchange in the world for FPX, especially with the kill going over to On. Awesome's really not set behind all that much in terms of the way things are going, but one thing to note, we are actually seeing no 4.5-minute lane swap coming in from these bot lanes. We're seeing a trade on the top side instead, so interested to see that that's the adaptation going into Game 2 after we saw kind of the more standard, what we've seen recently, where bot laners kind of head to the top side at that 4.5-minute mark.
This is going to be a little bit memey against two teams who definitely are taking this really seriously, but how much of that is they thought there was going to be an early spawn growth?
Hey, you can't put it past.
You literally just started, like, this is the first day of the patch you get to play. You literally played last night on a completely different map. Like, that's actually wild. I know I'm memeing a little bit. I know they probably know the timer is coming through, but it's really funny.
Honestly, I would kind of believe you with the way that they played game number 1, not only in terms of the lane swap, but they blew all the cooldowns way before Grubs even spawned. It really felt like they just were kind of going on habit there, but definitely more of a patch-specific adaptation coming in game number 2 with these lanes being a bit more normalized. But again, you see that 800 gold lead for BLG in terms of the what we see on the top of the map here, but that's all on Rel. This is a non-existent lead at the moment outside of potentially Bin. Flash for flash in the mid lane.
Right. Looking for the play. They might have taken the flash taunt out, but still trying to pull it off. That's going to be a really big trade, though, ahead of these objectives as well, not having that flash for either mid laner. I will say, though, Sheer starting to fall a little bit behind in this solo lane up here. They are going to be level 6 now, but Bin having Prio, if they do keep it up, will give BLG a little bit of a fighting chance around those Grubs now that they are so important in the fact that there's only one spawn of them. We're looking at bot lane now, though. Shadow looking to be proactive, looking to get something going for Awesome.
That's exactly what we wanted to see, Shadow prioritizing the bot side, and quite frankly, this is what BLG should be doing as well. When Galio has pressure onto Ryze, which he absolutely should in this matchup, and if Bin is going to dominate this top lane like this, then Grubs should be free. This should just be a trade of objectives, I would imagine, from these two teams. I think they're still trying to weigh out the pros and cons of that decision as we, get these new Grubs and the new consequences for giving over Grubs, but it does look like that's going to be potentially a prioritization. But Shadow's here on the top side. I would be nervous about an engage here for FPX.
I'm trying to fight over the Scuttle Crab here. Vi very strong in the early scuffles.
Ryze is first.
Yeah, they do end up having to move over, so that means base spawn will be forced out of this Scuttle Crab take. They are getting closer and closer to that Grub spawn in about a minute. FPX realized that. Wonder how much of a back priority there's going to be for Sheer in this top lane, who is lacking a lot of health, but just surrounding out this top side of the map as they leave Awesome in bot side to try to get some farm going.
I think this is perfectly fine for FPX here. Oh, Sheer.
Oh, it's the
Shadow's here.
The bait of a lifetime. In his 200th game,
no.
Shadow sets Sheer up for success. They take him down. They burn Knight's ultimate, and Sheer will make it out alive. Oh, they might find the
here
play
now
back.
as well.
Let's look at Shadow, try to get the re-engage there. They're going to try to collapse over. Sheer sticking around. On is coming out of the bush there to get into the wave. That setup now, maybe a little bit offset before these Grubs spawn in about 15 seconds. Back coming through from Sheer to redeploy.
I would say great bait by Shadow, but honestly, Bin needed to be a lot more careful around that timer. Again, I think there's new patch. Death push incoming.
They're there. Level 5 is not nearly enough to burn. Maybe not enough after the shield coming through, so On gonna stay alive with a smidgen of health. The Grubs have already been spotted by Beishuan, as now Shadow coming around the corner here. Shock Blast gonna miss. First Grub going the way of BLG. Now they go into the fight. Sheer coming over. Mega Death Rocket's gonna hit on the Knight. They do have the fight on the Shadow. Shadow's going down now. Beishuan's still alive. The Blade Caller not gonna get the CC chain onto Dwayne, but the flash, the Feather Storm, and BLG, they just cut down FPX. The wings have been clipped, and that's gonna be all 3 Grubs going to Billy.
How could they play it that poor? How can they walk up to a situation they have no support really to affect that play in any way? Sorry, I'm flabbergasted. I have no words for that play. It really felt like that should have been an FPX fight win, but it's just played better by BLG. I want to give a ton of credit to Elk in that fight. Not only the ultimate, the flash to really secure that, but a lot of the damage he was able to output throughout a lot of that fight been here. But we're going to see the start of this. FPX have full priority here. You see the roam coming up from Elk, but he should be zoned almost entirely out of this. It's a nice rocket coming in, but Han has no health. Elk's on the back line. It's just over before it even starts. It just feels completely disconnected from FPX. Sheer doesn't even really make his way to the fight until it's over. Not a good call from FPX, and it really cost them a big part of their lead that they had been able to generate. With Dragon still up, we'll see if they maybe want to try and trade that objective like they probably wanted to all along.
And some of the pieces really coming together strongly. A lot of focus on that mid-jungle duo. Obviously, a really good step up from Elk there in that situation, but this front line is really being difficult for FPX to deal with. They won't look for the early Dragon here. Dragon will still be standing by the wayside about 10 minutes in. But you have to think now with the 3 grubs, a BLG siege will be very potent and hard to deal with for FPX as well. They're still looking to scale. Again, we talked about the strengths of FPX and what their comp does well.
Yeah, that's the benefit that FPX has this game that they didn't have in game number 1, is that they do have the scaling in this one. And I think that does give them at least a little bit of confidence to potentially try and take some of these fights even if they don't go perfectly. Since sheer trading on the top side. But I do think as we look throughout what the rest of this mid-game is going to look like, we're going to see some proactivity here.
All right, let's see if he gets the lollipop, the depth charge. The turret is there to block him off. Sheer goes under turret. Ben getting the outplay. Care almost goes down. It will be Ben's life traded its way now, tanking the turret as Knight gets the cleanup kill. And it looks like we're going back to game 1. It's a 1-for-1. Let's see a little bit more going on to Care. Mega Death Rocket! Awesome! He steals the dragon. That's 11 minutes in. It is an absolute fiesta here. And Care's going to try to get himself out. Now Elk is fighting in mid lane. Care, he's about to go down. Gets the slam in by Knight, who's picking up kills left and right.
It's chaos everywhere on the map, Mazel. It's just fight after fight after fight. A lot to digest in terms of how that play ended up going down. I think that's a huge positive overall for BLG. Knight is now really online. We see the CS lead that Knight's been able to generate individually with Care trying to be proactive, but now with 2 kills on his side, he has all of a sudden become somebody that's going to be very difficult to break through. And you're just getting further and further away from the win condition if you're FPX here. Awesome not having that same kind of pressure. It's a 1.5k gold lead now, but looking forward to what the plays are going to look like. Is it another death push here for FPX?
Oh, they find the combo. The trap draw is not going to get him, though. On the other side, just a tiny bit out of range of the CC chain from FPX. They're going to keep looking. They're going to keep going. They're going to ward out this topside jungle against BLG. Now Care's getting all in by Ben. Ben said, I'm tired of being on the sideline. I want to fight. As now Sheer getting caught out himself. Top lane, though, and Ben, the one to initiate the fight. Sheer engaged on in topside. A little bit of a different stake between the top laners right now, but FPX looking to answer in kind against BLG's 3-man up here above the Baron pit.
They're just
going
so far
for the engage.
forward.
Now it's a 4v3, still favored for the side of FPX, but now the TP coming in. Big combo from the Magnet Storm. Knight tanking up a Storm. Sheer gets the pick-off kill. The Shock Blast is enough to help get a little bit of damage back. And now Baitwan looking to pick up the Slack, looking to pick up everything. Care is still here, but FPX, they're losing health. So Awesome is going to cleanse, but the Feather Storm sweeps him up and takes him down. BLG extend their lead to over 2,000, and that lead is about to bloom just like the blossoms on the rift.
BLG continue to take advantage of what FPX deems to be a good situation. On is very far forward, posturing as if he's got his full team behind him. He doesn't, but he understands that he has enough time to buy that Elk can make his way up from the mid lane and really be able to impact that fight. FPX, to their credit, wanted to try and burst that down, but they just don't have the priority. They're playing this like a pick comp. They're playing it like they have Vi Ahri, but the Ryze, you gotta play around it just a little bit differently, and unfortunately for FPX, they're going to fall behind because of it. Lucky for them, no objective to take off of that fight, which is really what salvages it. But as you can see, they think they have something here because there's no Xayah, and she's going to be making her way up. The teleport has to come in, but we see they just don't have enough damage, and Shadow dies instantly in this fight.
Actually so tight-knit at the beginning of this, but then things start to boil down. As soon as Elk and Ben have an angle here, Elk is a menace. He's just completely targeting Awesome knows that he can get him down. And I love the Feather Storm as the little bit of flair on the back end of it. And now this lead is about 3,000 up for BLG, maybe looking to make it more. As Elk in a 1v3 now too, almost kills him. Mega Death Rocket going to be flashed out of, as On also made it out of that fight in the end. Shadow almost loses his life for it. Care was in the top side, but needs to back because the siege could come through from BLG. You have to remember, you cannot let them just pick apart these side lanes. They have 3 grubs.
Yeah, and they're going to utilize it. They're on this bot lane tier 2. They've got Knight here. Sheer is in a very dangerous spot, but it's going to be Jway potentially trying to protect here. Shadow almost dying in a 1v3 to Elk. Elk is playing out of his mind this game so far on the Xayah. We talked about it being a comfort champion. He is showcasing that right now. We talked about Awesome really needing to be the main character for FPX, the one where all the resources were gathered for. Elk is really showing out as the AD carry to watch here, and with Rift Herald spawning now in 3 seconds, Shadow in the area. We're going to see if FPX want to try and prioritize this. Ryze is making his way to the top side, but, you know, I just think it's dangerous. It's risky to try and go for it so quickly. See the pings coming down mid lane.
Game 1 was a game for Knight. Game 2 is a game for the boys. Elk is putting in the work here on the Xayah. Even if not as flashy, can still have a lot of personalization the way you utilize it. And now we have a couple objective decisions coming up. Rift Herald soon to be started by BLG as I speak about it. But Dragon is coming up on the other side. FPX could go up to 2 Dragons, but there's already a collapse here by FPX. Maybe not going for that counter trade just yet.
Yeah, it's just really hard to imagine FPX feel comfortable enough to make a play like that. Here's going to continue pushing it on the bot side, but they are just going to go for that dragon trade. This is, in my opinion, the correct thing to do. Just start stacking those dragons. That can be your win condition. If you're going to get to 3 especially, that can really force BLG to make a decision, but it's going to be the Rift Herald dropped mid.
Standing gold still on the table here. They got feats already with that first turret. Now they're looking to knock down even more. Another charge coming through, and this time they're going to go into a tier 2 turret. Get a massive amount of damage, but the flank is coming. They decide to turn. They go onto Awesome. Awesome is down. On is the one that claims the kill. Now TP coming in as well from NiP to join the fight. There's Care getting out with his flash. Another turret falls. A third charge. No way. 55 health. He's going towards top side. No way. He gets it. A third charge for BLG's new jungle rather in the top lane. And that's the play from Elk to try to get the kill back, but Care ends up picking off On. Now Shadow on a flank, on the deep angle here with Sheer. They're going to try to take the fight from BLG, though. Care in a lot of trouble. There's the Dreads line coming in. BLG looking to go fight Night City here as it's immediately the cease and desist with the combos. This is FPX's combo they drafted for, and they end up finding the pick on the Elk. Now Bechuan has to run away, get a smite hit to get a little bit of that distance broken, but the flash play from Shadow, he wants him. The Hex Gates as well, and here comes FPX to punish Bechuan for what he has done, as he might be getting out still. Wind becomes lightning, and On stutter stepping. Oh, that's BM.
What an exchange. And BLG overextending the most they possibly can, given the resources that they have, feeling themselves just a tad bit too much. On ends up basically full engaging at like a quarter health as his jungler rides the Rift Herald top lane, and it ends up being a bit of a negative play overall, but still such a lead for BLG after that play that I think you can excuse them a little bit. You're still looking overall at a good game situation, but we're going to see the replay here On at half health here as he's just posturing so aggressively.
It's a little bit of an interesting angle, that's for sure. But
it's a nice play from Shadow to flank here, and I like the aggressiveness.
I like the angles here as well from FPX. I think it was really crucial here. Obviously, it went a little bit south for Elk. The follow through, though, man. Schwab getting away, and the fact that On steps up to stutter step when he had nothing to do with that last chase, and just trying to mental diff FPX there. But now we are on second items for some members on the rip, but we're getting closer to that for majority, and seeing if that scaling is really going to be the answer for FPX once they get to those 3 items as well.
Yeah, I usually don't like saying this about teams in the LPL, but I think FPX just kind of needs to take it easy for a little while and just survive. I say that as they try to make a proactive play on the bot side, forcing Knight's flash.
Get the TP coming out as well from Care. Trying to take down the turret, but the wave has been cleared there now. BLG going to try to play towards top and mid. There's a lot of bodies from FPX still on the bot side of the map. The reset's going to come through from Shadow. Knight going to try to take the engage because they know they have the long angle here. And maybe they still collapse on a sheer on, realizing, yeah, maybe they need to just go for Zwei. Zwei does get out with a nice dredge line from there. Nothing else coming of it. Dragon still not for another minute and 40 seconds. Atacon will be coming up in about 30 seconds. That'll be on the top side of the map, though, if BLG want to readapt focus. Still 4,000 gold in the lead for Billy Gaming.
Topside, Otacon definitely makes it a little bit more interesting in terms of the trades. BLG can take whatever objective they really want right now, but allowing that dragon stacking could get a bit dangerous. But with how strong this new Otacon is especially, I really do think it becomes a bit more of an interesting decision. I'm going to be very curious to see where BLG want to put that priority. I think it's pretty easy for me to say that they should just go and win a fight around Dragon and really take away every bit that FPX have, and it does look like that could potentially be an option, but it's actually going to be the pathing to the top side here. I would imagine that overall it could just be a happy little trade if they want to take it, but still a game state that BLG are going to be pretty happy about.
Indeed. They have real control over this map, which once they've gotten a lot of the time, even in the fluctuations we've seen from the roster, they still do have a lot of good levels of win percentages when they have a lot of control on the map. But now they have that big gold lead for themselves, working through it. Dragon coming up in about 30 seconds. Would be nice for them to try to utilize this advantage to stop some of that stacking of that Dragon by FPX, but the Atacon just going to be burned down with no real response yet from FPX. They are running. They are sprinting. TP coming in from Sheer, but it's late as hell. And now they already take the Atacon. You have to think that FPX just have to back away. They're about to get engaged on. Dway's going to have to find an exit here as On's looking to stream forward. Care going forward. He just got his ROA popped now too. Big heroic entrance to reset the fight. Its Shadow's gone down too. FPX are falling apart. They're falling asleep. And now that's going to be everybody falling down. A double kill for Knights. Galio, as FPX are now pinned against the wall, pinned against their base, and Dragon, as well as mid lane, should go the way of BLG.
It's just complete indecision from FPX. It looks like the call is, okay, they're taking Otacon, we have Dragon spawning in 15 seconds, let's get vision priority, let's establish everything we need around this. But no, after they've already gotten Otacon to half health, they're like, actually, maybe we should try and contest this. You have your top laner teleport in, it's gone. You can't fight 5v5, especially not when you're the first team at an objective. Just a lack of decision-making coming in from FPX. It's just a really concerning trait, but BLG taking advantage to get an even bigger lead, and especially with all that gold going to Galio, that makes it even more difficult to burst through that front line. And I think at this point, you're looking at FPX very much being on the back foot. Even their scaling win condition becomes more difficult now that BLG has taken that third drink.
And again, it's so funny because you literally get results-based analysis for this series if BLG are to win this one. Losing that series against FPX 2-1 earlier this week, that was the backbreaker. That was what signified the changes. That's what led to Beishuan being picked up by BLG. I'll stick to the word reinvigorated because this team is just active. They are bloodthirsty. They're looking for things. They're being proactive. And it feels like that's not the BLG we've seen in recent memory. And it just feels damn good to see the likes of Knight, the likes of Bin, the likes of Elk actually having pop-up performances once again. Maybe it is a new era for BLG.
BLG are such a fun team to watch when they're playing well. They are so good at so many areas of the game that they just create these gigantic mismatches, and that's what we're seeing here with FPX. This is a team that's been relatively strong in terms of their, early and mid-game plays throughout the entirety of the Group Ascend phase here in the LPL. BLG are just taking full advantage of their mistakes, and FPX feel pressured to try to make these decisions on the back foot, and they're making gigantic mistakes in that regard, and you can really give BLG a lot of credit for forcing those. It's going to be about where they put that tempo now, though, and it could be on Jue once again.
And I love it because it just feels like Beishuan is feeling himself. He's against the organization that brought him up through the LPL, the prodigy of FPX, but now he's locked out and taken down by FPX as BLG looking to try to take the fight there. That's the ultimate caster curse in the middle of a team fight, and now FPX going to use that caster curse to try to take down BLG. Multi-chain CC onto Elk, and now Awesome is excited. He's trying to find the pick onto On, but they do end up finding Bin too. That'll be 4-0 in favor of FPX.
This might not be over. On gets the stun off, but he could have been in real danger there for the ace. We were hyping up Beishwan. That is the exact caster curse that you were talking about, where it's diving in onto a Nautilus, trying to put down a ton of damage, and then flashing into 4 members.
They're laughing.
With that Xin Zhao just to instantly get CC'd. It's certainly an interesting decision from Beishwan, but it's a pretty big fight overall for FPX. We see in the replay here just an overreach. No other way to put this. It's greed at its finest. And you'll see Beishwan going in, trying to get on top of the Rise and flashing it with no health. Just gets locked down immediately. Knight, his ultimate doesn't really affect the fight in the same way that it normally has, and that doesn't leave the space open for Elk to be able to pre-hit on the backline. It's a great ult from Sheer to be able to clean it up, but definitely an overreach there from BLG, yeah. Well,
really good combinations.
Oh, as we see On go down now.
Oh, well, FPX take it up, and now maybe the third item is going to be coming through here after this fight, but BLG, they're on the back foot of this one. Baron down about half health now. Sheer still full health there. FPX, they might just turn the tides here. They're down about 1,000 gold now. Things are looking better for them. Crescent Guard Beishwan, he's getting CC'd. He's getting taken down. He's in there, but they do end up finding Sheer. Now they can reset. Into the pit they go. 50-50 for the Baron. Beishwan, he can't get in. Baron secured. Now they go for the fight. Awesome, the focus on the side by Knight, but they're taking the fight in the pit. Bin is smashing them with the hammer as Awesome takes down Elk. Now looking for the pop, but Bin sits him down. A double kill for Giga Bin. It will be a reset for Care that makes it through, and he does have the Baron buff secured by FPX.
A very chaotic fight there for both of those teams. A lot going on, and I'd love to see a replay in terms of what happened to Elk on the back end, because there was just not a ton of damage coming out, but BLG end up really kind of capitalizing on FPX overreaching. That being said, Baron went over to the side of FPX, and yes, it's only on Rise, but Rise is a pretty good champion to have the Baron buff on. This gold lead is completely neutralized. It's 1k at this point, and we'll see the replay here. This is actually On getting caught out before the fight. So
yeah, this is what we saw in the picture-in-picture.
He's just by himself here. Shadow's able to jump over the wall, and he's able to lock him down. Too much CC. You can't be too greedy as the Rel. The Jinx Rocket comes in, and it's enough. I wonder if the call here should have just been to stick onto this Baron and burst it down. Felt like you could have kept Beishwan out of the pit the same way that you did, but they turned to try and fight here, and because of that, it ends up just being a little bit too much. Sheer goes way too low, way too early. We're already back into picture-in-picture as we see the rest of this replay here. It's a nice hook by Jway to keep him out of the fight. Shadow tries to get onto the Xin Zhao, but from that point onwards, Bin is doing so much damage that it becomes very difficult.
This Jace is really paying off, and Bin starting to pick up a little bit more here as Dragon already down about half health. BLG trying to reposition over onto this north side of the fight. Shadow first Beishwan for another 50-50, and Dragon goes away. Beishwan now the engage with the heroic entrance. On missing a little bit, but does end up getting that forward aggression. Sheer now waiting for the pickoff, waiting for the public execution. Jway goes in. Now it's BLG trying to fight tooth and nail here, but they've already lost Knight. That front line is gone. Outforced to burn the Featherstorm. Gets locked down, gets taken down, and Awesome gonna go with that double kill for the Excited as they find the Realm Warp into the fight as well. No Baron, no objective to take, but FPX take a bite out of BLG.
The scaling has come online, Mazel. We talked about this team having so much potential in the 5v5. If they could just get there, if they could just survive long enough, this gold is equalized. And now we're at a point where FPX are not only, even with BLG, they might be ahead in terms of these expectations. You get the smite down on the Dragon for BLG, which is pretty big in this instance, but as we can see, On able to go in, but there's just no follow-up. Bin's not there to be able to fully capitalize as we see picture-in-picture.
Okay, he's gonna flash, gets the flash out. Bin gonna go down. He does get the trade kill, 1 for 1. Now Beishwan gonna get the TP coming in. This game is insane. We will not stop fighting, says BLG as Sheer trying to run away. Knight has joined. The taunt gonna be there. Now Hex Gate's also there. Taunt connects. Wind becomes lightning. Mega Death Rocket. Is it enough? Sheer goes down. It was so damn close, and now Awesome has overextended, and BLG will punish heavily as Care comes in. Going to try to take down onto Bates 1. Now On, maybe sacrificing himself. Dway coming over to lock down Bates 1. BLG have been caught overextended, and Care will scoop up 2 more kills.
Ends up being a 2 for 3 in favor of BLG in that exchange, but it's just constant. It's action after action after action. It's just no time to rest, and you love to see it from these two teams, both playing as if their life depends on it. It's getting crazy out there, Mazel. It is really starting to get a little bit fun. And I was just in the process of saying that you would think that this game state would favor FPX, but BLG staying aggressive. Man, on vision here, they look like they found a pick, but they just underestimate the Jace damage. Great flash.
It's a really good flash, but yeah, the follow-through from Shadow. But it does a very overextended fight from BLG. I do like the initiative, but the collapse from FPX is coming all along. Look, like Dway walked all the way from Baron Pit, by the way.
Well, when you've got time on your hands, you can afford to do that. Knight is at least able to get out. I believe he's got quite a bit of gold on him, but On was supposed to be the sacrifice here. Beishuan just sticking around for fun. I imagine
for fun.
He had the potential to, Knight was able to walk out. I would imagine that the Xin Zhao would have a similar opportunity there, but that being said, like, look at the gold differences individually on the bottom of your screen here.
Yeah.
The one you really got to highlight is Care on this Rise. He's 6-2 and 7. He's up 50 CS here, 266 CS, and this Rise is starting to become quite a bit of a problem. We talked about the late game scaling because of the Jinx, but Jinx plus Rise is, oh my god.
Shout out to Kai, our producer. 80% game 3 rate when Kai is producing. You love to hear it. I also cast a curse the hell out of this series in our prod chat too, so just know that we're scheming to make sure people are delivered 3-game series. All right, that's all I'm saying. We love to give you what you want here at LPL English. As I get yelled at by Kai saying no, we are not. Okay, but Care wants a 3-game series as he's looking like you were talking about as a premier member here, but has been the premier member for FPX all this time. It feels like in the recent iterations, as now Dway gonna have to burn his flash away from BLG. And maybe a collapse from FPX. 3rd, 4th items now coming through, but BLG counts before they can even answer. Shadow is gone. Now they take the fight. Awesome, trying to get the resets, but he can't do it. On is out alive, but now Awesome is down. BLG out of nowhere. They make something out of nothing, and they just take down every piece that matters of FPX. My God, the revenge is sweet, and even through the missteps, Care's being ran down by Billy.
Just an overreach from Billy that's never going to be able to be punished because Sheer is not teleporting. It's a 4v5 the entire time. The Ambessa is never involved in the exchange. Sheer ends up teleporting way too late. It's really a 3v5 after Dway gets caught at the start, and that's a brilliant pick for BLG. It completely turns the game back into their favor. Baron is theirs, and all of a sudden the game state that we said FPX, how could they lose a front-to-back 5v5? They throw it again now. It's just the pendulum swinging back and forth again.
The throw snatched out of the jaws of victory by FPX. It was looking so good, trending their way. And BLG just pounced before they can even think about their positioning in their side of the jungle, in their blue side. And losing Shadow changes the direction that this team comp can really take. You're absolutely looking for that 100-0 CC chain with the cease and desist to get things rolling for FPX's team fights. And BLG, they just make the call. They take the dragon. That's 3rd Hextech Dragon for them in a row. And now back to that premier dominance as they are almost 2,000 gold up here, 32, almost 33 minutes in.
Yeah, great shout, Mazel. I love highlighting that this is 3 Hex Dragons for BLG, and that it wouldn't just be Hex Soul, it would be 4 Hex Drakes for them if they were to grab that 4th Dragon for themselves. It is now an FPX who is on a timer, which we never thought we would say, but it's the push coming down into the bot side. This tier 2 in the bot lane is gone.
Okay, the play. Come down. Knight caught. It's on to Knight. He goes golden, buying so much time. On is here, but just has to watch his buddy fall as FPX moving down towards mid. They want to try to use this excited nature of Awesome as he takes down the turrets to push BLG. And now BLG are frantically trying to back. That does mean that FPX will pull off of that advantage. They do get the outer tower down, so the defense will not be there for BLG to play off of.
definitely an interesting call. I thought BLG would be a little bit more aggressive, and if they were going to be on the bottom side of the map, it's clear that they were okay with NiP being a little bit more exposed, and, you know, FPX wanted to play aggressive, but they didn't even push for the bot inhib tower, which I thought would be the goal there. And at the end of the day, it's just NiP losing his Baron. You don't lose too much here, except for mid-tier 1, which you're okay with, but NiP, again, just too far forward. It's a proactive play from FPX as we see him get caught out here, but both of these teams kind of hanging on a knife's edge, and that was definitely a good example of that.
And now we're on 4th items coming through for everybody, just about, at least the carries. Getting closer and closer to 5th items, full builds as well. NiP very close to his too. Deciding Dragon in about 3 minutes. TP preemptively from BLG towards bot side. They're bringing all 5 bodies down here. TP in defense, coming through from Care. The reset from Shadow, but they're a little bit behind the ball.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of minion wave here, though. They do only have the cannon, but Baron buff still up for 20 seconds. Another wave is coming in. BLG trying to crack open another inhib turret.
Shadow is still not back. He is just making his way to the fight now, and
It's
that tower
down.
is gone. It's just way too late.
Engage.
Engage now.
Dwight's just gone. Elk obliterates him. As now Beituan, the focus on the side, still going forward, popping the crescent guard, buying some space, buying some time. The inhib has fallen as well. Beituan will give his life. They get some lasting damage into that bot lane now, but BLG need to escape. Sheer and FPX trying to follow through. Looks like they will back away. Still, though, the inhib going down. Now BLG can play around that. Shadow actually looking for a long angle here.
Behind
Sees
them.
the counter engage from BLG. They just go straight on to Care. Now Ben getting low. Heroic entrance in, but he dies to Care. And now Awesome is getting excited. And FPX fans everywhere starting to scream as they wipe BLG. On will be the only one left.
What is happening in this game, Mizel? It's just fight after fight. It's throw after throw. BLG presumably back off because they're scared of the fight, but On's not even safe here. Shadow. Oh. That's the ace from FPX. What is happening? BLG clearly scared of the 5v5. There's no other reason to back off after you end up bursting down Jway, but they end up opting into it anyways. They end up re-engaging because they're scared of Shadow on the flank, but the moment that Awesome gets excited, that fight is over, and now they're base.
Oh, Beituan's in trouble. He's under turret, but that turret is not going to save him. He goes into the fight, and now he gives the excited set to Awesome, who now, they're just going to win the game. FPX are just going to win the game. They're going to bring us to 3 games. This scaling out of nowhere.
It's over.
FPX turn it on its head. BLG, they dropped the ball, and we talked about grabbing it out of the jaws of victory. Well, FPX leaving up the series.
What did we just watch, Mizel? What kind of game did we just experience in game number 2? I cannot believe what we have just seen. I'm decompressing right now as we just saw play after play, both teams looking indecisive, and unfortunately, it really cost BLG.
I think Kai, our producer, might kill me. I think I might have to sign off here. Great drawing from our wonderful mods. What a game of all time, man. We were so close to the most kills in the game there. We got to like 54, 55 or something along those lines. It was absolute insanity. And Beituan Sinzao is still 0% win rate with BLG. So,
watch out, Mizel.
oh my god.
Watch out.
Yeah, you know. I mean, honestly, might not be sleeping tonight. So we might be in here for the long haul. As, my goodness, FPX, a stunning victory. BLG at so many times were ahead, unable to do it. Some big missteps from Beituan across the table in that series, or at least in that game, not in that series. And FPX pull a little bit of miracle out of the hat. That's some fun stuff right there.
Is it fair to say that the Beituan Xinjiao experiment has not gone well so far? Are we allowed to really start that narrative for BLG?
Oh my gosh.
We saw some interesting, that's the word I've started using, interesting plays from him in the jungle, but both of these teams had leads throughout this game that they ended up throwing. FPX felt like they were on the comeback until, Sheer forgot to teleport into a fight, and they ended up, taking a 3v5 that they got blasted in and gave over Baron. But, BLG, the real question mark to me was, you just got to understand what you want to do. What's the decision?
Yeah.
You got to be decisive on the bot side of the map. Giving up NiP for free and not pushing for inhibitor turret, and then, killing Jway and not going any further, backing off and allowing FPX to regroup and flank you. It's that indecisiveness that really cost them.
Yeah. And in a lot of those situations, honestly, we could see a little bit on both sides. That's a gold graph of all time, man. That is pure, quantifiable LPL gold graph for you, delivered hot and fresh by FPX and BLG in game number 2. Awesome, picking up where he needed to. 0 objectives except for that one Baron over a couple dragons. And still an FPX win where they weathered the storm. They knew their win condition. We said going into draft they had a lot easier conditions to play around, and it made it pretty simple once they started getting in those really, really hot and heavy fights.
Hey, I'm not going to brag too much after just one game, but the hyper carries are looking good. The Jinx definitely looked pretty strong if you can delay the game pretty heavily. I think credit to FPX for really keeping their head on their shoulders. I think a lot of teams would have gotten a little bit nervous after having the lead and kind of throwing it away. They understood. They weren't out of that game. They could always win a 5v5 in the right situation. They kept playing aggressive, and they came back. They did everything they needed to do here, and they set up their carry to be the most successful in the game. This might be the longest. I mean, we're starting so far into all these fights because there are so many clips. There's so much fighting. Again, we had like 52 plus kills. That's the last number I remember. I know there was one more fight after that, but I'm going to go off what I remember, which is just absolutely insane for both these teams. It was constant chaos, constant fighting. Moments like this, these are the kinds of things that maybe BLG could have been on a little bit more stable ground if they didn't have things fall out like this. But really good direction from FPX. They had a very big target on Elk every single time, getting the kind of cease and desist public execution combo on him. And the follow-through damage was always there. Yeah, I think what I was impressed by is something I highlighted in-game, where they really needed to slow the pace of the game down. When they were pushing the tempo and trying to take a lot of these fights, that's when things were going a little bit sour for FPX. The moment they let the game come to them and let that Jinx just play front to back and, force BLG to overextend, because they're going to do it. It's BLG. They're going to eventually go a little too far forward. That's when they started to feel a lot more comfortable, and that's when Awesome especially started to take over. But just understanding, I think, is a great way to put it, and executing on the win condition as well. Just wondering now, who gets MVP for FPX? That's a tough one. Beichuan, their old jungler? Yeah, I think he's allowed. I think he's allowed in this game. Yeah. I think actually Awesome deserves a lot. Even though maybe he didn't have the brightest scoreline as the Jinx, the fights a lot of the time ended up getting holistically won because of his strength and a lot of utilization of the attack speed you get from the excited passive. But I don't know. I mean, you had a lot of really good setups there from Shadow too, so it's tough. Yeah, I think Care is also within the conversation. Just for the large lead that he was able to generate himself. He really kept FPX in the mid game. I think things would have gotten really out of control if he had not been as strong as he was. He dissuaded a lot of plays, but you're right. I think that there are a lot of good options. I think any of the main real, facilitators here for FPX, whether that be the Rise to kind of get them into the mid game, the Vi to set things up, or the Jinx to take advantage of it, they all would make sense here. Yeah, I think a lot of choices to make, even though maybe the choices from game 1 are still holding in my head. Something tells me you won't be quite as mad. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be as mad for game 2. So probably not. I hope. I hope not. Hey, with everything that's going on, 8 of 8 jungle votes with Knight's first. Anyway, I'm not going to crash out. It's fine. Goose Rabba. It's fine. We're going to see who gets the MVP for the second game, as FPX have taken BLG the distance now. We've seen this before just earlier this week. FPX beat BLG 2-1, but that was when Wei was on the roster. We thought maybe Beichuan, after that clean performance last night, could be the difference maker coming through, but it seems like still finding some of those issues that BLG had been battling throughout this entire split number 2 so far. As we get Shadow as the MVP, the setup king, and the Vi will get his 7th MVP of the split so far. totally understandable to give it to the Vi. Those flanks, in particular, in the back half of the game were absolutely
Yeah, for
ginormous.
sure.
Really cut off a lot of what BLG wanted to do. It's clear that they didn't feel comfortable fighting 5v5. Shadow forced a lot of those 5v5s, and so you definitely feel comfortable with that. But I do think this was a team effort for FPX. I think if any one of their players had been significantly worse than everybody else on the Rift, it would have been a lot more difficult. And so I want to give a lot of praise to all 5 members. I'm a little concerned for them now going back to red side, especially because Xin Zhao is off the board, which means Beishuan can't play it. So you might not be able to take advantage of that, but definitely going to be interesting to see where the adaptations end up coming in.
Indeed, as that is the culmination of game number 2 of our second best of 3. We still got a whole another best of 3 after this, but this one's living up to the hype. PLG versus FPX, game number 3 after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man, and we go the distance with our second series of the day. Still another series after this one, and a banger to boot, but this one paying off big in the rematch of FPX versus BLG, with FPX taking us the distance now and getting themselves to Game 3 in Game 2.
We have definitely seen a lot of League of Legends today, Mazel. We have seen some interesting
Of all
gameplay.
time, some would say.
Yeah, of all, yes. I think there's a lot to learn from game number 2 for both of these teams, and I think we will see some adaptations. Obviously, not only because of Fearless and the side swap, presumably, but mostly because I think these teams are starting to understand where to fall in line with this new patch a little bit more. Yeah. I think we saw already the adaptation from game 1 to game 2. We saw a little bit of a slower early game coming in from both of these teams. Could benefit more of those scaling comps, as we saw with FPX playing around that Jinx. And I'm interested to see if we see more in that direction, or maybe less if these teams feel more pressured.
I think I'll probably intro every time to remind people these teams were literally thrown into the blender with this new patch, and just having to play, like, literally BLG played last night on the old patch, now playing today on the new patch. And to give them the benefit of the doubt, right, they came out smashing in game number 1 with Knight's Zed coming through in mid lane, but now definitely looked a little bit lackluster. Beituan's entrance into the team after that change up and after that loss against FPX earlier in the week, it doesn't seem to have that consistency just yet, but the consistent factor was losing on Xin Zhao. So now he doesn't have to worry about that as we go into game number 3 with BLG on blue side. They're going to be banning away the Varus and the Sion so far. It'll be that Nico and the Kalista banned by FPX on red side.
So still targeting playmakers for this bot lane. Very interesting in my opinion. It's the Nefiri ban on blue side here for BLG. That is very interesting because Beituan's actually played quite a bit of that this year. So clearly they feel at least okay being able to move in that
they're
direction.
saying, no, let's go back to what works. Let's go back to giving Knight something that actually gives him some carry potential. I love you, Knight. I love the Galio. It didn't work. And now the Sejuani, first pick coming in for Beituan. He has been put back onto facilitation duty, and he'll be playing to the stars of BLG.
Yeah, I said it there. My first thought was Yone, but Sejuani accomplishes something very similar. You're going to hope to be able to pair those up, but they clearly prioritize the Sedge a little bit more. They want that consistent piece coming out of the jungle, and it's going to be the Yorick as the answer for Sheer.
It was banned last time around.
Yeah.
I love the shadow hover of the Zed.
Yeah, just a little
Give it a shout out tonight. But the Yorick has been banned before, as the Wukong also going to join it. Very strong top 2 now as well, coming through for FPX early.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a new map decision. Wukong was very much playable and strong, I think, on the previous map and the previous patch, but I think Wukong might even see an uptick in play rate with a lot of these skirmishes becoming a little bit more, preordained in terms of when they're going to happen. A lot of those timers becoming a little bit later. It just gives more time for the Wukong to get into that, skirmish sense. I thought it for sure was going to be the Yone there. Maybe they just want to pick top lane here, but it's the Renekton locked in. Early pressure for Bin. As the answer to the Yorick, it's definitely throwing down the gauntlet a little bit, saying that I'm just going to get such a large lead in the early game that the Yorick's not going to be as big of a problem, but I would be shocked here if they don't go for the Yone. Knight's very, very strong on that champ.
Interesting. Gonna still get with that big, strong combo of top laners. Now, big trend between both teams, and the Kai'Sa comes in instead of the Yone. Maybe they feel like Care has an answer to it. Both these guys have been very flexible with the meta in mid lane, so trying to play a little bit of chess and mind games in the draft here. But the Kai'Sa, a lethal one from Elk. Many across the world will know of his performance on Kai'Sa, but we know it also here in the LPL domestically.
Kai'Sa is a champion that I am very interested in. We've seen it banned quite a bit today, and so to see Elk in particular be able to grab that here on first rotation to pair up with something like a Sejuani to enable it does scare me a little bit if I'm looking for FPX. We do see the Yone ban coming in. I think you have to get rid of that, even if it's clear that BLG don't want to prioritize it. If they're going to let you take it away, you should take it away. But to quickly touch upon the Tristana, to be able to combo Tristana alongside the Wukong, I think just adds an extra dimension, an extra layer towards how those early skirmishes go, and some potential scaling. 5v5 team fights are, strong, and we saw FPX succeed on that in game number 2. So interested to see them indexing, presumably once again, more so into that idea, but we will see.
Yeah, I've really appreciated Tristana's re-entrance into the meta. Can still be flexible, obviously, but still a very powerful pick once you get rolling with it. And really the kind of skill expression of the resets and things is really fun. The Sylas is the final ban though, so mid lane focus for FPX across the table. We'll see maybe more support focus because FPX really needs some support to give them some engage. So BLG already focusing the Braum on that aspect.
Yeah, I mean, options get a little bit more limited going into Game 3. Rakan, Rel, Nautilus, and Alistar all off the board. So
30 bans.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit more pinched than normal. And with the Braum gone, I think Leona priority skyrockets. We see the Akali ban there. You don't want Care to take that. Yeah, you definitely don't want to give him anything comfortable like that. That could signal that, at least from their knowledge, they believe this Tristana to be going bot lane. And it looks like their suspicions might be correct here, but we will see. Again, I'm just interested. I would prioritize something like the Leona here. I think you're spot on with the engage, but it's the mid lane they want to take, and we'll be that Ahri.
It's a pretty strong combo with the Wukong Ahri. A little bit less so than obviously the Vi Ahri that you typically see, but still giving Care a lot of mobility out of mid lane, and that was a key signature of both players coming into this one, is how often they look to get involved across map, out of lane itself. And now you have the Ahri, which absolutely gives you a window to do that. As BLG lock in the Victor, he wants to try to make this 1v1 in mid lane matter more. Knight wants to try to take down Care and get this Victor scaling online.
I like the idea from a comp perspective. I like it, you know, playing alongside the Kai'Sa and the Sejuani as a win condition. I'm not a fan of the Victor and Ahri matchup. I think that is pretty Ahri favored early on in the game, and I would imagine that, you know, Care is going to have a lot of priority there, so it's going to be up to Knight to make sure that he can pilot it correctly, get to those power spikes, especially because you're not really offering a ton of protection in the jungle with the Sejuani, but the Poppy will be the one to round out the comp. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here.
A little bit like Thanos here. A lot of lockdown can be possible. The laning phase still probably going to suck, I'm not going to lie, but maybe the Renata coming in here for FPX will offset some of that setup that the dive is going to be looking for with the Kai'Sa, with the Renekton, with the Sejuani. And I really like this draft going into game 3. We had a very one-sided game 1, very back and forth game number 2. I hope we get a continuation of that.
Yeah, I think this is definitely probably our most even draft of the series up until this point. From my perspective, I actually maybe would even lean a little bit in favor of FPX in terms of just raw execution. Personally, I really like that Ahri matchup into Victor, and if you can get out on the map, if you can take those fights early, Tristana can get rolling real fast. Yorick's a difficult champion to stop if Renekton's not going to be able to get that gold in the early game. I could definitely see a world where they've got a little bit more priority than maybe some people might expect here.
And when these teams faced off, yes, it was a different jungler earlier this week on Monday, but Care got the better of Knight. And I'm just going to say that game number 2, a little bit more of that now in this one with a better matchup. Maybe we can see Care actually overtake Knight in this series. A guy that's been this crucial piece, this structural pillar for FPX in their new era. And BLG, speaking of, Knight is BLG. He has been the guy that had brought them into those titles. The combination of this team, the star power on this team, now being played between by Beichuan, coming over from TT, a jungler that maybe nobody expects to bring this team all the way to internationals. The expectations that BLG have on themselves, but also that the community puts onto them. And now in an important second round robin series, a redemption setup for BLG over FPX, but also a moment for FPX to pull it back, go off of this loss streak, and take down BLG again.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎会逼你杀。
They're really respectful today. Honestly, I don't like it, but you know what? I respect it. Respect for respect. 2 cheers.
I think they've seen how some of these games go, and I want your respect. We're already seeing some aggressive tendencies here. Care cannot afford to take a bad trade here, but man, I'm gonna be watching this mid lane matchup. You highlighted it perfectly, Mazel. It's gonna be important as we see. You walk in here.
Yeah, they're trying to get the early summoner spell usage. Double cleanse, use out, getting low. Care maybe looking for the flash, misses, but the charm, no! It flashed into the charm! There's no damn way! As that's a big play going back and forth now. Trade 1 for 1. I'm gonna need a slow-mo replay of that one. That is absolute insanity. As now Care getting ran down by BLG2. That mid lane matchup, it might be a little bit wonky now as Knight picks that one up.
That is insane for the outlook of this game. I was just getting prepared to say, care is so important towards how this game ends up going. The Ahri needs to get out on the map. That's where FPX needs to find that pressure. Knight has a kill and an assist. He's up in gold now, I will say. Care is able to match, and so they are even in gold because obviously he does get that kill and assist as well, both opting in for that Dark Seal, but just a chaotic beginning of this game, accelerating the middle of the map and probably creating some interesting situations that we're not done.
We're just going to go all in this game, and I love it.
Level 2.
Level 2 completed by FPX, so they'll have that early push. But, man, I don't think I've ever, if it happened how I think it happened, I don't think I've ever seen that in my time casting League of Legends, which is just absolutely wild. I really hope they're going to give us time, give us a little bit of a replay, but as we look at the setup on the map itself, it is going to be that opposite side starts for both junglers, so a bit of opposite focus here, both still needing to get pretty active pretty early.
Yeah, I think for the third game in a row, I'm going to highlight Shadow in the early game in terms of what his pathing is going to look like. Obviously, I don't think there is a necessary need for him to be aggressive, but getting out on the map early could be really big here for FPX. One wrong move, though, and you could be down the drain. We kind of saw that a little bit in Game 2. They were lucky to be able to pull it back. You know, when you're looking at the pathing here, of course, Shadow being on the bottom side could indicate that he could potentially want to try to shadow this Tristana. Show some aggressive, just overall tendencies towards that bot side, but we will wait and see.
I'm honestly just gonna wait patiently for my replay. I want to. please, LPL, give us a replay of that play, please. I'm begging. I'm literally begging. But now we're gonna see a back off by BLG as they're gonna try to get a reset. Maybe looking at an early adaptation. Maybe trying to get out of this lane a little bit, potentially. As they will stop their back, they will stay down there. But the topside scuttle will end up going to Beituan. We will get the trade from Shadow, but Shadow's got a little bit of an angle onto Knight, who's playing super aggressive under turret. And now Beituan going to have to come over to try to save Knight. Shadow realizes why he's playing up towards top side. Will back away. Now pings from Beituan, trying to get over on the top side. We said about proactivity, about activity from these junglers. Now he's going to be spotted coming in. Sheer needs to try to run away. Going to use the wall. Going to try to get through this one, but the CC chain is there. And BLG, the top duo, is going to end up coming in with a big kill.
Yeah, Sheer just playing very aggressive. I understand wanting to try and dictate tempo, at least push the Renekton in a little bit, but you have to know. I mean, you do know that Beituan is on the top side there. You know he's going to be making his way up to the top side of the map. I'm not really sure what you thought was going to happen. Spending the flash and then still, getting the flash out of Bin is a positive overall, but obviously dropping that pressure, giving Renekton the lead that he really needs in this lane is very big for BLG.
And it's Bin's Renekton of all things, too. He's going to start with the Executioners. Cut down on some of that healing. Definitely going to be a nice little advantage for him to play off of as well. As when we return to things, Dragon is coming up on the table, but now since we are on the different Rift setup, still have a little while until those grubs spawn. Seen a little bit of trades, holistic trades now last game as well towards BLG for that one, but we'll see what kind of prio we get over the objectives with these junglers wanting to be extremely active. Beituan gonna keep going. Try to look for that bot lane play. Didn't find anything.
Love this from Beituan. He is just looking everywhere on the map. Anything he can get, he is going to take. Shadow attempting to try and capitalize, but he could be overextended on his own here.
I'm going to raise you an overextension. We'll just overextend the overextension. See, he does end up getting away. As now FPX trying to collapse on. With the white doesn't hit the wall bang. Shadow is going to make it out with a flash. On barely miscalculating the angle on that one as Bin goes all in. Sheer does not have level 6 yet, and Dominus has been popped. Bin making sure he's the Apex Predator, but we'll be locked in a cage. And maybe we are watching Jurassic Park. I know we talked about that last night. But now we get a little bit of that setup for Bin in the top lane. He's going to have absolute priority.
Bin is dominating this 1v1 right now, and setting the Yorick behind is ginormous towards delaying the win condition for FPX. Of course, the Yorick is eventually going to get online, but the longer you can make that window for the Renekton, the better off you are as BLG. Not only that, but Renekton can become a real big problem for something like a Tristana in the back half of the game if you are able to, you know, get a sizable enough gold lead. So, Bin getting that lead is huge. On could be face checking.
He's going to get locked down here. Going to get the flash out of the last second, even with the reset from Awesome. Can't follow through. The Swifties actually coming in clutch for him there, too. Beichuan was actually following through, and the Shear's now got Bin behind him. He's still not level 6 yet, man. Bin's almost taking the turret, and now Beichuan taking the warmed up turret, and Sheer, maybe he'll turn this back. Beichuan flashes out of desperation, and Bin now in a lot of trouble too. The Maiden makes the difference. Bin is going down. No, the slice and dice. He dodges out as well, and Bin is still alive.
Oh, a play that was so close to being a game saver for Sheer is still very massive for him to be able to turn it. Beichuan just taking a few too many tower shots in terms of trying to take down that Yorick, but definitely should at least get the Renekton off his back for a moment. Still a big lead in the top side, and no kill there doesn't necessarily equalize it. But now looking, we are getting closer to Grub spawning. About 30 seconds left on those. Dragon has been up. We've definitely seen a delayed priority on Dragon throughout this series, and really throughout the last couple of weeks. And we'll see if that continues, but a lot of summoners burned across the map for a lot of different plays already.
Yeah, I really wondered if we were going to get a change of that prio on Dragon now that the Grubs do spawn later and that there's only one spawn of the Grubs, but definitely doesn't seem like things have changed very much, as we'd prefer to fight over blue buff than go for the Dragons, as you remember from game number 1. But now we get into the setup around these Grubs. I think it's super important. The siege, extremely important for both sides, very strong for both sides as well. And both junglers already pathing up this way. There's actually a ping from FPX pinging onto the Dragon. So maybe they feel okay giving over the Grubs. They did give over the Grubs last game, and they did end up winning.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing as adaptation from some of these teams in my very limited sample size so far is that teams are a little bit unwilling to take Dragon early on before the Grub spawn because they're afraid of a full collapse with it being the only objective. To take, the moment those Grubs spawn, if you want to take that trade, it becomes a lot safer to be able to make that decision, and especially with only 3 Grubs now. And the changes to Grubs and the effects that you get from them, I can definitely see it being a little bit more valued, but we see BLG continuing to stay aggressive onto Sheer.
On really wishes he was level 6 here. He's still so far away from it. Now Sheer under turret, and the flash hostile takeover. Dway has level 6 and makes the difference. Playing onto On. He will end up falling. Knight TP's in as well. That'll be more resources burned by BLG to try to save something. Chaos Storm gonna be unleashed there. But this whole time, bot lane play coming through from Care. The handshake beautifully done from Dway and blocking the Void Seeker. It still plays across the map from FPX. BLG gonna try to pick up a little bit of something with this outer turret on top side.
Great roam from Dway to be able to dissuade that and be able to pick up the kill. It's been really excellent about these timers throughout the entire split. It will be that first turret going over to BLG, so they'll get that for their troubles. Yes, awesome now in the mid lane, taking quite a bit of damage. It looks like it will be traded for bot tier 1 as well. A pretty standard trade that we see, but actually maybe not with that teleport. So they're able to salvage it.
We are getting Roa also completed there for Knight, so he'll start stacking up on going aggressive. Hit level 6, buddy. Go now. Go to a lane. Go do it. Hit level 6 on, please. I need you to hit level 6. Dway's already halfway to level 7. But first item's coming up now. Malignant's also completed for Care, so he's going for that cooldown reduction build early here too. I think there's a lot of strength still lingering in this mid lane, being able to teeter either way if they start getting some resources. But I will say BLG did end up securing those feats of strength, and now Beichuan can play a little bit more aggressive now that he's got an open side top.
Yeah, great call out on the Malignants. I love this for Ahri this game. Care still needs to be looking and active on the map. I still believe that that's going to be the power point for FPX, but no objectives to fight for. I think both of these teams are going to become a little bit more stagnant than maybe they would have been previous patch. BLG and stagnant don't usually go together too well, so that is a statement that is likely to be proven wrong at some point, but with Bin so strong in a side lane, I find it difficult to feel comfortable with the collapse here. That gold lead almost entirely on the top side, though, so relatively even game state, still very open for both of these teams.
Still a little while to the next objectives, too, as well. Going to be a bit of time until we see really any kerfuffles happen. A little bit side lane picking can exactly be the choice for FPX, but again, both junglers trying to stay as active as possible while still getting these clears going through for them. So play on the top side, not going to really extend to much for FPX, even though Shadow will end up stopping his back there. And this is where, you know, it's a return on play on the Knight. They realize maybe Knight's pretty good. And he's been feeling himself tonight. In a game 3, that's when you need a guy like NiP for BLG to step up. A team that does have so many expectations on him. And I think FPX giving him a little bit of respect for that.
I like the idea of trying to get on tonight here. If you are going to set him behind, it needs to be at this part of the game where the Ahri can really kind of express a lot of that raw power on first item spike. However, I also like not overextending. I think that that's the right decision here. You know, we've highlighted it a couple of times, but with those objectives spawning later, no objective up to take. You don't want to force the issue. That being said,
oh, they're
never
surrounded.
Count BLG out. Oh.
Glacial Prison, wall bang, double knock up. Look at the combo. Both of them tattered as Elk does take the turret shot. Has to burn the flash, but BLG 2 quick kills in mid lane and a punish over FPX.
Awesome, even with the cleanse, does not have the tools to be able to get out of that. A gorgeous ultimate from On. Shadow looking to trade.
Oh, he's got the Cyclone going through. Beichuan is just under turret tanking, as now it's NiP tanking the turret, actually taking about half his health there. Beichuan does make it out alive. Heartsteel stack, I guess, worth, as he throws up the Themo emote. And now Kara trying to stop some of these backs going through. Elk will end up having to delay his just a little bit. Dragon is coming up in less than a minute. Rift Herald in about 2 minutes. See if FPX are going to feel willing to fight. We still have about a 3,000 gold lead hovering around for BLG.
Yeah, we see in this replay that they're just too far forward. Awesome has to cleanse the Sejuani ultimate, which leaves Poppy wide open to be able to play as aggressive as she wants here. It's a great ult from Elk to be able to get in and secure those kills. It could be actually a bit dicey if he doesn't utilize that, and so really nice utilization of the resources at their disposal. But you're absolutely right, 25 seconds on the Dragon. That's FPX's if they really, really want it. We will see where Yorick wants to go here. You know, push coming in from Bin. I'd be a little nervous about a fight, but again, Care should be at the power spike. This is when you want to fight, theoretically, if you're FPX. The gold deficit makes it a bit scarier, but if they can't win here, you start to get a little bit more concerned, so we will see.
I think Sheer will always be a menace in the side lane. He still hasn't hit that first item because of the stop off for the Bramble Fest, but Yorick is picked for a reason and will just have a lot of strength going for them in that split pushing. So maybe FPX trying to utilize that. They do have some scaling for them, but BLG pushing the tempo of the game. They're going to try to take the Dragon. Bin's going to get engaged on. Slice and dice out of there. Was trying to take down the Maiden in the end, but that should just be the back completed by Shadow and FPX. Shadow's going to delay a little bit. Maybe going over to contest, but that Dragon will just go the way of BLG. Back into the mid lane push as well as Beichuan going for an aggressive stance here, going for some vision, but more so hovering over this mid lane play. On. Be a little bit careful. Beichuan walking over, was thinking about throwing the Glacial Prison, but they're collapsing over on a Sheer now.
Yeah, this is bad for Sheer. Yorick is not in a good spot here.
Okay, we'll see if he can get out of this one. That's the further flash. He's fine. Everything's good. Maiden, not so much.
This is still really bad for Sheer. This is a really bad game state overall for Yorick. You're right in that Yorick will still be relevant throughout a lot of this game, but they have definitely made it a priority to make sure this Yorick is on the back burner. Hitting that Triforce now, but down almost 30 CS here. On the top side, 1.5K gold lead for Bin on this Renekton. He's going to be a really big menace, a really big problem as FPX starts up here on the Rift Herald. And with the Dragon stacking negated as well, FPX is definitely looking a little bit worse for wear. That being said, they're certainly not out of it. I said I like their draft for a reason, but be a big turn here. All
right, handshake out. The Rift Herald did get taken. Shadow will have an exit, but the Spirit Rush had to be used on the counter of the Glacial Prison. And now you're going to have movement, at least from Bin. Beichuan overextending a little bit. Nobody's here to help him. He's all by himself. He's going to have to flash out, dash out. BLG trying to recoup a little bit to protect him. A bit dicey there for Beichuan. It's fine.
Certainly not the first time today we've talked about Beichuan potentially overextending. He is definitely playing very aggressive, and you kind of like to see that. Certainly on something like the Sejuani more so than the Xin Zhao, to be able to make sure that he can, you know, push the map and the tempo as much as possible. But from this point onwards, BLG with that gold lead are going to want to continue to try to use it. I think it's smart of them to be active on the map, but it's all about finding the right fights and especially getting the gold onto the right members of the team from now on. We see the gold graph there.
A little bit one-sided there. I love that Bin is getting so many resources and willing to pull out his signature Renekton in a game 3 as well. Ooh, Elk was feeling aggressive. I love it. You could feel that kind of tension in the air between the ADCs. But been on his most played champion of his entire competitive career, which is a pretty decent career at this point. Willing to go for more of the Renekton now in the newer meta. I love to see it flexing his muscles a little bit. Gonna have a big stake in this game for sure, and trying to access the backline, trying to access these squishies, and already almost on that second item too.
I was gonna talk about Bin, but here we are, H1 stepping up again. What else is new?
It's just testing his health bar. Bin's about
Speaking
to
of
test the
Bin.
health bars of FPX though. They want the angle. Oh, On misses everything. I was gonna walk in and die. Okay. Well, that was a play of all time from On. And Bin will have to back away. Beituan will have to back away as well. And BLG at least make it out only losing one, but the Rift Herald's coming up, and they're looking to charge it right down mid lane.
There should be mid tower going down. There's really no way to protect from this.
Oh,
You have to be very
flash
careful
play.
here.
Double
Great
CC
flash
from the
tonight.
gravity field. They will end up getting the charge on the turret. The turret will fall, so no more defensive structure on the out or mid in BLG. They will take the Rift Herald down before it gets another charge off, and FPX going to look to reset now. About a minute and a half until the next dragon comes up. We've seen very tight races on the Dragon Soul in all these games, but now FPX trying to even up the odds, make it a little bit more favored for them going into this next fight. If they can pick off Bin, he has flash, he has dominance. He's getting completely routed right now. Gonna flash out of the slope from Sheer. Now popping dominance, waiting for the slice and dice. Going to use that to get some distance away, but the second Cyclone locks him down. Bin does survive, using a lot of his tools, but BLG are no slouches. They're pushing him mid, pushing him bot as all of this is happening.
What are FPX doing? Bin was out forever ago. There was no way they were ever actually going to be able to punish that Renekton, and they're basically just giving over their bot lane tier 2 for free. No real concern or care, pun intended, on that. And you see care in the picture-in-picture here. Use the Spirit Rush to escape. But just a very weird play. And once again, this is similar to Game 2, where FPX are just over-indexing and almost completely abandoning certain parts of the map. I just don't really understand on the top side why you feel like you need to do that. I get the big shutdown, but really doesn't work out, and that's more gold swinging in the pocket of BLG.
We know what they will do with the gold lead. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Take a note from Game 1 and Game 2. On, speaking of bad, misses everything and dies immediately under turret. The turret does end up falling, but at least FPX get a bit of a rebuttal there. And then the charge came through afterwards. But Dragon is up. FPX are trying to reposition around this setup of BLG are front and center to this objective. Would be second Dragon for either team on another Hextech Soul Rift.
Yeah, I really don't want to throw the game away at Dragon. If I'm FPX here, certainly if you weren't going to do it at second Dragon, I don't see why you would do it at third. We'll see if they want to go for it, though. Ultimates are available.
Oh, they used the Hex. Oh, Sheer. Okay, well, Sheer got baited, and even with his maiden standing at his side, it will not be enough to stop BLG as they take him down. Now they just turn back onto the Dragon here, and Sheer was the one that ended up being the caught out before the Dragon started, and so second Dragon for BLG. Atacon did spawn on bot side. I love it because Shadow's being a little bit aggressive going for the Krug before he backs, but this whole setup has led to Elk taking a mid-tier 2. Oh, just take the turret, get the flash out, reset not there because he didn't get the last hit on the explosive charge. And that means Elk will go top side potentially or just try to back off as the turret did fall. Now Shadow, with this Omega flank that he was on this entire time, somehow finds on double Cyclone and the kill goes to Joy. He stepped up and took it. 2 kills for the carry Renata.
A lot to process in the last 45 seconds.
Oh my
Elk
God,
trades his
yeah.
flash for the tower. I guess you could make the argument that that's worth it. I certainly would be a little bit more, up in the air on that one. And then Shadow with the longest flank of all time sitting in the enemy jungle as they take Dragon. Feels like he's finally found someone with On, coming back and the support coming in to take it. Just some interesting decisions overall, but overall the game state is in a pretty similar position to what it was a couple of minutes ago. I still wouldn't count FPX entirely out. We've seen BLG be over-aggressive exactly when they shouldn't be. All it takes is one fight for those resets to start coming in for this Tristana, and especially for the Yorick to start getting online, but it's going to have to happen soon because BLG really is controlling the tempo, and now they've started Otacon.
And for FPX, they really need Care and Awesome to be in prime positions. And I think we saw really good play from Awesome when he had that kind of reset comp focus for the Jinx in last game. But now on Tristana, a little bit different, a little bit more scaly as well, trying to get to that point. They can't contest BLG over the Atacon. So the Thornbound Atacon will go their way. They'll get that extra oomph. And we'll be taking a look at that moving forward for BLG.
Yeah, again, BLG just feeling very comfortable with the position they're in. They get that if FPX walks into them, they've got a pretty good comp to hold the area. That Victor ultimate doing a lot of heavy lifting in terms of making sure that they can zone out FPX. But again, you know, just play slow, play safe. This is something we credited FPX for in game number 2, understanding their win condition. And the moment they started slowing the pace of the game down and understanding that they don't need to force everything, that's when things started to go a bit better for them. We'll see if the same can happen here.
And you can pop people pretty easily, and if you're new to the Thornbound Atacon, when you kill somebody, giant area of effect comes down, slowing, damaging everybody, as well as granting spear petals over. And it just enables BLG to really have these consistent long-term fights for themselves once they start getting some kills going through.
Flank teleport.
As now they're going to try to make the play. FPX feel like it's the time. They feel like Shadow might be able to find an angle with Care going in deep. Has the Spirit Rush away 2 times, still has 1. They go on to the other fight though. Big hostile takeover dodged out from everybody as they still do get on in the end. The Maiden doing some work here. And Awesome was potentially looking for an angle. It'll be the couple picks coming through, at least the 1 pick on and BLG will slink away.
I like the proactivity there from FPX. I think they realize that these close quarters fights are really favorable for them. Care getting onto Elk, making him burn everything at the start there. Obviously has to burn a lot himself as well.
Okay, bro. All right,
Knight's got a personal vendetta against the Maiden, it would seem. Definitely wanted to pick that up, wanted to pad the stats here, but we're going to see a replay of this fight one more time. This is a really smart flank from Care because Elk and Knight are on the backside here. It's a lot of damage coming in. It burns the cleanse early. Care does have to, of course, utilize a lot of resources himself to get out, but Elk is now really scared in this fight, and especially with that hostile takeover coming out, has to play super far back. It's a free kill onto On, which is just free gold. You wanted a bit more for that Tristana, but I think you will take the small victories where you can get them right now.
I know why. I know why he ulted, because the Maiden killed On. That's why. He's a true brother.
You gotta stand up for your teammates.
He's a true
brother.
brother.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, I'm glad the visual bug is here, as you can always see Steadfast Presence now on Poppy. We'll see how that works out. But still,
it won't be
yeah, it's not a problem. Hey, you can there is a difference. It's just like the upper particles of it, which I just find absolutely hilarious. Now, we do have Dragon, about 50 seconds. Baron in 25. Don't think that's going to be the focus. It is Soul Point potentially for BLG, but they're playing towards top side right now to try to get a push onto this tier 2, and there is no response anywhere to be found by FPX as they are getting their own push on a tier 2 in bot side.
Yeah, I'm okay with this trade. If I'm FPX, gold is gold, and the later you go here, the better. Especially with Dragon spawning in about 25 seconds, having that control over the bottom side could be really positive. Knight's teleport is not available, and so that is definitely something to keep in mind. We have pings coming down onto the Baron. Got some vision on it with that blue trinket, but FPX actually hold more cards here than they maybe expected to. Knight's teleport will be coming up soon, but it would be risky for BLG to start up the Baron here.
2.5 items. BLG feeling like it's time. Wow. They're going to try to burn the Baron down. I think FPX realized maybe something's going on. BLG not really willing. Elk was the one that wanted to commit. Now Shadow face checking in. BLG a little bit split on the direction they wanted to go right there. Ends up leading to a bit of a stall in the play. FPX, though, will not be going for that Dragon any longer because of the pressure that BLG put on the Baron.
One of the reasons I was very confused by the Baron call was Ben has no teleport available. He's pushing bot lane. That would have been a crazy decision from BLG to commit to something like that. It was just never going to be in the cards, but we do see the pings coming down onto Baron and onto Dragon now for both of these sides. Looks like Dragon's going to be the priority, though.
The Void Flicker Blade has been completed there as well for Elk. So 3 items for the Kaisa. Really looking for the pop burst as well, and looks like FPX realized they just need to hold on. They need to buy more time for themselves. And unfortunately, that timer will be about 5 minutes as Soul Point secured by BLG do not want to give a Hextech Soul to this composition.
Yeah, they continue to say that this isn't the hill we want to die on. And honestly, I can't blame them. Again, I just think it's a really difficult situation to try to walk into a Victor and try to walk into a Sejuani who can instantly turn and burst down anybody who goes in. You don't have a true frontliner here. It's really Wukong who has to do a lot of the checking, and so it becomes very difficult for FPX to try and contest a lot of these objectives. But Baron is the name of the game now. The dance has begun. The music is starting to play, and we are going to see which team wants to try and take the Gambit first. I would be very shocked if either wanted to full commit to it yet. We could see a slower paced game moving forward here.
Could indeed, which, you know, I'm fine with, because that means we get a bigger spectacle in the end. More tension, more stress. And honestly, what this series expects now that it's gone the distance, now that we saw FPX fight back in Game 2, as BLG start up the Baron again, I guess.
Elk isn't here. There's no way this is real.
This is back away. They're just playing mind games right now with FPX. As Sheer gonna get out potentially on the spot side. He did step up, and now coming around the corner. Now Elk has a lot of damage. He's gonna try to fight his way out of this one, but the health shred is still there. And now the Executioner means the healing is nowhere to be seen, and Ben gets the pick on a Sheer.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. FPX is too distracted to try to make a play, but they're gonna try to counter.
They want to try to get Beituan down as well. He
Shadow's
can't
dead.
go over the wall. He's going to give resets over to Awesome. Is going to give the kill there too. As the explosive charge goes down, Chaos Storm has been used. Summoner spell by Shadow, though. The flash being down is big. Oh, Elk.
Ooh, Elk is here.
And he does hit the plasma onto the clone, but did have Killer Instinct if he wanted to join. BLG going to sweep out some of the vision here. Still a nice trade back and forth by both teams. It's still a steady advantage by BLG.
You see Elk bot lane, you decide to make a play here with no Kai'Sa available. I understand the logic.
He has the Killer Instinct. Oh, he stopped him before he could get the plasma stack off with the chain. Trying to get some damage down with the Void Seeker there to get the combo and bring Elk to the fight. But Care able to navigate it nicely. Now back onto the Rift go FPX to get their own vision back and maybe even find a little bit of a pounce play onto Elk. Not going to go for that one, but go for vision around Baron.
Yeah, vision is so important for FPX in terms of how this game state has unlocked. I can't reiterate enough. Walking into a Victor Sejuani Renekton blind with no vision, that is not a recipe for success. You have to make sure you can track where BLG is basically at any point throughout the rest of the game. It opens up more opportunities for Awesome to play more aggressive, as well as Care to not feel like he has to burn that ultimate just to stay safe in a lot of these fights. Buy time for Yorick in a side lane. Eventually, this Yorick is going to have the push. Sheer is going to be able to do things. He hits level 16 now. So the Yorick is eventually going to be strong here as Ben completes the Randuin's Omen as well, though.
Yeah, I will also say Knight completed a Rabadon's after going for the Seekers. So, guys, he's window shopping and getting everything he needs. Starting to find a big difference here with the scaling. And he needs to find that scaling, and he do grab the Victor. We were wondering how much his Victor would outweigh the at least matchup differential that the Ahri brings for Care. So far, he's going to have a lot to say in these fights, specifically in the big team fights that BLG are going to be looking to take. They've been willing to start up the Baron on a whim, and now they're over on the top side to try to force FPX's hand about 1 minute and 15 seconds out of the dragon spawning.
This dragon's going to be a real interesting pivot point because it looks like Baron will still be on the table when this dragon spawns, and it's about how much BLG want to invest, but they are blind. We talked about how dangerous it is for FPX to face check anyone on BLG, and that's what they're going to have to do here.
They're going to try to move over and get some support by Sheer over towards the dragon pit, but now On is circling around the north side. Could always turn back onto the Baron, force FPX up the river. A little bit of a flank going as well. Finn will end up backing away and rejoining the team here. His mid lane prio, the tension is heavy. They know how important this series is. Again, FPX on a little bit of a slide after having a heck of a series of wins for themselves. And BLG trying to make good on Beituan's joining as On finds that big separation, and nowhere even close is going to be the extra help from Shadow as Baron goes down to BLG. Shadow gets no response, and now that Baron will empower BLG to push down this mid lane, get Prio to go over to this dragon. Engage coming through from Beituan. Flashbang from Care. Care tries to go for the hero play. Elk is going to burst. Elk goes down. Awesome gets the resets. FPX, they might find it. Awesome, this is your moment. This is your time. As resets also coming through from Care. Bin gonna be spaced out of. Awesome, can't find any more angles. FPX, they fight their way through to a big 3-2 fight. 3-3 rather, 3-2.
Wow, what an angle for Care. I didn't even really see that for him, but he clearly saw it himself. That Ahri landing the charm, very importantly. Elk gets demolished in that fight, gets absolutely blown up, and with no Kai'Sa there, it's actually a little bit suspect whether or not BLG have enough damage to break down even this more unconventional front line of the Yorick and the Wukong. Opens up a bit of options, but because of that fight, BLG can start this dragon.
Yeah, and there's not really contesting. Knight does so much damage already. They're running here. Maybe they make it in time. No jungler. I don't care. 50-50 the old school way, and BLG have pulled off of it, and now they're going to move back in. Who's going to get it? This is up for grabs. Bin gets hand shook out. It's going to be taken by Awesome. Here comes Sheer with the TP. Shadows here now. BLG, they've overextended. They don't have the rest of their team. This is a 5v3, but Elk finds Care. He's trying to get him. The bailout's there. The charm doesn't connect, and Care will fall. Now the resets coming through. Elk looking for his angle. Beituan taking advantage of FPX, and BLG, they find the turn. They find the fight. Elk has a triple kill as well. The final kill will come through, and BLG will rally around Elk and find the game-winning fight.
The killer instinct from the killer AD carry with Elk, absolutely destroying the backline of FPX. It looked like it was such a great situation. They got in, they were able to get the dragon, but they didn't account for the Kai'Sa. She dives the backline, and FPX is torn to shreds. Their series is over.
There's a B in BLG, there's a B in Beituan. Maybe it's just the miracle, maybe it's just magic. Coming in, they find a 2-win streak. They make good on the loss that they just faced against FPX on Monday, and they find a 2-1 victory over FPX. Beituan might just be the new era for BLG, but I know Awesome's gonna want that last fight back 10 times out of 10. I saw him kind of huddling over in the cams at the end of that one, but got to get flowers where they're due. Spirit blossoms, if you will, to BLG.
Absolute resilience from BLG. This was a bit of a gauntlet of a series. Game 2, very back and forth as we talked about, but Game 3, certainly not a cakewalk either. FPX look like they're making their way back into the game, showing that resilience, but BLG shutting the door once again through a player that needed to step up. We saw Bin and Knight kind of re-emerge last series. It was Elk's turn this time.
It was indeed. Had a couple big pop-offs as well. We got the big pop-off in game number 1 from Knight. Beituan still looking much better on the facilitators for this BLG team than I would say more the carry-oriented junglers, but that's something that BLG can work through. But we're finally seeing some real step-ups from the players that needed to step up on this well-known and high-expected team in BLG. And I think if you came into this one, you wonder if FPX even had a chance. They gave them a run for their money. I think FPX should be very proud.
Oh, certainly nothing to be ashamed of for Fun Plus Phoenix in this series. A lot of really exciting things to see from them. I think they started to understand their win condition a little more down the stretch. They were slowing the pace of the game down. It felt like they were trying to make the comeback. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to make it happen. In the end, I think their comp was a little bit too difficult to execute, and they just didn't have the firepower. But I'm still really excited about FPX. This was a team that we didn't expect to even be able to compete with Billy at the start of the year. This was still a great showing from them.
Yeah, it was. And we've really seen this team kind of come together. I think Care had a really good series as well for the most part. Obviously, some things going wrong in bot lane that maybe they can clean up. But the stories write themselves. We go into the second round robin. You literally just had this match on Monday. We've had so many of those instant kind of rematches here going into the second round robin. And Beituan can hold it over Wei. That's all I'm saying. I beat FPX. You didn't, man. I don't know what to say. Still ended up going 2-1, but this time going BLG's way. And moving forward, I mean, we talk about BLG being in a little bit of a sorry state. They move forward now as well into that 6-5 position. But they've still got a lot of things to go for them. They've still got 3 series coming up next week. This was their big 4-series week. They did end up going 2-2, so a little bit like what their season has been going on so far, but they still have some big names to go. Their next matchup will be against TT, so we get the jungle rematch from his old org, but then you're facing off against AL and a red-hot WE right after that. So this BLG team really needs to start ramping up, and this is a great start to it.
Yeah, I mean, they're ramping up at the exact right time, and especially with that win over Weibo yesterday, this is a team that's now sitting, I believe, in top 4, and you can see that in terms of their results. The damage coming out from Knight, he was just fantastic throughout today. It really feels like we're getting MVP Knight back, and maybe that's just the comfort coming in from him now that he's getting to play with Sejuani and, Skarner again, but it's definitely exciting.
It's fine.
Not the Zinta. No, yeah, I think we have learned pretty clearly that is maybe not
If
the
he
direction
drafts it again, that's a Chad move. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, for sure. It's Yike on Vi levels of we're going to make this work. So, yeah, I think everything just feels so comfortable for BLG. And I talked about it earlier, but it's the vibes, right? It's just this idea of things were kind of looking a little bit murky. There were these, playstyle differences that I think players like Wei and On just inherently had in terms of Wei being a little bit slower, On being more aggressive, and just never really felt like it clicked in the way that they wanted. Doesn't seem like they have it anymore. It feels like everybody, at least for the week number 1 here, was on the same page.
Yeah, and it feels good to see that. I want to see consistency for a team that wants to be a representative at MSI, wants to be trying to push the best of the best. I still have my consistent doubts about Peituan, but I'm very willing to be proven wrong, and BLG have shown that they've had success bringing in new talent, especially in the jungle position, to kind of reinvigorate themselves. And maybe this is just a start to that. It's a return to bread and butter, right? Like, we got Bin's Renekton, where obviously we have ended up seeing that as well, because it's literally his most played this split, but also of all time for his career. But we get a lot more of the shades of these solo laners, of the stars that built this BLG team into that back-to-back championship last year.
Yeah, I mean, the talent's there. We've never been worried about the players, like, in terms of their best. It's just been about getting there and getting them to be able to know that they can get there consistently. We saw some really aggressive plays this series, even the ones that didn't work out. I kind of feel okay about that. I just like seeing this team feel like they're the best team in the series. Play like they're the best team in the series. Oh, the Zed. Dude, like, I just, I can't.
First time in his career. That's wild.
No MVP, as a reminder. But, of course, just everything kind of feeling great for BLG. Again, the vibes are great. Bin played great today. He was awesome yesterday. There's really a lot to like about how things are going for BLG. It felt very complete for them today.
Yeah, it did indeed. Still think some hesitancies about game number 2 and some of the fumbles that we did see from them. Still wondering some of those positions that Peituan put him in. But that's also some of those question marks that have to be answered as time goes along for Peituan and for BLG as a whole. If that change is really going to be the difference maker for them moving forward. And for FPX moving forward, you got a lot of games left, but you're starting to look at a little bit of a tough score line here for themselves as they go into the latter half of their second round robin. The next matches they'll have to face off against is WE, TT, and AL. So still some big matches ahead of them here with teams that are right there with them.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get easier. Group Ascend is a gauntlet. Every single day, you're going to have to run into someone. And so, as much as we talk about, oh, it's great, they beat Weibo, they beat FPX, it's obviously a great start, you got to keep it up. If the foot even comes a little bit off the gas at any point, I mean, this team, yes, they're now above 500, but they're still barely above 500. This is still a team fighting it out to be where they want to be, and hopefully for them, I think they want to try to find that consistency that they can rely on game in and game out.
All right, MVP. It's got to be Elk.
It's got
Right. Not bad.
Sure.
At least it's not Peituan.
Well,
we'll give it to him.
After the ult onto Maiden, I was sold. That was when he earned that MVP.
That's when he knew. When we knew.
Yeah, that's when we knew. But
it was a confident pick from him.
Yeah, I mean, he was phenomenal today. Game 1 and Game 3 especially, but even in Game 2, it felt like he was playing rather well. He's feeling a lot more comfortable, and if Knight's going to be playing like an MVP, like, I honestly think you can do almost anything for BLG. He really is that strong of a player, so to see him have such a great day is really encouraging.
Absolutely the case. Now, okay, man, that's the only series you're joining us for, but we do have a big one coming up next. I want to get your thoughts really quick on the Shinobi Wars, Top Esports versus IG, as our third best of 3 coming up. What do you think?
I absolutely cannot wait to see how this ends up playing out. Invictus steps up the most against teams like Top Esports, and so if you're ever going to say, all right, this is the day where the shy pops off, this is the day where Rookie completely dominates, it could be today. That being said, Top Esports has looked so dominant and so consistent. They still are the top team in the LPL, and, you know, IG have their work cut out for them, but this is a very important series for them. They'd get to 500 with this win as well.
Top Esports' only loss is against IG at the start of the split. We'll see you there for a banger third series of the day. We'll see you for Top Esports versus IG. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, and now with my swapped-out duo, I've got Yamada joining me for the last series of the day. It is the Shinobi Wars. It is Top Esports versus IG. Top Esports' only loss, that one in that column down there, was to IG in week number 2. Let's see if revenge is going to be a beautiful treat for Top.
Top expeditiously want to right that wrong on their record because otherwise they have looked mostly-ish infallible. Top Esports are a weird team. We'll get into that as we drive into the series, but still, the results don't lie. They are 9-1. They are the top of the LPL right now, and they're looking for that coveted 10th win to push IG slightly further down behind the pack, the middle of this Ascent pack, which is continuing to seemingly grow very, very large, Mazel.
It's been a lot of fun. We'll take a look at the standings here to catch everybody up a little bit. But with BLG's win, things get a little bit more hectic in that 3, 4, 5th spot. Still, though, Top Esports, a dominant force within the league itself. And we're looking at the top 4 of Group Ascend to go immediately into the playoffs and be spared the playoff play-in.
Yeah, exactly right. You want to be inside of that top 4 in this Ascend group. Just to get slammed right into playoffs. No, no mucking about, no weird extra qualification matches. Just sit there comfortably. And IG, like you were saying, they need this win, right? They are technically right now behind that 6 win pack of those 3 teams. It's Weibo, JDG, and BLG. I've got short-term memory.
Oh, good.
So yeah, they need this because they have been losing quite a few series lately. Admittedly though, 2 strong and resurging teams. In this case, it's just Weibo, the resurging team, and AO is the strong team. So they've had a very rough run of schedule in the last week and a half or so. That's going to continue here today. But hey, if there is a team that could upset the apple cart, could go against the grain, it's this IG against Top Esports, who they've already beat.
Yeah, exactly that. And maybe this Top Esports team we're going to be taking a look at here first can find some of that redemption moment coming through for them. Obviously, a very strong team, very dominant team on a 5-win streak, obviously. But it really is about the fact that they've had 4 out of 5 games go the distance. And that's something to be said. Maybe some more practice time there, but some fluctuations in how we've seen this team play as well. I know they will be very happy with what they were able to do against FPX there as well just that night, and being able to have that kind of performance to build off of into this series, very important.
Yeah, and this is why I was kind of saying, hey, 9-1, the results technically don't lie, but if you really look at some of these games from Top Esports, the finer details have perhaps been not so fine at times. They have been going to 3 games a lot, and it's been for a reason, whether it's, whole team plays or individuals just kind of occasionally falling short in one game to a point where it kind of just costs a little bit too much. They have struggled in that regard, but still, fun little stat check here for you. Top Esports, when they're ahead of 15 minutes, are winning. Ulk said the stat, I'd have to go back and grab it exactly, but I think it's 93 or 94% of their games. They just win. That's
wild.
Which, for clarity, that's on par with teams like HLE, Genji, and at least this year, Anyone's Legend as well. So they're doing all right when they get ahead, but still, it's about those eye tests, the overall journeys of getting to that Nexus explosion, which still occasionally does leave us wanting a bit more. And I think it's just because we hold Top Esports to such a high regard, given some of the international shenanigans, I think is where a lot of that stems from.
Yeah, and I'm particularly looking at Cream tonight. We could talk a little bit about what happened last time in the matchups as we transition over to IG, a team who did take down Top Esports in that matchup so long ago, but a team that has so much star power. They've struggled sometimes to find consistency, and they are on a 3-loss streak. It's been some of the big Wombo combos, at least for Weibo, having to face them twice in a row and losing 2-1 and getting absolutely destroyed by AL last night, not getting a single kill in game number 1. but it's a team that you expect to be able to rise to the occasion. And last time against Top Esports, Rookie bodied Cream in game number 3, the pivotal game of that series, and Gala had a 20-4 KDA against Jackie Love across the series itself, and you have to expect that they could try to sum up a little bit of that tonight against Top Esports.
Yeah, that was a little while ago though, and unfortunately they've only had 1 sleep and no scrims likely since this body.
And a new patch and a new map, you
and
know.
now it's
fine.
gonna be on a new patch, so you know, maybe some. I mean, to me the big problem is I feel like whilst there are a couple of very important changes inside of this patch, and we'll touch on it a bit more perhaps as this series goes on and such, I don't really feel like there's enough big changes to really shift the identity of this IG team. I think the one main thing maybe is that, you know, it does feel like at times IG just win skirmishes they shouldn't win, and there are technically less things to fight over on this patch, right? Less frequent grub spawns, herald timers shifted a little bit, things like that. So perhaps that is to the detriment of IG, but honestly, knowing this lineup, knowing these players, they will fight over anything. If they can find something to fight over, they'll do it. So,
true.
You know, maybe the focus actually goes away from those objectives and towards the lanes instead, and you know, we end up with higher kill games through nature of just attacking the side lanes.
And I want to take a look at this mid lane matchup. I know it's going to be a super important one here tonight, but again, I said Rookie had Cream's number last time they faced off, but the fact of the matter is Cream has been popping off. I mean, just the other night when they faced off against FPX, he had a legendary Tristana performance, bringing us back to those memories of last year. We went on a 16-17 win streak on that champion, and I think Rookie's going to find a very different opponent this time around in Cream facing across from him. Yeah,
you know, Cream, he's a player that we've been excited about for years, right? You know, you recall our work in 2023 when he was on OMG, us being super excited about him kind of being a bit new generation of mid laner potentially, right? And yeah, it felt like last split was kind of that crowning moment, running the gauntlet of all of those, you know, the old guard mids to then get that title. Rookie, one of those mid laners in that category. And yeah, kind of in a way, Rookie's not on the throne anymore, but it does in many ways kind of feel like, again, it's like a challenging of old versus new in that regard, where yeah, Rookie's gonna have to do a little bit of heavy lifting. He's been doing a lot of heavy lifting.
He's the clutch factor, man.
He's the clutch factor.
He is literally the clutch factor. It feels like when they're slipping off the edge of the cliff, the Shy's like dragging them down over there. So he's been more consistent. I'll give the Shy that.
I was about to say,
but Rookie's the one that's like always pulling them back up with the rope. Like, come on, guys, let's go.
Yeah, man. And I was about to say, in all fairness to the Shy, and look, anyone who is a loyal from 2023 viewer at least will recall my many casts of just absolutely bollocking the Shy at any opportunity that I had. But he has been significantly better this year. I mean, hell, he was better throughout his appearances last year too. So yeah, I'm happy that you know, he's playing as he is in this IG lineup. But hey, 369 on your screen there at the end of that lineup is an opponent that I think, you know, I'm sure the Shy is obviously going to be very familiar with, but he too is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, much like his work husband in the mid lane.
The Shinobi War is kicking off once again. Top Esports again on a massive streak for themselves, but some different focuses at least coming into tonight as well. I know we talked about mid lane a lot, but I think we have 2 legendary gunslingers, maybe the most legendary in the LPL. Not only Gala with some of his international success with RNG, but some of those domestic titles as well. And more so than not, I guess, talking about the other side of things, where Jackie Love and Crisp actually have been a pretty nice form to see for Top Esports, and being the fact that they can play through them a lot more. We saw the prevalence of hyper carries maybe coming through a little bit more often in the meta, and both these guys set up for success when it comes to those hyper carries.
Yeah, I mean, if you recall, you know, Gala's time on LNG, I think one of the big frustrations that we had about that roster was their lack of playing through him. And admittedly, Gala was also just having a much rougher time individually as well. But, you know, here on this lineup, he feels a lot more alive and much more back to the Gala of old, the Gala that we expect. to show up and just dish out damage and have those
best
gala
Ziggs
gala
of
gala gala
2024.
moments. Right. So yeah, going up against the Jackie Love now, who we've continually praised as getting better and better, and I think just in general more mature and consistent about his play in a matchup like this, which is as important as it is for top end of the table for top, and then of course trying to keep up with staying out of that whole qualification situation in the playoffs, but still in the playoffs. You're looking at your two big main target men there in the bottom lane.
Speaking of two big target men, we got our 1v1 coming up. Side select of key importance for both these two teams. Blue side, very important, at least whoever wins this. It's Cream versus the Shy. So Cream getting the call up once again. Feels like we're always watching Cream for top esports, but the Shy going to be the answer here for IG. Think we actually get a top lane matchup? We've had a lot of 2 kills. We've had a lot of all-ins so far. Maybe,
I'm actually more
we get some
curious
fun.
about. I'm more curious about what Cream is going to end up playing more than anything. I feel like, the Shy is the Shy, right? He's going to have a large list of 1v1 champions prepped, I'm sure. But sometimes it feels like mid laners are weird when it comes to the 1v1s, because in theory, you'd think that the next best set of champions that they are decent at is probably some of those top laners, right?
Top lane is
then
just
they'll
OP right now, bro. Like, I
Yeah.
don't-
But they'll come in and they'll play weird stuff. They'll run the Corki, and it'll look horrible, and then they lose, right? Or they'll run some of their own like kind of mid laners. So yeah, we'll have to see. Cream was also the Cream. Cream was the one who lost tonight in the 1v1 when he was. I think he lost to Oriana, right? He lost the first tower. I want to say
funny.
maybe I can't remember if it was Cream, but my brain
I
told me
don't
it was
remember
Cream.
1v1s.
Look,
I swear it literally
sometimes-
passes in one ear, goes out the other. 1v1s for me have been lost to time. It's fine.
Sometimes 1v1 stick in your head.
Yeah, like
And
when
I think that
Sheer
was one
died
of
to the
them.
fire. Yeah, that
Yeah,
one.
when he
that
paced.
one, that one
Yeah.
sticks with me big
See-
time. Yep. Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So it's not
Yep.
like they go in one eye and out the other. I guess that this.
What?
Well, it's like you're not. Well, you're watching it, right? So it's
Yeah,
not like you're
but this-
listening.
I mean, but
yeah,
you're listening to it too, technically. We're getting
yeah,
into the metaphysical conversation here. We're gonna start figuring
Yeah,
out what the
look,
meaning of life is. It's 42.
Look, I expect this series to be long, so I'm trying to get the wackiness out now, so that we can stay as
Yes.
serious as possible.
Mhm. Super
the,
serious.
Yeah, super serious for the duration of this this series. But yeah, it was very, very fun. We are still waiting, of course. It's very serious.
I've been
Side
hitting the
select is
button.
important.
I'm trying. I'm trying to start the 1v1. It's not working, Jamada.
Oh man.
It's not. It's not
Uh-oh.
working. I like the setup though. Just 369 doesn't have to fight the Shy early. Doesn't have to get the warm up in the 1v1. He lets Cream do that. He can watch the Shy, see his tendencies, see how he's feeling. I may be reading too much into it, but maybe that's what 369. I think 369 and the Shy actually have a really important matchup tonight. I know we talked a little bit about mid lane and looking at that ADC position, but we have seen a lot of tendency from top lane having a ton of influence as time goes on in the games, and that doesn't change even with the map changes that we do see coming into tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, the top lane over many compounded changes has become one that I think people sleep on weirdly. I think people are starting to kind of wake up to the overall power. But then you look at some of the individual champions inside of the meta right now, which are so powerful and getting picked very frequently. And when they're being piloted, like people like the Shy, dare I say, and of course people like 369, who's had a very consistent split. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of dominant performances, and this is what I love about matchups like these in the LPL. You're saying, we've touched on the mid lane, we've touched on the bot lane. Series like this, you could just kind of throw a dartboard, and it's gonna land on something interesting, right? So yeah, the top lane again, like we're kind of highlighting, also going to be one of major importance, especially when you've got champions like Jace. Both of these players, very, very proficient Jace players. Champions like Gwen, obviously the Shy throughout, was it 2022, 2023, renowned for that pick, right? It was like, if you don't ban Gwen versus the Shy whilst Gwen was meta, you are just asking for a blasting. Like, that was just the way it went. So, you know, I'm super excited to see what that matchup will actually hold for us. Is it going to be carry versus carry? Because, hey, as much as we know 369 as the tank guy, he's been, you know, he's been handed a couple of carries every now and again,
busting out
right?
the
Like,
Renekton, man. He's,
man, like,
he's been really willing.
Busting out the Renekton, the occasional Rumble. You know, there was a Gwen game too, I recall. I'd have to go through the match history.
Yeah, he's had a couple
Gwen games. He's had a good couple of good Gwen games too. So, yeah, you know, this is also kind of a, I don't want to say pseudo, but it's weird because 369 originally did actually play a fair few carries, and then throughout what felt like a kind of what needed to be a system thing at JDG, then shifted over to being the nullifying guy, right? Like the Ornn Renekton guy, the Scion, the Gragas is, hey, you know, the rest of my team is so good as long as I don't lose, right? Like, life should be good.
I do love that they're bringing up the camera while we have time. You know, why not go through some of the friendships? Obviously, two guys that won a world championship together, bringing glory to the LPL. And I know that's a mission statement that IG had put out at the start of the year. Still fluctuating a little bit with that, but nice to see them facing off all these years later. The Shy coming back into the league this year and trying to recombine, and also facing off against, of course, Rookie on the other side. They didn't add him into the conversation, I guess. It is it's going to be fun to see them kind of reunite, but as opponents this time.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many world winners in this game. It feels like that's every top LPL like series matchup though. There's always, it feels like at least half of the fielded players have lifted an international trophy or come very, very, very close. So yeah, you know, always very, very fun to see those guys play off against each other. The old IG lineup is one that people remember fondly for a very good reason, right? It's not that it came out of nowhere. It was just, it came in and dominated so differently for the context of its time that even now, 7 years later, we are still talking about it. 7, by the way, that doesn't make me feel or
That's
anything.
crazy.
Is what that again? Yeah, we still talk about super fondly.
Yeah. I'm still, and I talked about it the whole last series. I'll talk about this whole series as well. It's just still so crazy to me that, especially because we play every day of the week, LPL just hot drops into the full new map. And I know you were talking about there's not many changes. It does feel weird when LPL teams were so consistent at the timers early and the swaps and things along those lines. Like, how much is that going to affect a lot of the teams now that we're kind of returning to a state that we've had before previously in League of Legends, but also still some good priority needed around those grubs to get that instant buff to have that siege. And we saw it affected a couple of the series already so far in some of those timers. Still seeing teams swap a little bit early as well, and I wonder if that's going to be affecting these teams tonight as well. They've had a couple days. They did play their last series 2 days ago, unlike BLG, who literally played the night before. But still trying to get a prep going just a couple days in advance to a big series against top esports and IG, right? Either side of them. It's big stuff. Yeah,
I mean, especially the grub timer, like you kind of called out, right? I think that's going to be one that stays relatively consistent. I mean, this is the thing though, teams are very, very particular, and, you know, habitual map rotations are something not to get too nitty-gritty for the, you know, for your average fan, this might be a bit of a boring conversation, so I apologize. But it's like, you know, you've got grub spawning at 8 minutes, or like what used to be 6, sorry. You swap out of the lane at, you know, 4.5. It's like, great, maybe the other bot lane doesn't follow us. Now we're in a 2v1. The matchup doesn't suck as much. And then we have the benefit of having numbers advantage at grubs without needing the rotation beforehand. Now at 8 minutes, it's like, well, we could swap to get out of the bad matchup, but it's like, if we swap too early, then we're going to have too much gold in our pockets by the time grubs spawn up. Like, it's a whole can of worms. It is a whole can of worms. So seeing teams adapt to that change in particular is going to be very, very interesting. Have you seen our new emote ZDD. It's
Have
like
you seen it?
ZDZ plus XDD.
It's in our text
No.
chat.
Is it in
yeah,
our text
there
chat?
it is. It's so terrifying,
oh.
but it's so good. It's so good,
Okay.
man. It's so good.
Huh. How did
Shout out.
I feel like I missed the chapter. I'm
pretty sure it was Alk that made it. I'm not super sure, Kai. Where did we get that? How did we get it?
Huh.
Shout
Yeah,
out to our producer Kai, who's putting the longest shift of the night, by the way, on 3 best of 3s.
I think Kai puts in the longest shifts all the time. to be
Yeah,
honest.
it was Alk with the combination of Kai's idea. So great power duo there. Shout outs to both of them. And shout outs to not being able to start our 3rd series yet. Because why does this have to happen to us, man? Like, I don't.
I mean, look, does this not just feel like 2023 all over again to you?
Yeah, I guess so. Feels
It's-
like all
it's
the
just-
time recently. I don't know what it is, but my presence on broadcast brings terrible things.
Hey, it's at least it's not as bad as dare I say, but I'm gonna say it. I don't know if you've been seeing what's happening with VCT here in EMEA. Man, the pauses that those guys have to suffer through has been
Toughy.
nothing short of tragic. Several hours, mind you. So
True.
yeah.
Well,
At least
please
we're
don't
not there.
bring that into.
Yeah.
We're not gonna think about that. We're gonna push that right out of our thoughts.
There hasn't
honestly,
been a
at this
European
point-
on the cast today, has there? Am I the first one? I think it's all been North Americans, right? Maybe that's what's
so.
going on here. I might have brought a little bit of weird mojo from the English side all the way over to
gives
China.
the monkey paw curl as you ask for a long series. Oh goodness gracious! We got guys. We have 2 pieces to the long duos of LPL English. As me and Kai seem to be on so many long series, and you see Kai's record there, 3-game series. But hopefully we'll be getting into it sooner rather than later. I'm sure there's just some issues getting to. Honestly, at this point, since it's taking so long, can we just like coin flip? Side select, like, come on.
At what point?
Let's
At
get
what
into
point
the
do we
series.
get wacky? Like, at what point do we get wacky? Right? Like, I said, let's get the wackiness out of the way earlier, and it was barely like a real touch on the metaphysical reality of experiencing
True.
experience.
The LPL.
Yeah. But at what point do we just?
What
kinda
emotion
let
would you tie with the LPL? Like, what out of all the emotions, what is the one emotion, if you had to choose one, that represents the LPL?
Gosh, that's a deep question. There's a lot of strong answers.
Well,
I'd
you
have to
asked for
say,
it.
I would have to say passion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
passionate. That's
Okay.
the emotion out.
Okay.
I'll drive on that.
Anger.
I mean, if you're a top esports fan, I think that's pretty valid.
I guess it's not as much anymore. I guess the old story of LPL always felt like a lot of motivation, a lot of rivalries and things along those lines played towards, and those like emotions played up a lot more. But I think I agree with your passion statement for sure. If we're looking metaphysical, figuring out how we feel about the LPL.
Well, we will see.
There you go.
That scroller at the bottom is not good news.
It's not good news.
I
Not
can
good news at
tell
all.
you that I don't read it. I'm not Chinese.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of clarification at least. As apparently Top Esports has found a little bit of an issue with their select, and we'll be working through that on Riot's side. I'm sure they'll be working through it as fast as possible. We'll be getting into the game. Looks like a little bit of a technical issue with some gear potentially for Top Esports. Shout out to Kai for trying to do the translation live for us, figure out exactly what's going on. But unfortunately, we know just about as much as you all do. So here we go. Do we continue talking about a physical? Is there anything? What have you been up to, Jabata? You haven't been on the stream in a while.
Oh, man.
How you been? How you been
Dude,
doing?
I've
how
gone into hiding. I've gone into hiding.
Yeah. Okay. That's
I'm
not good
very-
usually, but okay.
No. Like I'm taking a lot of me time, right?
Nice. Okay. That might be
you know,
good.
I'm reading. I'm consuming
Reading.
a lot more.
You're
Yeah, I know.
educated? Oh my goodness.
God forbid.
I don't even know how to read. I just
I
yell.
couldn't tell, Mazel. I couldn't tell.
Yeah. I just yell. Thanks.
I'm playing through a lot of single-player games at the moment. Like, mostly
Okay.
kind of the cozy kind, right? So, I played through Ori and the Blind Forest recently. Never played that franchise
Have you
before.
played that Claire Obscura game yet? The Expedition
No,
33?
but I
It's
have
very
the
good.
game. I have the Game Pass, so
Yeah,
I'm
it's very good.
I'm actually
very good.
I'm probably gonna download it and play it later next week. I just finished Dave the Diver, which
That's
was
a
an
very
awesome,
good game,
awesome
too.
experience.
Very
Dave the
good
Diver
game,
was a
very
great
good
little
game.
comfy game.
Yeah.
I've got Cyberpunk queued up at some
Nice.
point. I'm waiting to play that. There was
big
also the
game.
Oblivion remake, which I'm kind of weirdly on the fence about. Not because I feel like Oblivion is a bad game or anything. I just I just haven't been into Skyrim since I was like a kid.
Oh.
Like I played Oblivion on the original
That's on
Xbox
you,
360.
bro.
No. I know. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying I played it when I was like 9 years old, and it's like, can I like? It's not something that sticks in my mind as a, hey, I adored this. The lights are shifting. Wait, that's important.
Button.
Have they fixed the issue?
I'm hitting. Yes.
Yes.
We're in.
Big.
Let's go. All right. We finally get into it. Cream versus the Shy. It's been a little while, but now we're getting into the side select 1v1. Cream, maybe taking some tips from 369, but a lot of top lane bans for Cream's side of things. You're going to get some differentiation in the bans and an insta lock of the Varus for the Shy.
Oh no.
Yeah, Varus 1v1.
It's a Varus 1v1. Okay.
Is it just double lethal tempo?
Runes will be interesting, actually. You know, like, Lethal Tempo is obviously a very, very good 1v1 rune.
Yeah.
Varus, though, because of how, like, trade patterns work, especially in a 1v1, you'd maybe want Hob, right? Halo Blades, fast
True.
3 autos. PTA is technically also an option for the burst, obviously because of the exposure damage and the way that the blight stacks work. If you remember how solo lane Varus used to operate last year, PTA was a pretty abusive rune. So I don't know. There's options. Builds are obviously also going to be another thing. On hit or poke, right? What do you go? What is the setup? That's the thing with Varus. He's just a very, very versatile champion. So
Yeah.
We'll have to wait to see the differences in these guys' setups here to really give a judgment on who we think is going to take it.
Yeah.
The seriousness of the 1v1.
Hopefully we can get into the game now, please. I'm looking at, we've gotten this third series set up. We've got all these things going, but man, it is potentially going to be a long night here. As we lock in. It is going to be the 1v1 side select for our third best of 3 of the day. If you don't know the rules, it is first turret taken or first 2 kills until the Ring of Fire, then it's first kill ends up taking the 1v1.
So,
no.
missed by Cream.
Oh. Look at the smiles. Cream's like, oh god, I know.
Well, guys, I messed that one up royally, and now he can't step up, right? He's going to downtrade on HP.
Okay. Some hits back. Let's go.
Bad.
Yeah, I like this 1v1 more than like Corki and stuff. I'll take this. It's a little bit more interactive.
It's all about those light blocks, right? You know?
Press the
Get the
attack, by
lights
the
up.
way.
Like I said, if you can get those PTA stacks going, just those first 3 rolls, one, the burst will obviously a lot higher, but also if it's a full combo situation, you actually catch someone in the Chains of Corruption, it just amps that damage even more. Varus, for those who know, already deals a ridiculous amount of damage just off kind of procs. Yeah, the Shy is just winning. There's not much to say besides that.
Unfortunately, Cream on the back foot here for sure. Maybe a little bit of prelude. Maybe the Shy wants to go Bears top lane today. I actually do really want to see what they want to go with. Because I think prio and pressure in top lane is really important right now. especially with those new iterations on the map as healing coming through. But you do get the heal cut from the Hail of Blades, or a Hail of Arrows rather. So he's gonna take a WQ right to the face. He's gonna have to reset. You can reset though, so he should be fine. Just giving a little bit of a gold advantage to the Shy.
Shuffle wave out, probably reset himself. Call it a day. But yeah, Cream did not have a good first couple of waves, that's for sure. See what the Shy base is for, because Cream went back and bought a Vamp Scepter, which for raw combat stats, not super high, right? Whereas Shy goes back and picks up like a Dirk, a pickaxe, and a couple of longswords, or a Vamp Scepter and a pickaxe himself.
He's a knower.
He just deals more damage. He is just a knower. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is going to come down to, can Cream land? This is the big difference actually. Cream has flash, the Shy does not. So theoretically, the Shy should almost always get hit by Chains of Corruption, assuming.
Okay. Did he thought it was the ulti? He's like gritty. So he had to have thought it was the ulti. I'm not gonna lie, the Q does have that kind of purple tinge to it. Like I'm coping so hard right now, but at least I'll give him that.
In his defense, I have not actually seen much of the skin. This is the Spirit Blossom Varus.
Yeah.
So,
okay, I give him that.
Okay,
It looks almost the exact same.
The particles do look pretty samey. All right. Well, there's the damage back, but Reem is not going to get the heal.
Oh.
So.
Unfortunately, with all this action, yeah, I think it's going to be a fire. I don't think we don't get to have fun, Jamada. We're just here to talk about video games that take forever to start. It's fine. It actually has been pretty fun, though. I've really appreciated some of the trades that we get, even though it hasn't really led to much. It's been really fun to see the kind of fluctuations inside of little mechanics that come out in this one. It's a lot more interactive than almost any other 1v1 we've gotten a lot of the time.
That's true, right? This is like a battle of who can hit the most flight stats in a trade. Unfortunately, if you're a top esports fan, I think the answer has very unanimously been the Shy so far.
All right, so what's your favorite new addition to the Rift? Is it the fact that we've gone back down to one spawn of grubs? Is it the new Atacon?
I didn't mind the fact that there were 2 grubs. I mean, from a solo queue perspective, what actually jarred me was solo queue players are solo queue players, right? Monkey brains. Gotta contest everything, gotta fight everything. That was like the annoying thing about grubs being on the map. So now that there's only one, it's like, hey, my team won't grief for grubs that don't matter.
In game 1 of the second series, we got a fight over blue buff instead of first grub. So they had to find something to fight over.
Look, as a certified old head when it comes to League of Legends now, that's what I'm all about, man. Right? Like fighting over blue buff. Yeah, give me that. Like level 4, level 5, just full blown 4v4 blue buff. give that to me. That's what I live for. That's what I was raised on. Because there weren't objectives that weren't Dragon or Herald. And even then, like Herald, the earliest Herald used to spawn was pretty late still. I think it was also 8 minutes, right?
I think it was 8 minutes, yeah.
The 2 charge one.
Yeah, that's why it returns to a lot of the timers of what it was before. The big conversation going around the new changes.
But to actually answer your question, the change I'm most excited about is Shen getting buffed again.
Oh my god. I really wish that we get this Shen tonight, because I've been really excited to see a little bit more of Shen. Both teams have been really, really playing with the meta. I think we see like 8, 9, 10 champions chosen from like each player. Maybe a couple fluctuating here and there, but it's still really fun to see when 2 teams like this go at each other. Obviously with the kind of history, I guess, of the Shinobi Wars, but also the recent history and the fact that we did see IG take down Top Esports, and now we'll be getting closer and closer to seeing the series kick off as the Ring of Fire. They come through, a little bit of a difference. Cream has 1,200 gold. Cream, like he could have backed. Now it's too late, I think. He could have spent. He could have gotten boots. Yeah, it's way too late. All right, well, maybe he outplays it, but he has played a steel cap from the Shy, so.
Yeah, I mean, raw stats. The Shy should just win. He's also upper level. It's a lot of base stats. Now, here we go. It's a fist fight.
There's literally no chance. Like, biggest note for Creep: go spend your money.
All right, that's it. We're gonna be,
we're gonna be tracking 1,300 in inventory.
We're gonna be tracking it this series. Does Cream make a play he shouldn't have made because he had gold in his inventory?
Luckily, 1v1 doesn't decide the series, but maybe it does. Blue side is super important, especially against each other in this one. And like I said, being able to play with the meta, being able to play around and have a lot of flexibility. You can grab those big power pictures off the bat on blue side and give yourself a leg up with a lot of things that can slink through. But as we get closer and closer to the picks and bans for this one, we have to look at focuses while we talk about the carry potential of mid lane, of bot lane as well. I think jungle has to be a priority in the draft itself, giving these two guys an extreme focus on how they can set up for the jungle. Kanavi has been leaning a lot more into his own carry potential, into his own King Kanavi mantra, and JJ has been trying to facilitate a lot with this team and try to find the in-betweens that really make them stick.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very interesting for me specifically to see where JJ's been going, right? Or rather, where Kanavi's been going, because it felt like for so long, Kanavi on the JDG lineup was jailed, I think is the appropriate word, to the tank and the utility duties very, very frequently. We might have gotten like the occasional Lee Sin game or something like that, right? Maybe a Xin here and there throughout his time on that lineup, but here, a lot more freedom on this top esports lineup to kind of just whip out the carries, right? Your Lilia, we spoke about the Xin already. So yeah, it's as mentioned earlier with this matchup, dartboard, man. Anywhere you throw the dart, it's gonna land on something interesting. JJ on the other side, even despite some of the more recent before this roster, unfortunate kind of circumstances surrounding the rosters he's been on, has always been a very consistent, very, very consistent player, and has so far been delivering and, fulfilling that role of ensuring that his lanes usually end up in a good state just by nature of him existing near them, and definitely making some personal sacrifices to make that happen.
Yeah, I think Zinzao is going to take a big priority tonight. I think Pantheon as well going to take a big prio. See who wants to get that one first. Nefiri probably banned away on either side of things just in case those carry performances could have tried to come through. We're waiting on the picks and bans to start up because we're just never going to start this series. I think I saw Jackie Love had gotten up. I believe probably go to the restroom or something along those lines. So hopefully we get draft picking up here rather shortly. And we talk a little bit about that jungle focus for draft itself. But do you see any other big prios in the kind of first three in the prio for either side?
Jason Gwen. Obviously, on this patch, Gwen got hit a little bit, but Gwen is still so strong that, chances are it's not going to matter too much. And a lot of the nerf was kind of not pseudo, it was kind of front-ended more towards the jungle from the passive. There's the little bit of Q damage that came off as well. I can't recall the exact numbers, but I think the math ended up mathing to Gwen still does Gwen things. So
the math is mathing, man. The math is mathing.
Yeah. So that Jace was untouched. That's the main one. Rumble as well, right? Both these top laners been having great performances there. The Ahri in the mid lane, something I expect will be pretty hotly contested between these two mid laners. Both Crisp and Rookie have had pretty good performances on that one lately. Otherwise, I think kind of as you would expect, right? From patches previously gone by, this new patch hasn't fundamentally shifted pillars as far as the draft is concerned, which, speaking of,
Thank
we are getting
God.
into
We're
right
finally
now.
in the draft. Holy cow. We made it, people. We made it to the final series. Now we just have to make it to the picks and pins. Crossing our fingers. It is the Yone band
I
and the
swear to
Lily
God,
band.
if this draft graphic collapses,
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Not going to happen. Perfect stuff. Nico is also banned, at least from Top Esports, so taking away some engaged potential there. As also the Vi ban towards them. We'll see what the final bans are going to be. The Jace is there. Gwen still available. Is Top Esports going to leave it open?
Gwen, Rumble, Varus, Kalista. Loads of champions still up and available. All Top Esports kind of move away here and just say, pick your poison of. That's the big question. Which of the four? I mean, I feel like they're going to leave it all up. Okay, so they go
Galio.
towards the Galio instead. I wonder if
They
that's going to be
like
like
the
an
answer.
early prio for something for Cream. You spoke about the
That's
Neferi,
fair.
you know, I
Yeah.
was listening in to, I can't remember who it was over in EMEA, but they were saying that they felt like because of the very, very light nerf, to be fair to Neferi, that it kind of fallen out of prio on this patch.
Yeah.
But to me, the numbers aren't that significant, right? It was only a 10% ratio off of the E, and then the W cooldown. So it's not really a major hit to Neferi jungle. As, spoke about Rumble and Varus. They are going to be locked in for Top Esports. So very, very strong early rotation. But that does leave the Gwen up. Gwen will certainly be a very powerful pick, as we know. But the Rumble is something that was kind of said as to be an answer into the Gwen. Right? One of the few things that could go very toe-to-toe with it if it's going to get locked in. But hey, there's nothing wrong with going Talia Gwen here, looking for setup out of Mako and maybe even Gala in the bot lane if IG wants. So there is that Talia. And this does put a little bit of pressure on Top Esports to, kind of pick between securing Kanavi's jungle or maybe mid lane here for Cream. We'll see where IG decide to go for this third pick. Again, the Gwen was hovered. I would anticipate that it gets locked in, but then, of course, you do risk your AD pool getting pinched in, right? Losing something like a Misfortune. Again, the Kalista, which is still up and available as an answer into the Varus. So, IG do throw out that Jhin pick instead. Going for a little bit more setup. We said, hey, like if you're going to run something like Talia and the Fury, you're going to need setup in the bot lane. They find it through Jhin at the very least for the time being.
They do indeed. The utility coming through, give a little bit of carry potential to Dede, and now the Zinzao going to come through for Kanavi. Again, we're going premier comfort with both guys here as well. I know the Neferi played less, but Dede looks good on it anyways, and a little bit more carry onus given to him. I like that we get the lock into the Varus. It's not going to be Cream this time. He's like, I know a guy who can absolutely play this in Jackie Love. But in the second phase, we get the Ornn ban over against IG, and we'll see what IG want to focus in their second phase bans too.
Yeah, the last time that JJ locked in this Neferi, he went 8-2-14, so it wasn't a bad game out of him. There's the Ornn ban away from the Shy. I would anticipate that they're either looking at a Leona ban or, I was actually going to say the Gwen ban, but they're actually just removing away the two nullifying picks. They want IG, or they want the Shy on a carry, seemingly, right? They do not want him playing those frontline tanks. And I mean, to be fair, right now, the one thing that IG's composition is lacking is a frontliner. So it does make perfect sense from Top Esports to attack this, as I wonder if Silas is just going to end up being the next ban. I mean, there's not a lot of big ults here, but out of Cream's champion pool, right? Maybe the Akali? Poppy. Okay. Sure.
So it is going to be the Poppy. See, maybe taking away some of those avenues and the knockback at least. But you think Rakan?
I think maybe Mako is eyeing up Rakan. I mean, the thing is that there's other good supports in the pool anyway. Like, the support pool has practically been left untouched.
True.
Alistar.
What is it?
I mean,
I guess counterpick mid lane, even though it's not really a counterpick since you already know that it's to leave.
Yeah, this is definitely a strange pick here from Top Esports, just because you can blind mid and then get a positive, react to the Talia pick, and then of course get a guaranteed good support matchup which, in fairness, IG might just give them 1-to-1. Obviously, outside of lane, it doesn't matter, but inside of lane, this is definitely one that people would consider Alistar favored. And I mean, my problem is that rail was hovered for so long that it makes you wonder if they were just talking about it, and then they swapped over and go, well, guys, we know we want Gwen. Do we still want the rail? But we spoke about the Rakan because of the Poppy ban. I think that still makes the most sense. And one of the kind of best things about the Rakan in this spot, now that the Alistar's been blinded, is Alistar doesn't really have the strongest... No, he's going to go back over to the rail, isn't he?
I just think it's so crazy that Gwen made it through all the way to 4.
All the way to
and
4-5,
not
yeah.
focused on either side. I mean, both guys have played it and have found success on it. The champion did get a little nerf, but it's still been a dominant force. And now you're going to have to find a way to deal with that in the side lane here. Maybe the answer comes through. This has been a little bit of an answer in the rise into the Gwen. Now, I don't know if we're going to necessarily get that in the 1v1 matchup where I have seen it before, but at least the scaling aspect, you will have somebody to answer the side lane now.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of wondering if it was going to end up being Cream's Akali, because I feel like Akali also weirdly can go very, very happily toe-to-toe with that Gwen in the side lane, just because the 1v1 and the amount of burst that is on offer. But in the early game, Ryze does, of course, offer up a lot of side lane presence and pressure, much like Talia does. You can clear the waves equally as fast if you want to expend the mana bar to do so. And of course, the skirmishing power paired up with that Xin Zhao going, you know, head-to-head on the opposite side against what this top esports lineup is running. Also, rather, the IG composition is running. You're going to feel very, very confident in running head first into that Neferi Talia. So let's see how this one actually pans out, as both these teams, a lot of setup, a lot of CC, but most importantly, a lot of burst damage coming out from both sides. This should be a pretty bloody game.
Yeah, a lot of mobility out of mid lane. That's what I wanted to see. Again, rookie bodied Cream the last time these two teams met in game 3. And it was the only loss that this top esports team, who has been so dominant, this team that's been on a 6-win streak coming into this one, in a dominating performance last time they hit the Rift. See if they can right some of those wrongs. See if they can bring back some of those memories for IG side of things and get this loss streak turned around for them that has fallen to a 3 losses in a row moment that IG need to pull themselves back from going into the second round robin. This is the time to really start to pick it up and get ready and try to get into that top 4 place in playoffs. And as we hit our new Spirit Blossom Rift, it's the Shinobi Wars iteration yet again here in 2025. A legendary matchup between Top Esports and Invictus Gaming.
Rift transforms, but some things do very much stay the same. Such as this pause.
I hate it. I hate it here. I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna crash out, bro. I'm gonna crash out.
You can't make that up.
I'm gonna smash this Red Bull can against my forehead right now. I can't do it. I can't. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. It's been 6 hours since we started. We haven't even started the 3rd series yet. Like, that's actually wild. Yeah, I know it's not 6 o'clock in the morning for everybody, but it is for me. But hopefully
unfortunately, the spirit of Fnatic is investing itself in this series. To be fair, Fnatic and both these organizations internationally have very storied histories, in fairness. But yeah, they actually also played later today. That could be what's causing this, actually, now that I think about it, right?
There's a disturbance in the Force.
There's a grand disturbance in the League of Legends ecosystem. I didn't
Tomorrow's
catch the
May the
LCK
4th.
earlier.
You're not a big Star Wars fan, are you?
No. Well, yeah, I am, but I'm not like outwardly celebrating everything going on with Star Wars like 24/7. I enjoy Star Wars for what it is.
Have you watched the? Well, we're not gonna talk about it because I don't want to talk about any spoilers.
You don't want to? Is it the new Andor?
The new
series?
Andor series, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't even watched the first season. I heard the first season was
really good.
That's
on you. That's a
It is on me.
issue.
No, it's been out. It's been out for a while. I've heard it's good. And in all fairness, you asked me earlier, what am I doing in my spare time? 'Cause it's been so long since I've been on the show. I I said I'm just consuming loads of media. Shows is one of them. I'll put
Just
Andor
like
on
you,
the
Crisp.
list. Yeah. Crisp is getting pretty frustrated with the pauses too. Obviously, when we know what the issue is, we'll let you guys know. But until then, you are unfortunately stuck with our ugly mugs in the bottom right hand of your corner.
It's been almost an hour, man.
It has been almost an hour.
It's fine. Hey, we're the unofficials. I can crash out over this all I want, all right? It's fine. I'm allowed to do this.
Yeah,
I'm allowed.
Uh,
Thank you, Kai.
Thank you, Kai.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I
There you
mean,
go. Pause.
hey,
Here we go.
I haven't missed this. But
No?
for now.
To be fair, we haven't had this. What are you doing to
That's-
my LPL, Jamada?
My bad.
No,
You know,
just joking.
I come over here, get involved in the broadcast,
Mhm.
then the problems start. I wonder what the issue is. You know, it's always the same, innit? Yeah, we'll
have
we'll
you
have to
have
sit
you
here and
messed
wait.
around with the Spirit Blossom event at all?
No,
They didn't bring
I've-
back the dating sim this time, did they? I haven't actually gotten to mess around. I've been
the
very
dating
busy this
the
week.
dating the dating sim was very. Oh,
They put
camera
so
pan?
many resources
Camera
into it.
pan?
Hilarious. We have a game.
Big.
Let's go.
They did
Game
put a lot
one.
of resources into that dating
They
sim.
did.
You're right.
They
It was
did. Shinobi Wars kicking off yet again. Top Esports versus IG. Hopefully maybe get some gyos, but there we go.
全军出击！ 给你来一票。
Hey, hold on a
Go,
second.
let's
That's
go. Hey,
yo,
I like
that
it. Let's
IG
just
guy's
go the whole
breaking
game.
etiquette though. Hold on a second. He did another IG one after the top esports one.
That's my goat right there. Let's make it a battle of chance. No, I'd love to see it. Obviously, two very, very well-known organizations. Recent domestic dominance for Top Esports, split #1, was all theirs. Obviously, first stand, a bit of a disappointment for them, but when they came back to the LPL, they have been nothing but clean. Even if they have gone 3 games, they always find a way to clutch it out, except against IG. When they started off in week #2, falling as the only loss for Top Esports in an IG team that hasn't necessarily lived up to the high expectations set for themselves at the beginning of the year, but still trying to fight it out here in the second round robin of the LPL Split 2.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's self-imposed, right? Sometimes you have rosters like this put together and they don't really tell you to expect anything. It's just, you know, the fans get really hyped about the roster. These guys said, you know, we want to restore the LPL to international, you know, fame. They want to win a title, so they've got a lot of work to do between then and now. Sitting at 5 and 6, but they have best in front of them once this split.
Yeah.
Have to do it again.
It's a very different beast of a Top Esports this time around, grown and found a lot of togetherness over this time that we've seen. It has been now a question of, is that going to be enough to get over some of the demons maybe? And is IG going to be able to pull this one out again themselves, not necessarily sitting in the best position ever, having lost 2 times in a row to Weibo, by the way, but then also falling over to AL. Very tragic fashion. Again, not finding a single kill in the first game of that series. Felt really bad. But let's go ahead and check in. As I do believe, if I can get confirmation from Kai, that should be games in the LPL.
Definitely games.
Which 600 games. 50 stacked for 369. Guy that's been ever present in the top lane. You talked about that evolution of the guy's playstyle.
All time to change developers.
Hey, I think that guy knows how to play Varus.
Yeah. So, Greek, when you auto attack, kidding. 369 could be in trouble here. Exhausted.
Okay, they get 369. The Darkened Dagger gets the kill. First blood for IG.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, the exhaust is just such a potent gank tool. Even with the flash, 9 just doesn't have the movement speed to get away. Not much to talk about there. JJ just expends his flash in return. Now Kanavi does take away the second respawn Raptors, but it's a small consolation prize, realistically, in comparison. Jackie's going to get his recall stop there. But yeah, I mean, IG, good play. Not much else to say. That's going to set Shy off to a decent run of things as well. Did actually use his teleport to get back to lane, so there's not going to be a teleport advantage gained, and there's no early swap either at the minute between the bottom lane and top lane for the time being, though of course maybe 2 minutes time, 7 minutes. Keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe a swap happens for those grubs, but Dragon's up. They're going to be up first. We'll see if our teams look to try and get an early pickup on that one.
First grub spawning at 8 minutes now in the new Rift. See what kind of adaptation we get. We got in that second series a lot of latent dragons, you know, spawning and just sitting there for a little while and being taken around the 8-9 minute mark as well. Some trades for those grubs to see if these teams want to continue that trend. Again, a very new patch for all of our teams, as it was just dropped on the table today for the competitive side of things, obviously. I do want to check in, though. It's going to be the Boots of Swiftness completed first. Gallus going to keep a little bit of movement speed down there and maybe a little bit of safety. So Mako and Chris now looking out on the map to try to get something going. It's just going to be a return to clearing for both junglers as Kanavi visits topside for a potential lane gank here. This is pretty spicy. The Shy is level 6, though.
I mean, the wave is pushing in. Bone plating's also gone, just a nice little bonus. But this is going to be difficult to pull off. You have to invest a lot of time here, and if you look at the minimap, JJ is doing dragon, so being answered out. I mean, short though. I don't know.
Wants to go, decides to go for it, trying to get the 3 Talon strike, but the slowdown is too much from the needlework. And dodging out of the wind becomes lighting. The Shy is feeling himself, man. Sidestepping everything there. And the cannon minion will fall.
This just felt really half-hearted from Top Esports here to be real with you. Kanavi had the flash. That was W. Spent a lot of time. 2 waves worth of time almost. 369 had the ultimate, didn't drop it. Just an odd gank. And there's not really anything to say other than IG win out on this pretty firmly. Shy is going to return back to top. His wave is being frozen on, but because of the way that the earlier gank kind of fell on its face, he's still pretty even in XP anyway. And he's only down, what, 4 or 5 minions? So
yeah,
maybe not the worst thing in the world. IG probably very happy, laughing off to the bank with that. And maybe this is the adaptation now. We send our mid laners bot and our bot laners mid. Man, I've seen this one before.
It's crazy. We are getting closer and closer to that spawn of grubs. See the importance here with these lane adaptations. We are going to be level 6s, so we'll have every tool available to either side. I think Jackie Love a little bit off. We'll hit that one now. Crisp and Mako maybe lagging a little bit behind as it spawns as well. Those are 2 crucial ultimates, but a lot of the fighting strength for either side is focused around this jungle and the solo lanes of either side.
It is. Especially things like the Rumble. When esports have numbers in the river first for the time being. There's no wave in the mid lane to jostle over. This is one problem that IG might have if they're ever second to an objective. And I mean, it's actually a problem that both these teams may have, is there's no real hard engaged, right? There's no Leona or Nautilus to just start things off in earnest. First trouble go down. Top Esports.
Oh, full in on the top side. 369 getting low. He has to go off of his equalizer. That's going to be the needlework already used. The equalizer also, as well as the exhaust. Double TPs now coming in from both mid laners. Grubs will go 1-1. Engage going through. Mako immediately flashing out. Now Kanavi coming through the fight. Big Weaver's wall double knock up into the seismic, but the combos there. Realm Warp gets them out of safety. And Crane comes in big to get them to safety, but now Jackie Love ends up paying the ultimate price in the fight as he goes down. Now IG up 2-0, and we'll move back over to take the last grub.
Yeah, they'll get that last grub. I think an important change to note about these grubs too. You'll see it highlighted in the HUD. You get 2 out of the 3. It does count towards an objective going for those feats of strength. And actually now, feats of strength, something I'd like to talk about just for a brief moment. Changes to those boots. A lot of stat line changes, but also they're just cheaper. So feats are significantly more important. They don't take you away from your core items as much as replay now on the initial grub fight. That's how Jackie Love burned that chain of corruption. For a big onto Gala. He does get his cleanse. He doesn't have it here for this chase down, right? Or the commit from JJ and Rookie. Which does in fact mean they have to just turn and run, unfortunately. Jackie doesn't flash. Well, basically anything important. And ends up dying after exchanging the flash anyway.
Top Esports got lucky there. I'm just gonna say, if Rookie actually hits a seismic shove, they're both. That's 3 kills, absolutely. But getting out with a little bit there as Top Esports using a lot of pressure on top side to push out the Shy. Try to take some of these plates down. We are getting first items coming through. Spear Shojin first item for Dedye coming in as we're going to be looking at potential rotation screen surrounding on Crisp. Crisp going to flash the play. Headbutt on a Mako. Mako crashed down to get out of the fight. And Top Esports finally get a kill. They do get an answer. Dedye has to back off now. The Shy is by himself in a 1v3. Has some backup from Dedye around the corner now. When becomes Lightning Kanavi. He wants him. He took the tower shot. No, and Dedye, he's going to go for it, missing the Darkened Dagger. And now he's in trouble. Jackie Love, we're going to take him down. Piercing arrow to the heart. Kanavi comes back, puts the crown on his head, and skewers the dog.
Kanavi? I was familiar with your game, but I didn't know it was like that. You know, goddamn. Playing on the knife's edge right there. They get their reward onto JJ, but man, oh man, was it close. He's going to base for his first item as well. And that's a massive swing of gold and an influx of gold onto a couple of very important members. 369 gets a little bit of gold. Navi as well, just being used as a temporary bridge, right, to get Cream and Jackie Love to some of their very important item breakpoints. Will be very, very valuable to Top Esports, and especially at this next objective, which is in 15 seconds time. Which I'm sure they'll very happily fight over, as they will have their ultimates first. Mako is actually still a little ways away from level 6, and even if he shares this minion wave, I think he'll get it because he's so far behind XP. These minions are giving him so much, so he'll hit 6 on this wave. You can see Gala playing with fire there. It's very far up. That 4th shot. But it will be Top Esports that start this dragon off. IG got the first one, but again, the setup's here for Top Esports. And walking in, no Leona, no Nautilus, and so much peel for Top Esports. So difficult, and they're just going to turn around.
Maybe Top Esports looking for a fight. Gets the intargetable out of Dedye as getting that dragon. Will set them up for success as time goes on, potentially giving them a little bit of a bargaining tool as the Shy can use his full needlework onto 369. He will have Equalizer coming up soon, does still have Flash, so can still play pretty safely. That Equalizer comes down to try to clear the wave. Missed a little bit of it, but still will be just fine with that one. And that's going to be the Archangels completed for Rookie, so we'll be stacking that one up, waiting for the evolution.
That it is. See how Rookie goes. Stat check on Gala. But he's had a mostly quiet game so far. He's been involved, he just hasn't put anything together, though he did help get that kill onto Jackie Love on the back of those grubs.
He's a speed demon now.
He is a speed demon. We actually spoke, of course, in the hour-long build-up, pre-show brought to you by Mazel and Jamada, about how these two are going to be, the big heavy hitters for IG and Top Esports, respectively. They've been put on utility duty in our opening game of the series. It carries everywhere else across the board. Though the good thing is, just because of the nature of Fearless, they don't necessarily have to be on utility duty for the rest of the series. There are still a few utility ADs up, right? Think about things like Ash, maybe a Sivir, right? But fingers crossed, it means that we see these guys on more hyper carries for this series.
Gala has most gold in the game, which is actually pretty impressive. But it's just been Farm City for these ADs as they did move mid pretty preemptively. Now about 35 seconds for the Rift Herald. Yeah, I've seen that be that next big timer now. As in the past, sometimes a little bit of a delay on taking that one. Still about 3 minutes for the next dragon, and we're tied up in there, so neither team really taking advantage. I will say, though, one more kill for IG and one more objective does end up getting them those feats. A little bit further away from that is Top Esports.
Next individual kill. Very, very important. Very hotly contested. And you know what? Herald's just spawned. Mazel, I have an inkling where the next death might be.
Could it be around the Rift Herald?
It might be. It might just be. We'll have to our eyes peeled. It is going to start off this Herald. But there are a lot of members of Top Esports around. And the one good thing about the Alistar, though I was kind of critical of his pick where it was, he does get to kind of just walk in for free when he's got ult. Find a lot of space, and there's a collection of on the top side too. This is awkward for IG.
Seraphs has just gotten involved by Rookie. Rookie going for the Weaver's Wall to cut across, though it will be secured by JJ. They're going to try to block him off of getting the eye. JJ going for the kill on a Jackie Love. They get the play onto him. Needlework hits. Jackie Love going down. Reset City for JJ. And now he goes back into the pit. Has the backup by Rookie. On the other side of the fight, the Shy trying to reset over onto them. Get them pushed away. It's JJ versus Kanavi. And Kanavi goes down. I think he got the eye, maybe. But Kanavi gets the play onto him. Now he's going around the corner. And he's just going to get bursted down by Rookie. As he picks off the stragglers. IG end up wiping 3 for 1.
Super worried about Rookie there at the end, whether or not he had mana for a full rotation, but he just about did. As hold on.
Open up.
One.
It's not the FBI, but it might be Gala. Nope, it's not Gala either.
4 on the accuracy. 25%. Let's hope he can up it.
Dude,
for the next couple of ults.
I hope we get a replay of that.
Of course
JJ is a beast. Like, he gets the kill, gets the reset, gets back over the wall, takes the Herald Eye. Yes, he dies to Kanavi, but Kanavi also dies. So what does it really matter?
Yeah, I mean, helps take down Jackie Love here. Over the wall onto Kanavi and does secure the eye on the bottom side. See what's going on, but it's about this 1v1 dash away from the jab of the wind becomes lightning. But then here, you look at Rookie's mana bar, you think, does he have enough for a full rotation? But it's always a bit misleading when it's a tier champion. Does manage to secure that one, but I mean, if Kanavi got any more autos off, you have to remember the passive starts to kick in. Get the healing back. It's very easily been turned around. But they did get the Herald, Mazel, IG.
They did.
The very, very important thing. Expect them to use it on this mid plane here.
Oh, wow.
They jostle for the dragon.
I just really want to go, but look at this flank. Chris was on the flank of the century on Alistar. Dragon is started up by Top Esports. A collapse coming through from IG.
Yeah. Crisp achieved with this. No one on IG checks the side here. Mako does his due diligence, but he wants to focus on just the full frontal engage. And in fairness, Chris was wrapped back around to support the rest of his team. From behind.
50-50. All right, Diddy gets it, gets the dragon, gets the second one for IG. Now they're trying to take the fight as well. They go for another reset, and Diddy reactivated now as well, but back on to Kanavi. Look at him go. Kanavi has no saving grace. He's in the pit. He's burned down in the Infernal Cinders. As the Infernal Rift takes hold, it's still Top Esports fighting tooth the nail down here. Cream getting caught by the Deadly Flourish, and now he's trying to get out himself. Does get the double Realm Warp out, but Crisp is going to have to find Fancy Feet. Doesn't dodge away from that one. Another shot coming through, but that's a big rock to the face. The horns are broken, and Top Esports are too.
All right, I have an important question. Does Gala's accuracy stay higher or lower? He didn't fire the fourth shot, Mazel. He hit one. Either way, IG win out on that exchange. JJ wins the smite. crucially to get that second dragon. And it feels like a fight that's split on two fronts again, right? You've got this full frontal. It's the Q, the second Q plus the smite. And then he's on to Jackie Love again. It feels like I'm just watching a replay of the same fight from earlier, just in a different position. And then the Shy on the backline just gets so much work done in terms of space bought and time bought that it's not Cream or 369 hitting any of these squishy carry members of IG. And Cream, there's no CC left in the tank, is able to get himself and his top laner out, but then Chris, unfortunately, is left waste.
And now we come back into live. We are on second items for majority of IG now. They are still at a pretty hefty gold advantage. That's where we can start talking about what these later game team fights do end up looking like with Adacon spawning on top side. Who do you favor?
And I mean, I feel like the way that things have unfolded
Is scaling enough for
IG.
Is scaling enough for top esports?
I mean, the real question is, do you feel like they outscale IG, right? Like, it's Lethality Varus. A lot of the weighting here just comes on to Cream, right? And then Rise. How much work you think he can get done? And whilst I think the composition generally is short range enough that maybe he can, the way that JJ is playing right now mechanically, the Shy is constantly finding backline, you know, time versus the squishy members here of top esports. In the context of that, if the fights keep playing out like that, absolutely not. IG are just going to continue to win out, but perhaps just maybe top esports can find something a little bit magical, a good combo, right? Like a big Pulve combo with the equalizer. I think 369, whilst he had an okay laning phase, he's been largely outshunned by the Shine team fights. It's like a good equalizer. Onto Gala, onto Rookie, really make their life awkward.
Let's try to find a choke point as well. Potential avenue there. So pretty even game. The biggest leads immediately JJ and Gala. JJ a little bit more damage oriented, but no slouches to Jin. I will say top esports struggling to find their next move here. Adacon will not really be the focus for the foreseeable future. But it is about 1 minute and 20 seconds until another dragon, which would put IG on soul point of an Infernal Soul. And this composition would love to have that fiery damage at their back.
Yeah, I mean, just the small amounts of percent will start to equal out to a fair bit for this IG lineup, because they all use it very, very, very efficiently. It's only really Mako who
9. Oh, he flashes, but he still gets caught. Kanavi is going to back up his brother in arms. Crescent guard coming through. Mako getting low. 369 stepping forward, and Mako is down. TP coming in. Double TP. Double time from IG. Can they fight this one out? Gala is a button to cleanup kill as well. The Shy stepping up, but Jackie Love puts a little bit of an arrow in his back. Top esports come out. They fight. They tussle. It is a 2 for 2 and a little bit of an even state.
Yeah, the important thing is both the junglers died, so there's not going to be an immediate start up on the dragon here. Cream is going to secure the Skull Crab, which is just going to provide them a little bit more vision. Oh, well, okay. You know the W button like does the same thing, right? But it's pointing. Well,
He wanted to look cool,
Chris.
okay?
Yeah, true. It did want to look cool. Either way, Rookie does make it back to the mid lane. He's going to clear this wave out. And I mean, if he's got enough of Leandries, he might just consider a base. But without it's actually very difficult for him to make it back on time. So he has to stay out on the map for the time being, not being at 2 items. And that's a very big deal. If you look over at Cream, he's got the Archangels and Aurora stacked up, so he's level 14. Very, very happy about the state of the game that he's in for the time being.
We did just get second item there completed for Rookie as well. He got the Leandries. Have a little bit more there, but IG now are front and center around this dragon pit. Bring over the Shy and Rookie. So it's very obvious where they want to play towards. Cream, he is looking on the side here, but maybe he's going to be caught. Shy and Rookie coming out here. Jackie Love going to give his old teammates a nice little what for. They're getting set up around the dragon fight. Could be a pivotal fight for Top Esports, but they can't afford to kind of throw away these moments. Well, you got 5 minutes then. They're giving themselves 5 minutes of breathing room. Maybe a second item. Probably not a third for Cream. But he did just get that second item complete for Jackie Love too.
Unless he wants to finish out the Revenomicon, even then. It's not the strongest third item ever, but you know, stat for gold spent is worth it by any means. We'll have to wait very patiently to find out. Dragon over, it's a very big deal. But I think that lets you know where Top Esports feel like they're at in this game. My big concern does still remain that if Gala's able to make it third item before then, and, I mean, JJ is so accelerated in this game that by the looks of things going towards Death Dance. I mean, if he makes it to that, I just don't see how he dies without major mispositioning. Esports' only potential saving grace is that if they ever end up with Cream assigned into the lane that the Shy's in, that maybe he could win the 1v1 on the side lane just by virtue of he shouldn't be able to be run down, but that's not really very assuring.
Oh, flash play, but dude, Cream's had some fancy feet with his Realm Wars, although he will have to burn his Realm Warp and his flash for that. He did not die, so that's at least something, Janata.
It is indeed. I mean, the question you would love to have asked is, can they start Battlecon earnestly? And they are doing that, but they don't have
It does burn
mid-priority.
quickly.
I'm not super sold, Mazel.
Oh,
JJ has won a lot of smites. JJ has won a lot of smites this game.
He has. All right, well, JJ is already there. The Thornbound Atacon in their eyes. You have to remember, once you start getting killed with it, that's the big
He
kickoff
got
point.
it!
JJ gets it again. Just dipping Kanavi across these objectives. The Shy, he's a little bit caught. Equalizer back. The Equalizer's not doing too much for blocking off the exit. The 369 in trouble now as Rookie takes him. The Infernal Cinders coming through. Finally, IG see Crisp on the back end of the fight. He's trying to get himself out, but will go down. The Deadly Flourish won't hit, but they open up curtain call. Gonna hit Cream. Hits one. Can't hit the rest of them. And Jackie Love and Cream will back away, though Jeddah wants to follow up on a Cream. Realizes he has a lot of damage, will back away, but the Atacon is there. They take top lane outer turret, and now they're pinging onto the Baron, and they're going to start it up.
I mean, why not, right? Why the hell not? Not still dead for around 5 seconds. 369 won't have ultimate, even if he was to make it here in time with the teleport. IG are frankly just routing Top Esports at every given opportunity, and JJ has not lost a 50-50 all game. At what point do you even still get to call it a 50-50 if JJ is involved at this rate? But you understand the call. Like, the mentality from Top Esports here is sound, right? Like, the play that happened on the bot side, it makes sense, but Kanavi just, he smites a touch too early. It goes over to JJ. It died from 1.3k, so they smited pretty much on the same frame.
It's just insane how many times Crisp connects onto Didier, but it does, like, somehow magically Didier just extends his smite to where he can still get it, or has that extra damage. And I'm just gonna call it right now, we're getting similar feelings from that first meeting between these two teams in Group Ascend. Gala had Jackie Love's number all series long. He's sitting at 305. Rookie bodied Cream in that last game to send it all the way to IG. And Dede now finding the difference making as this objective control comes to a head for IG. They're looking damn good, and Top Esports maybe just found their kryptonite, as 2 times you can't just shake your head at that if IG end up taking this series.
And this is what it's starting to feel like. Is IG just Top Esports' kryptonite at this rate, right? You know, Top have felt very rarely fallible this split, but right now they are falling.
Rookie going into, hits the seismic shove combo that time around. And Dede now looking to chase down. He has unleashed the hounds here, and he's looking for the pursuit as he finds him on a turn. He's just taking Konami to task. The dog's not going to be enough. The bird not going to be enough, but he wants him. He wants to chase him down. Goes untargetable. Darkened daggers to the face. Konami falls to the might of Dede and the power of Invictus Gaming. Game number 1 will holistically go their way, and Top Esports are on the back foot now against their kryptonite of IG.
In hindsight, it didn't even feel close, did it?
Nope.
I think IG won every single skirmish. At worst, it was 1-to-1s, right? You know, 2 for 2s, 3 for 3s. Excellent game from IG, and this is the thing that we speak about with this team. They're weird. They're just weird. You don't think they're gonna win so many of these engagements, but it's always that one member, right? This game, a lot of the time, it was JJ around the objectives. A lot of credit can also go to the Shy for the amount of backline access that he found, but being critical of Top Esports, you know,
what was that draft, man?
There. The draft was a little bit wonky. I don't think, like, look, I think the problem that I have with the draft is more about the fact that they didn't have easy to use engage, right? And I think it's fine.
They gave over Gwen and the Fury.
But exactly, and that's my big concern is like, hey, you had the opportunity to ban away the Gwen. You saw just off the hover, and I don't like to talk about hovers often, but I think sometimes you can read into them. If something gets hovered for that long and then last-ish second it gets hot swapped, the chances are they were talking about locking that champion in. And you know the Shy plays it, and I understand, you know, they've got Rumble. They're going, hey, let's put him on Gwen so that the Rumble has a good time. And it's like, well, Rumble didn't really achieve anything, and you still gave the Shy Gwen instead of having him on a frontliner, which you could have killed reasonably in this game. So, yeah, it does feel really, really strange. The fact that they also went support on 4 to not get a guaranteed counter on 5 when they could have probably just realistically answered the Talia with any of other of Cream's significantly flashier champs, right? Whether it was Silas, whether it was the Akali. Hell, he hovered the Akali for a long time in that draft too. So potentially, was it being considered? I suppose you'd have to ask, but had to have been on the radar. There's the PGB for you, and there was a brief moment in time. Yeah, a brief moment in time where Top Esports were ahead. But otherwise, IG won every single exchange from the Herald onwards.
Yeah, with some incredible smite steals. Honestly, some of those, we got to get the finger pointer out, because I'm like the one around Drag, he literally got punted completely away, but in air somehow gets the kill of the Dragon. Like, the guy was feeling it against Kanavi, and rightfully so. He maybe just found the way to break down Top Esports, because we talked about the setups that IG had last time around in the carry through Rookie and Gala, but really did just had Kanavi's number this time. And it was on the Nefiri. We won't get these picks again. The Zinzao not going to be available yet again. And I will give the benefit of the doubt to Top Esports. They have gone the distance in a ton of their series, especially in this win streak that they're on right now, 6 wins in a row. So I do expect them to kind of dust themselves off and get back into it here as they probably go to blue side.
Yeah, I mean, my big concern, though, is even if they are to bring this game to series, rather, to 3 games, they're going to have to win on red side. Because the likelihood is, let's just say, hypothetical, they beat IG next game. IG aren't going to pick red. It's just not going to happen. So let's see how they crack on, because, yeah, Top Esports definitely looked, again, very, very fallible. And that is the weird thing about this Top Esports roster and how they've been playing this split. They've crossed the line, yes, and they've had some very, very impressive looking wins as well at that throughout this 5-game win streak, 9-1 score. But so many of these series going to 3 games. So many of these games, when you really, give it the proper eye test, haven't looked the cleanest. And I think IG really just exposing some of the cracks in the armor that are present with Top Esports at times that other teams don't very consistently exploit.
And I'll just say, this isn't like Top Esports tried anything crazy or tried anything different. This is literally like all their bread and butter, like their most played champions, a lot of their best strategies, and having been tested like that as well, maybe try to wake up and give IG a little bit more respect. They maybe came in. Obviously, some big changes for the timings and everything around the map itself, but mechanically wise, it felt like IG were definitely team fighting a lot better.
There's not much else to say than that. I think that
Yeah.
I didn't
Who
see
gets
the Ghana flash in
MVP?
that fight. Oh, JJ, man. Like, it's not even a discussion. It's
Like, look at this, bro.
yeah. He just diffed Kanavi at every important, point in this game when it came to those smites, right? No one else had a higher level of impact. You imagine those dragons go over to IG. There's less pressure on top E. Oh, sorry. Those dragons go over to top esports. There's a lot less pressure on them to make things happen. The Atacon is also a thing where it's like, hey, they get that objective. Winning a fight gets way more snowbally, right?
Yeah.
And in this case, because they already had the Nash off the back of that fight, they just end the game off of this one fight with those waves shoved in. So it should
just
be
chases them, man. He's just going off into the sunset. You love to see it. But a dominant one from IG to kick off this series, and it's so crazy how things pan out. Obviously, still a lot of series left to play between these two teams, but the Shinobi Wars do deliver in IG versus Top Esports, and we'll be waiting for the MVP here, but it feels like forever ago that win came through for IG over Top Esports. Again, the only loss Top Esports has had so far in Split 2 in Group Ascend at least. And it now just feels like yesterday, maybe. Like, it just feels like IG have awakened the beast within themselves to take Top Esports to task. And it will be Dead that gets the MVP.
Who's surprised? Not me. And I don't think you guys should be either.
True.
Fantastic
7
gameplay.
MVPs.
7 MVPs. I wonder where he is in the MVP.
Big bad dog.
I'll have to take a gander at the sheets in between this game and the next. But yeah, big bad dog. Nefiri, not seeing. I mean, it feels like it didn't really get a lot of prio over in Europe, but like over in the eastern regions, in the LPL here and in the LCK, so much priority. And people are saying again in the West, this champion probably isn't that good on this new patch.
True.
Yeah,
Not bad.
Whatever you say, buddy.
Not bad. That's it for game number 1 of our third series of the day. It might have taken a long time, but IG will be happy with the results. We'll see if Top Esports can bounce back after a short little break. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, and game number 1 going the way of IG in the Shinobi War matchup here in our final best of 3 of this Super League of Legends day in the LPL. What a way to do it, and what a way to be. Any thoughts real quick before we get into the next segment off that first game?
Draft needs to be better from Top Esports. A little bit more consistent. Just something that makes a little more logical sense. Not that the whole draft was everything, but it was certainly a large factor as to why I feel like they didn't have a lot of agency there.
Well, hey, we'll see what that draft has in store. But I don't know if you've been around. You haven't. Maybe you have you heard of MOBA Trainer. This game that we've been playing around, this was a little bit of fun. I know you did it actually on like the first day, so obviously you have a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program, work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from the map, answer the questions, unlock more features. So let's go ahead and do one right now as we're using lane priority. We just did this one last series, and now the strong side top experience as an extreme level top laner in Koala. What do you think?
Go.
Already OP, map state, take a look what we're going to be getting. What should Rally do is going to be the first question. We got to get through these pretty quickly. As should we wait for the wave or engage, Mr. Jamada?
Definitely engage. You've got a minion there on the top left, which you can maybe Q2 and kill if you're getting kind of low, and you've got Nautilus walking, so
Engage.
I think you can go. You can go. But you can also wait because Viego's behind you too.
Either answer maybe had worked. We got the good choice,
Yeah.
so now we're going to move forward into the next setup as we get the gank coming in from the Nautilus. Let's see what that next answer is going to be. Is just a
Lovely.
kill outright. Hey, you get unpunished and get a bunch of resources. I'm guessing it's going to come after this next segment. See what you have to do. Is it going to be taking plates or recalling? What do you think?
You just came from base. Take those plates. You've got champions on
Take
your
those
side.
plates.
Even if the jungler shows up, man, you've got ult and you should have first.
Good
move from your
choice.
team.
Good choice. Good choice. See, we're learning. We're learning how to be a top laner.
Yeah.
As we're going to take a look at this next one. This will be the last question we get to answer before we get going back. Do you recall, take more plates, or take next wave? What do you think?
Ooh, I mean, looking at the 800 gold, you don't have enough for a complete item. Personally, I would greed and just go for the next wave. I still have people on my side of the map. I don't have flash. It's a bit risky,
Okay.
but Jay shouldn't be here to interrupt. And even if he is, I could
Good
murder him.
choice. You could deny Jace from getting the minions. Good stuff. If you enjoyed that, make sure you go subscribe for 20% off with our LPL20 code off and unlimited prizes. As puzzles, rather, not prizes. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers as well as the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So start leveling up your game today with MOBA Trainer. It's been a lot of fun to go through these. It gives us a little bit of a break, gives us a little bit of fun. And now we got to go away from the fun and talk about seriousness, because Top Esports now on the verge of falling to IG now 2 times in a single season. Their only loss came to IG in that week 2 setup between the 2 teams, and now in the second round robin, IG come out with a banger of a first game to go up 1-0.
Draft is going to be very important.
You don't say. It's almost like you said that earlier.
I know, but I have to reiterate the point. I also feel like a little bit more gameplay-wise, I want more urgency out of Top Esports in their gameplay and how they actually look to attack lanes. I feel like they were very quiet in the early stages, which I kind of get given where their lanes were at, but Xin Zhao Rumble, they made the one play attempt onto the Shy, and it was very lackluster, very half-hearted. And they lost the Dragon off the back of that, so yeah, it was just very, very weird.
True. Well, hopefully we'll be getting into picks and bans here soon. And I think it's important to give a lot of the factor of like why this is important for Top Esports and for IG. IG sitting in that middle of the pack section for the Ascend group. Top 4 make it into playoffs without having to go to the play-in of the playoffs, which Top Esports already heads in above every other team besides AL in the league. And trying to keep that streak going. A 7-win streak would be something to speak of for Top Esports, but now on the potential of losing out on that streak against an IG who has been struggling recently, especially against Weibo in particular. But we're in game number 2's draft of our final series of the day. It is the Lilia, the Nico ban from Top Esports on the blue side this time, as IG on the red side going to ban away the Vi and the Skarner, taking away a ton of pieces
Jace.
from Kanavi.
That is a Jace ban from Top Esports, so IG are forcing them to ban that. Otherwise, Jace should get a relatively free lane. And then if they ban the Jace, then Top Esports could also get the Yone. So they're happy with either outcome here, would be my guesstimation. But what do IG do? I mean, I feel like you could realistically leave both up and then just take the Yone and get the Sejuani alongside it. But they go towards the Yone ban. So my expectation would be Jace. It's a bit of a no-brainer. But then where do IG go? Do they just go Sejuani to take that away from the Jace and then pick another okay matchup into the Jace as a kind of answer? Or... But then my question is, what's the top laner? Right? There are definitely options, but it does feel kind of limited, right? You could go towards something like the Ornn, but first rotation, is it really necessary? No, right? So then at that point, it's like, hey, let's go towards Rookie's pool instead, maybe an early Ahri. But my expectation should be the Sejuani, at the very least, out of this one too.
There it is.
There's one piece of the puzzle. And then the question
the new animations are so cool. I'll never get I'm not going to get over it.
I agree.
They went all out for Spirit Blossom. It's so sick. But now we got to think about that 1-2 punch. What's going to go with the Sejuani? You usually expect some melee heavy solo laners.
Okay, Misfortune. It's a hover. I mean, the other pick that did obviously go untouched, and it's certainly not fully on the radar for both of these mid laners, but it's not like they don't play as the Azir.
True.
As well.
Yeah, it is most played for both of them. On the split so far, which is absolutely hilarious. And it is also the Misfortune, which is tied now, at least going into this game. Gala trying to get a lot of plays going for him in terms of the presence we've seen from Misfortune. Very heavy in the 2v2 lane presence, as Top Esports going to try to play away from that. A little bit of safety for Jackie Love on the Ezreal.
Yeah, Jackie Love on the Ezreal. Might be a champion he's fairly well known for. I'm not sure. Jungle answer, right? No? I mean, I don't mind the Leona takeaway, just because obviously it does feel like the amount of agency that Leona Misfortune could have would be quite high, but Nautilus and Leona, they both kind of function similarly, just offer slightly different things.
You also get the Solar Flare to stop the bullet time if you can line it up well. So that'll be like literally Crisp's job going forward. Would really like a little bit of a blocking structure for IG here to try to stave off some of that and set up for that front line for Gala to have success.
I think, weirdly, the Braum, obviously it can have a lot of high yield value, but just to play devil's advocate here for a moment, it's very obvious what the Braum is going to provide here, right? Decent additional front line. It's going to really nullify Chris' ability to go inside of the laning phase. But I feel like you wouldn't mind, obviously Rel's out, so Rel would usually be the best pairing with Misfortune, but you wouldn't mind a Nautilus. You wouldn't mind like another support here, just because you've got that Misfortune, you've got the Sejuani. But at the very least, what this does mean is Gala Mako should have a lot of freedom in the early game to really move around the map at a whim, and that's now what you really want to see out of this bottom lane of IG. And strong solo laners now to be drafted for IG as well. I'm expecting the Shy's pick on 4 here, and Top Esports also expecting that as they remove the Ambessa. And again, the only other kind of big pick here that I would say that you could really kind of pick into Jace to attempt to nullify is something like the Ornn. We did see, and I mentioned it earlier, things like the Shen got buffed. He's not got, he doesn't have a horrible time into the Jace. It's not like super fun, but you get to kind of nullify and then play out the rest of the map. Yorick obviously has now been removed away. That's another option which you're not going to be able to utilize. Of course.
There it is, yet again.
All right.
Why not? It's his most played, at least tied with it. Now will be his most played. And keeping an aggressive stance onto the Jace, going to be important. His side lane prowess is second to none on that champion. He can absolutely pick you apart with it. So changing up a little bit. and not going with kind of a frontline setup for the Misfortune, leaving Gala to his own devices a little bit in that regard. But the Azir also now coming through for Cream. We are going for comfort there, and we're going for a ton of setup for the team through Cream.
I would have hated it if IG decided to go a 0-4. That would have been terrible, I think. But hey, look, honestly, the Shy has made this Nidalee work enough to the point now where it's certainly not something to just automatically turn your nose up at. Kanavi is going to find his way onto the Poppy. And let's see whether or not this ends up being this Victor lock. I think it makes the most sense. Right? You're not really going to be super pressured by the Poppy. It's only really about making sure that you're not getting shuffled. Scaling 1-to-1 is fine. Should be a pretty easy lock-in for IG.
That's big. A lot of scaling to add to the fluctuation of the damage that's going to be coming through for IG. Will end up being the Shy Nidalee, famous at this point, trying to put Top Esports down 2-0. Can you imagine, after this massive streak from Top Esports, that IG are the ones to delve into a 2-0 against them? That would be absolutely wild. I expect Top Esports to be a little bit angry from that last one, and going with this Kanavi Poppy, a lot of onus on him to kind of keep the engages going and being active.
That he should. The engage tools are certainly there on both teams this time around, right? Spoke about the lack of proper go buttons in game number 1. It didn't stop them from fighting, but this time around, they certainly have a lot more access to it. With Leona on one side, Sejuani on the other, and a bunch of other champions that are pretty happy to just throw buttons and abilities at one another when they're standing in front of an objective. This game should be a good one. I think it'll be a little bit more hotly contested than game number 1, just because of, I think the fact that so many of these matchups are quite back and forth. Mid lane 1 is perhaps the most quiet. It should give us a very fun time, and I'm really going to be looking at Kanavi to try and have an impact here, especially after game 1. Frankly, I'm not going to say fully getting out jungled, but who else on the team? Yeah, who else on the team could get out smoked, So it's like, that's what I'm looking at for this one. Has to come alive properly as we send our way to game number 2.
Game 2 in the Shinobi Wars here as we get into the second iteration of this. Again, IG took the first matchup here in week 2 of Group Ascend. Now putting Top Esports backs against the wall with a composition that has a ton of options moving forward and a little bit of their own flavor as we get into it now, the Jayos.
There were 2 people chanting IG there. I feel like normally there's always one dedicated team chant.
Sometimes it's like a bunch of people.
Yeah, I guess.
Depends.
Yes. That's true. Well, the Shy
a lot of Jayos though. That felt good.
Yeah, that it did. I will never get more than Jayos.
So, we got the side lane prowess of the Shy on the Nidalee against the Jays from 369. Again, these are still comfort picks across the table for both teams coming into this one. But we are going to get the opposite side starts for both junglers, so maybe looking at some different focuses for those first gank paths.
Potentially. Kanavi wants to get active around the bot lane. Here the Shy goes with shenanigans, all the extra movement speed from the W procs. Those traps.
Dude.
Grasp stacks.
It's the most ADHD gameplay, I feel like. Like, you have to always just be doing something. Like, if you're not doing something, you're doing it wrong in Italy, it feels like. You're looking for grass stacks. You're switching through Cougar form. You're going for an auto. You're going for midi. Like, it just feels like it's the most you have to actually pay attention. And the Shy, when he's paying attention, he's locked in. So maybe that's just the focus.
True. The Shy, I mean, as a player, has, historically had some of the craziest individual highs we've ever seen, right? So maybe that's the requirement of being a little bit locked in these days as been a while since we've seen those peaks at times. Though I completely derailed BLG's 2023 Worlds run. Right, the most recent high peak. Pretty much single-handedly. Never gonna forgive him for it, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't impressive. Again, just continuing to harass, and we spoke about the junglers, right? JJ is on his way up here. I wonder how much pressure presence is going to be afforded to this one other small thing, and we're just going to fly because A, the observers are padding up here. There's nothing else going on in the rest of the map.
Engaged out. They heard you talking, and they go over the engage as you say it. But yeah, it should just be the biggest thing is like with these different timers on the Rift, if we are going to get any of those iterations of early gank pass or kind of just what we had been seeing beforehand with the double grubs, where a lot of the time first patch just ended up being a full clear. He's hovering around top side, but he's just going to get the back off in the end. He's spotted. Coming in, they do know 369 gonna get attacked, gonna flash out. Don't end up getting the permafrost, but tanking up and up. The Shy flashes first blood, cleanly executed by IG, and Giga Shy is there.
Wow. I think the Shy perfect pixel flash to not take that second tower shot. Like if he flashes earlier, he might still be in range. As well. There's the early swap we were talking about. Jack Love and Chris do not want to be in that bot lane matchup, but also the problem is Gala and Mako resetting a wave later will just follow them. Anyway, JJ, auto Q, very good. The second part of the W still connects despite the replay is actually not showing the permafrost stack. So it's kind of it's bugged inside the wall.
Yeah, it only got up to 4.
Flash there from the Shy, just about perfectly timed to get himself out from underneath the tower. Just a couple of right clicks away. He's going to hold on to this wave. Doesn't want it to crash. Not fully anyway.
Sheen now. That's tough for 369 to deal with. I do like that we got the swap going through here. I don't think either team is really going to be able to lean on Dragon early, so I think everybody's just going to be scaling up until that 8-minute mark when a new grub spawns. And that fight is definitely going to be a big tussle. I think grubs are very important for both sides of the Rift this time around.
They are. Champs in the solo lanes, bar maybe Victor. Very happy to side lane. Grubs are a very potent tool. But again, as is and has always been the case of grubs, they are a win more objective. So you have to be ahead to use them.
The Shy and side lane with grubs would be a menace, man.
It's only really going to be Cream that should be able to answer him in the side lane as time goes on. I mean, you know, Jace is definitely going to be able to offer up a lot as well, but I think the key differentiator is that Cream can do it from a significantly further distance away and with higher DPS, whereas Jace, a little bit less. So if our junglers are on the bottom side again, the Skull Crab is spawning here.
He's gonna fight. Cream moving over. It does have Emperor's Divide, so Cream Shuffle available to him. Scuttle Crab is going to be secured in the end by Kanavi there. I will say though, just as a little shout to 369, Jace is no slouch. There's a reason why they went ahead and grabbed it up so early there. See if he can really come to a hole here, as in that last series we saw tonight, Jace definitely came in clutch.
Yeah, that did. Kanavi knows his blue buff's up. JJ's 100% going to be here though. It's really awkward. First move could definitely come from the Shy. He's a little bit out of mana, but look at the mid lane. Rookie's shoved in. It's awkward. I think Kanavi should just drop this.
Yeah, he's going to do so.
Leashed it.
Thanks for the leash, just did ya. Already smite diffed you in the first game, and now we're going to just take the blue buff from you. Thank you. Dragon is still up though. The Scuttle Crab giving vision over to top esports. No, not again. He's got level 6 over the wall, missing the Glacial Prison. Maybe he's going to get the permafrost stack though, but JJ is so damn tanky with that giant spell completed.
Guys.
Oh, guys, chill. Big damage from the turret, but the Shy still gets the kill. Cream has come to answer. It took way too long for IG to get that one, and now the Shy should pay the ultimate price. Gonna fight over it, but Cream cleans up the kill, and that'll be 481 gold going his way now, and he cleans up the pot wave.
You got to grasp the steps. That's the important thing. Rookie, however, is answering this with plates in the mid lane of the mode. IG's, like, the idea of the dive is good. It's just the execution was
Yeah, absolutely.
certainly lacking. And because it lacks, they're not able to turn on something like maybe a dragon off the back end. And of course we see Cream come in and clean up, and that's a very nice influx of gold into the Azir, who otherwise would have just probably stayed mid and stayed very stable in this game. Top esports are going to get their way onto the grub as well, and a lot of that is basically just off the back of this bot lane dive, so it's actually a very good sequence for top esports. I would love to credit 369, but honestly, JJ and the Shy's hands just kind of stopped working for about 15 seconds. Not ideal.
We have seen this as a bit of a trend tonight, I will say, is IG not feeling like they can contest that grubs. There's no longer a second opportunity. The 3 means a lot with the mites, and they just go for that early dragon stacking, or at least not early, but dragon stacking in general. Will be an early Infernal Dragon, though, as the first one, so that'll be a little bit nicer for them to hold on to.
Yeah, that it will.
They want it. Solar Flare, insta-cleanse. Nice Captain Jack from Gala. Oh, did they find Mako, though? Okay, Mako's fine. He's good. He's good. He's fine.
That's the power of the owner, just being able to kind of walk up to a champion and go, I want your Summoner spell. And securing it.
This means that Gala's gonna have to be a lot more careful with his ultimate. Really gonna have not gonna be able to use it as super aggressively because he's gonna be standing still. A lot of engage could come his way. I think that's the most difficult thing and why I haven't really been sold on Misfortune in general. We have seen it win. It is good by occasion. And Gala did have a pop-off last time around these two teams faced on Misfortune. Gonna have to prove it to me here on this one.
See, he's got okay setup, but this is what I was talking about earlier, right? Like, there's no big AoE CC on the side of IG. That's why you would have loved to see like flawless, at least occasionally you can get a big bit of CC out. Let's back up.
Oh, they're getting surrounded. Big Glacial Fissure into the bullet, but it gets Keeper's Verdict out of there. Yeet! And there goes Gala out of the fight, immediately turning on to Mako as he will fall. To be the immediate trade, though, as Kanavi is down. TP, we are not stopping. 369, gonna get hit, gonna have to flash immediately. Now Crisp in trouble, the Cougar Claw think deep, double kill for Giga Shy.
2 kills, go over to the Nidalee. Even gets a red buff. Skirmish was basically just over vision, right? And a potential rotation to the bottom side of this map, and it goes IG's way. Love was not around for any of that. It's just good fighting from IG, plain and simple.
Even the dog agrees. As maybe the cat's gonna agree as well. Shy. I've seen this so many times, man. I've seen it so many damn times, and it works out every time. He is starting to change the idea of what Nidalee could be in the top side, starting to see it kind of go through. I even saw it at NACL not too long ago, and this week rather. And he's starting to sink deep here. 4-1 now, already Trinity Force completed. The bruiser items enable this champion so strongly.
Yeah, this Nidalee has become a very, very frustrating champ to deal with. And again, the only realistic answer will be Cream on this Azir later on. And you can actually see top esports have continually, for the last couple of minutes, been trying to assign Cream to wherever they feel like the Shy is going to be. As well as obviously trying to take into consideration where the objectives are and such, but haven't found that consistent success just yet in matching that one for the time being. No objectives for another 90 seconds. Ocean Dragon, if IG can pick that up, they're pretty big in putting a fair bit of pressure on Top Esports' overall kind of curve in this game, waiting till 2 items. Jackie Love, it feels like he's not based in a little while because he's on some pretty bare bones components. Maybe another wave away from Triforce. We'll have to see. But the Shy, he wants that Demolish Brock. He's not going to get it.
Give me those grass stacks, though. You know, that's sometimes all that matters. It is still, though, another objective coming up, about 45 seconds. Another dragon. Could be IG's focus now. But those first items maybe changing up the board a little bit. Some scaling coming through for Rookie, completing that Roa as it starts stacking. But I will say Cream on 1.5 items. Will be going for that nasty 2 next as well. Gonna have some strength of his own. Jackie Love hitting the Trinity Force spike is now a push play onto Chris. This is locked down. Is it going to be enough? Double CC and the Shy's here too. Ripping through them yet again. And now Jai once more. Try to get the concussive blows there. Won't end up following through, but he goes 5-1 Jabata. This is a masterclass from the master of the top lane in the LPL.
Okay, hold on.
Come on.
I'm bursting that balloon straight away. 5-1, but it's almost all been
of the
plays
Nidalee,
happening
bro.
with him and around
Dude,
him.
nobody else
yo.
can do this.
All right. Sure.
You wanna
Sure.
I'm just
I know, but always gotta be the party pooper. Top Esports. Crisp could not move.
No, he could not.
move. That was pretty funny. You said 2 times CC. I think he got quadruple CC because it was like the Winter's Bite, right? Braum passive into Braum knockup into Sejuani E into Sejuani O. Like, he was not allowed to play the game. However,
they get the dragon.
Despite the pick, it's actually Top Esports that get the dragon.
Love to see it. A little bit of capitalization there. Now they even up the dragon score. We do have about 15 seconds until the Rift Herald comes up. We'll see if they kind of want to readapt up that way. There's going to be a back and reset out from Crisp at least. But we did end up getting into a situation where we start to see some of the strength of Top Esports when they can move around the map, but I still think they're waiting on a lot of items, they're waiting on a lot of time, and I've really appreciated how fast IG have been willing to kind of play the map and play the side lanes.
Side lanes is the most important thing in this. I feel like with Dragons only being 1 apiece, 15 minutes in, we're not going to see a soul for a very long time. I highly doubt we're going to get to a point where Elder's a factor, but I mean, honestly, especially in the last week or so, I feel like I've seen weirder things. So I'm gonna hold my breath, especially after watching the the LEC Pro Show last week. Like every game was weird. Whether it was a stomp or whether it was a very hotly contested one. Back over to here. It's only about 2,500 gold lead. But IG, again, they've got the tools to really force the issue when and where they want. They're able to pick up that Herald just a moment ago as well. So JJ has the opportunity to plop that down wherever he sees fit. All 3 outer towers are chunked out enough that a Herald would be pretty efficient at taking that one down, taking the tower down, and the Shy, I think, is cannon. Oh, and Top Esports Honda is really good. They are giving up a bit of mid lane prio though, so Gala could maybe shove this one out and then either hit the tower himself or move to the bot side and that will be up to him.
And it's so crazy, man. We do have like a pretty decent gold lead being developed super early in the game by IG.
Oh, there's a TP coming from a zero.
But if they want to go particularly take this play on the 369 and top side, the turret's very, very low. Again, Top Esports have been dominant in the league. I mean, they won last split. Obviously, first stand didn't go their way. But they're 9-1, and that one, a stain on their record against IG of all teams. And even with all these issues, you see that they're 5-6 IG are. They've just had TES's number so far this split, and it's looking like this lead could be something they can build into. About 2.4, 2.5 thousand gold up. That was a little bit weird. I like the observers. Call them out. Call them out.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the thing, right? You can tell how badly IG want to keep the Shy on the mid lane into the Jace. Just because he can really bully out.
Uh-oh. He's in trouble now. He's going to flash out. Get a lot of damage on the Cream that the Solar Flare dodged out of. He can't get away. Doesn't have anything. The Cougar Claw's not going to come out that time. And now Top Esports counts on top lane themselves. Are going to immediately burst down this turret with the Rift grubs, at least, that they were given freely. As I think Kanavi just used the Keeper Ferdy there to get the minions away. It's actually pretty worth it.
Really
and they're onto a tier 2 in top side.
Yeah, to take tempo burn up.
Oh, they're trying to get onto Jackie Love. He's going to burn the Arcane Shift. Going to cleanse out of the slow as well. Dede coming around now, too. Trying to set up a big bullet time, but they can't get in range.
Look at the bot lane as well. What's going on? 369 picked up the tier 1 tower. He's also hitting this tier 2. I mean, pretty
it's dead even now.
Yeah, he's got 3 grubs. He might just kill it. It's kind of close. Literally might just not get here in time.
He's got to start respecting the 3 grubs. I don't know, man. That's like multiple times we've seen just full-on trades, no fighting over grubs, and it comes back to bite them so badly.
Yeah, but
not just
right
these
here.
2 teams, obviously.
But the Shy does a very good job sidestepping the owner armor, but otherwise really shuffle back in a lot of danger. And then end up falling in the shutdown goes over to Jackie Love, which is a big deal for Esports. You can see, however, why there was so much apprehension around the Shy. Kind of picking where he wanted to place himself, ended up teleporting to that top side of the map, but that was where the Esports had more members. And again, he wants to be in isolation against this Jace. That is just what this Nidalee wants to be doing this game. And unfortunately for himself, the moment that he finds himself into Cream yet again, he's picked on very aggressively. And now this dragon is spawning. All of those tower trades have equalized out the gold. I'm sure IG will still feel like the favorites to secure this objective.
Dead even game state though. Top Esports now with the 2nd item completed for both Jackie Love and Cream and the Evolution. They're feeling good. Keeper Verdict stopped in its tracks by the Glacial Prison. Dede with the timing of the play. Absolutely massive there. They will end up getting the dragon. That'll be 2nd dragon secured for them on their way to a Cloud Soul.
Wouldn't even let himself be outsmited. Want to afford the opportunity. Shy must be pretty close to his 2nd item. JJ just finished his. Play the wave, don't want to deal with pressure. Very understandable. Rookie also wants to probably make his way over to a side lane. In a moment to start securing some waves. Looks like he's going to move up to the top side. State of the map right now for Top Esports isn't that bad. They're actually in a okay position to start the Atacon. Feel like it, but the Herald is definitely going to pull them away now. That tier 1 tower is dead. Then
pretty big. They are going to leave it after that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's just to pull Top Esports off that,
the
and they
collapse.
can go and yeah, they can do this.
I think Cream overextending. He does have the Sun Disc, but I don't know if that's going to save you against this combo. It's like they're a little bit hesitant to do it under vision. With 4 members down here, though. Not going to be able to get anything for it. Cream starting to pump out some serious damage. And some of that scaling starting to come online for Top Esports. We said, 3rd item for them is really that break point where it becomes hard for IG, even though if they have some scaling on their own end.
Wow, the side laning of the Shy here, and then maybe, Gala putting in a bit of work, but I mean, the Top Esports draft kind of plays itself, man. There's not much else to say. They just walk around in a 5 and pick whatever is in front of them. Get this tier 2 on the bottom side of the map. That's another cash injection for predominantly the carries there. And the 2 items being available to Jackie Love and Cream now, they are fully online. And I mean, they're ahead of their counterparts. Like, both of them respectively, right? Rookie and Gala have not got their 2nd item cleared yet. This current assignment from IG, they're going to give over the Atacon. Rookie will get that feels very good in the moment. But this new Atacon buff is permanent, right? It's not a... Well, I mean, the old petals were technically permanent too, but with this new one, right, the kill on the slow, the AoE slow on effect would be a pretty big factor in you know, snowballing a team fight. And when you think about the fact that there's so much range on this top esports composition, these kills might be happening at range, right? And that slowdown could have a lot of impact on securing the next snowball in that kill, right?
It's terrifying for IG to see that Cream and Jackie Love are sitting pretty here with really undisturbed gold advantages for themselves, as they will be having a lot of stacking going for themselves. And now we do have a little bit of time till that next dragon. It would be sole point for IG, so they have some decision-making priority in that fashion. But really, you're trying to buy time for the Shy to get this third item, get some side lane prowess going, get these turrets down for them, and try to play off this competition. But I think some prior decisions are really going to start coming back to bite IG, like giving over those 3 grubs, giving over a lot of the prio around these fights as well. I mean, look, they weren't able to really get in position, and easy pickings for top esports to now continue to even this state of the game.
Yeah, I feel like weirdly, so much of this does kind of come down to landing on the wall over the Nautilus, right? Only having one very like kind of non-committal way of engage feels kind of bad. And you know, top esports, they obviously technically also only have Crisp, but there is significantly easier follow-up via Cream and Kanavi to really make those engages stick. Whereas on this IG side, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Stop that true shot barrage out for the odd angle. The Shy will get this tower, but it's taken 24 minutes to do so. So, I'm a bit concerned. Mako is fine. That was a very deep dive into the Navi, but he's not fussed at all.
Dragon's coming up now, though, and the reset is there from IG, but they will be late if they want to try to come get this dragon. Maybe if they try to reset instantly, as Kanavi's going to try to take this blue buff too ahead of the dragon spawn. Still have about 10 seconds for that to come up.
Man, if they waited 5 more seconds, blue buff for content.
Little things.
Well, it's the little things, man. Top esports can get this dragon pretty freely. And there's actually an assist thing towards that top tier 2, so I wonder if they're going to try and dive 369 in exchange. You can see the mid wave is gone. Mako's also rotating over, but I think they're a bit late on the wave. That's the problem. The wave's going to be dead. Almost. KJ makes it here. Actually something off the blue buff.
Yeah, and the 2-shot barrage across.
Wow.
So Dragons even up 2-2. Top esports will end up giving a tier 2 turret and top side for it. A little bit of gold standing over to He's looking. Cream's poking and prodding here as Baron has spawned. A little bit of attack speed might do top esports a little bit of justice if they want to start up anything. Wallbang coming in. They're in a little bit of trouble. Gonna Arctic Assault away to safety. The Shy is still hovering. The top esports need to be careful of how they take these entrances. Krug, though, important, but maybe not as important as your life as the CC chain comes through. Mako flashing excellently over the wall and will survive. Now Jackie Love's feeling himself against his old top laner on IG. And we'll be getting stronger and stronger as time goes on. Here goes top esports, the siege into top side. And they're getting so much value with their grubs across the board. It's only a matter of time until they really find some side lane issues to deal themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Like IG of, I think they're out of time. I think they're kind of gassed here. I really struggle to see many worlds where they can get themselves out of this chokehold. I know the gold difference between the two teams is not particularly high, right? But so much of the lead was front-ended into the Shy, and the fact that they've been able to push any more significant leads through him on the side lane has been very, very worrying. And I mean, even if you look, right, look at the inventory between 369 and between the Shy. There's 1,000 gold lead between, you know, the Shy and 369, but 369 has 3 complete items, right? Like that is a very, very large difference in power. And obviously, you know, the Shy has put money into tier 2 and tier 3 boots. But at the end of the day, items change champs, man. And those tier 3 boots, whilst they are obviously buffed and significantly better than they were in the previous patch, still not better than the completed item. That is still the end-all be-all here.
Oh.
But wow, Jackdove is really feeling himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 items now. I would be too. So you have the Shojins completed off the back of that one. We did have a stop off for the Seekers from Cream, so he'll be a little bit late on that 3rd item, the third completed item at least, but he's got a smorgasbord here in his inventory and a lot of damage packed into this top esports team fight here, even with 369 going lethality as IG getting surrounded on. They're trying to fight through their jungle here if they don't really have any tools available to them. Now Dede, he's going to get the double knock up there by Kanavi. Blocking with the Unbreakable goes Mako, but Mako's getting very low. TP now coming into the fight as well, but this feels like top esports. They're getting into the flow state here. We're potentially thinking about going for that Baron play. They do have a lot of damage now. It looks like trying to get back to mid lane Prio. The Shy is here to give them a little bit of damage, but he gets engaged on now as well. Gala waiting ever patiently to get a bullet time. 1 bullet time hitting across the team of top esports makes the entire difference in these team fights. And IG, they feel like they can actually defend this side of the map for themselves.
Being they can. I mean, I feel like one player we haven't spoken about at all is Rookie, and it's because he's actually managed to go nothing in this game. 0-0-0. But he is 10 CS per minute, and he is very close to 3 items. He could very well be the difference maker in a game like this.
He is the scaler. Like he is the win condition.
He actually just is, right? If IG aren't able to find leads on the side lane, which, you know, at this point, it's very safe to say they haven't been able to, then yeah, he is the saving grace. Bar Gala manages to find a, you know, a very magical bullet time. Yeah, that's not really been the case, and without the ability to have very consistent AoE lockdown, it will be hard to find. The Shy now does have a 3rd complete item, so it'll be very annoying to deal with on the side lane, but without TP, you can't walk to the bottom side of the map right now and be a nuisance whilst Baron's up. Even with this Dragon coming online, I think both these teams may well just ignore it for a little bit. Maybe they'll come to this mid wave and rotate over, but with the Baron up, it feels very hard to want to care about one individual Cloud Dragon for the time being.
I will say, if there's one person I would love to give all the resources in the world to for IG, it definitely is Rookie. I really appreciate the Shy's performances, Dede specifically, as well as Gala. But Rookie is always that final line, that final stand for the team. And they really, really, really need to rely on him in the second game if they don't want to go the distance against top esports. Dragon number 3 secured for top esports now as they look for the engage. They find it, bullet time on a Chris, but it was not enough. The Shy still looking to poke in damage, but Cream and Jackie Love are laying the heat now as they are cresting almost into 4 items themselves. The poke is just too hot to handle for IG. They are going to try to move over. Pink's going to the Baron, maybe push their own tempo here.
If they start this up, no bullet time, I mean, they've got the ultimate for Rookie. And Mako's ult, but Mako's coming out. It just feels like such a risky and unnecessary start.
They just really want to kill Crisp, I guess. They just keep giving everything to Crisp. They do get the lockdown going now into Mako. He's going to flash away. Arcane is maybe happening now as the Shy goes for the play on the Jackie Love. This is the thing about the Shy. He can just get in, get out of these fights over and over again. He's such a menace. He heals. He's untouchable. And now IG, they're feeling confident to go get the Baron. This is huge. Top esports, they're being pushed to the brink now, too. Oh, they're going to go on a Rookie.
Stasis. He could get
a little bit
back.
Baron going down now as well to IG. And Rookie walks away unscathed. They're going to get away with massive Baron buffs across IG.
Given the game state, this was just a heist. Plain and simple.
That's so massive.
IG, I mean, they have to achieve a lot, though, with the Baron result. That is still the bottom line here. Even if they, you know, do secure this objective as we look at this replay, and yeah, just full on to Crisp, right? Everything but the victory, pretty much, and it only gets dropped here at the very back end to chunk out Cream. But you can see how much damage is on offer from that ultimate there. Once that reset starts going too, it'll certainly be certainly get off to a lot more damage than just that. IG looking at that tier 2 tower on the bottom side, but hey, being met by Top Esports here.
Can't get caught in transition. This is where Kanavi thrives in the in-betweens, because he can use those wall bangs to really set up Top Esports. That's his key goal now. We are getting closer and closer now that we have 3 items. 4 Gala completed, 2. Seeker's Arm Guard still available for Cream. His has not been broken just yet. Baron buff still for another minute and 40 seconds. Another Dragon up in 220. Timer's a little bit off sync there, but TP back into the play by Rookie. As the Chaos Storm, they're looking for a tier 2 turret. He just comes in bursting, using that speed from the TP. They're using this cannon minion to try to get this turret. It's so low, but it's not going to go down just yet. They're going to need another wave, or at least a little bit of time here, as they're going to step up, and Gala's just going to tank the turret. Because I'm tired of this tier 2 turret down here. They're going to get the standing gold as well. Now Mako maybe a little bit overextended. Did pop the Unbreakable there, a little bit worried. IG looking at tier 2 in mid. They go onto the Shy. The Shy flashes away. Glacial Prison has been used though. And now IG getting the Solar Flare. Oh my god, we got ultimates flying all over the place. The stress level is through the roof right now for both teams.
It is. Tensions continue to rise. Tier 2 towers all gone, but I think that's likely the most they're going to be able to achieve in this Baron. It's still a massive swing of gold. You can see at the top of your screen, it's a 5,000 gold difference now for
So
IG.
crazy.
The items are starting to really fall into place. Gala just picked up a rapid fire cannon. Zonya's was secured by Rookie on that previous teleport. The Shy has a QSS. Why not? Makes sense into the
36% damage done.
Oh,
That's crazy. The Bruiser items are nuts. I just say a world. Like, I know there's a lot of game left to play here, and we have seen Top Esports. I mean, they're scaling. They're getting. They're almost on 4 items for both their carries. What world do we live in where the only 2 losses in the split so far the group has said from Top Esports would be against IG? Like, that's just so wild to me. And it's off the back of these creative plays. It's off the back of this creativeness from IG. They still have a lot to put together here, but they're putting the screws to Top Esports, and not a lot of teams can do that.
true. But the LPL is a weird place, man. You remember the whole
It
like
is. The circle
curse of
suck.
Weibo? There's the circle of suck, like the curse of Weibo for JDG. Like they were better than everyone, but they would just lose to Weibo. Do you remember that one? That was pretty
I
good.
do.
Maybe that's what's going on here. It's just too.
Oh, Rookie's in trouble.
Rookie.
He goes golden. He got the Zanyas in time. Now, oh, the Keeper Verdict goes wide. Gala had burned the bullet time. The Shy stepping up. He heals so damn much now. The poke is going to hit. Dragon is up. Top Esports can just give this one. That's looks like what's going to be the case. So we're going to 7 dragons. This series is delivering, and we're only in game 2.
Okay, Mazel, this is the part
Yeah?
where I start getting, I don't know if cynical is the right word.
Okay.
There's only been 9 kills.
Yeah. 36 minutes in.
How has this
And a
happened?
5,000 gold lead. Yeah, it's a little wild.
Today,
It's
I would
been
be,
some-
I'd be commentating on LCK. That's all.
Oh no. I mean, hey, come on. We have the Shies in Italy. It can't be an LCK. Oh, let's be fine. But do you see what I'm talking about him just being annoying? Like, he's just constantly doing things. And I think it just puts so much pressure on these, and you never really expect the amount of damage that he can kind of pop off in these moments. And he is a massive damage dealer for IG in these fights. You have to be careful where you're positioning as Cream and Jackie Love, or he will end up fighting. That's what's been the bane to many teams here that he's been willing to take this Nidalee out towards. We're getting pre-positioned by Top Esports around this top side now that we have less than a minute until the Baron spawns.
There will be blood at the Baron. Stop Esports with the control around it. And look at the vision as well on that top side.
Oh, the play.
Engage. Oh.
Instinct cleanse with the arcane shift from Jackie Love. That cooldown will be a little long. Or but not too long. Will not be available for this Baron fight if Top Esports want to start it immediately. Priority push is in mid lane though by IG. Leaving behind Crisp and Jackie Love. The play is on to Rookie. He dodges out. The keeper's verdict. The wallbang doesn't connect. Kanavi's missing everything. Solar Flare in there from Crisp. Now Jackie Love has some free firing positions here. Cream also following up. You have to be very careful with the lethal damage that can come out of the double carries of Top Esports. Now they're just going to burn down the Baron. Immediately start it up. The attack speed from Cream. They can burn it down so heavily. And IG are trying to move over now as well. 369 has a great flank. This might be the turning point. The Baron goes down. It's not nearly going to be enough from IG to take this fight. Bullet time fully dodged out of now as well. The Shy trying to reset this fight on the left side flank as two members going to get back. That's Kanavi, I believe, and Crisp. No, they're going to actually continue going for the fight as the Shy's chasing them down because the blow's not going to go through. IG trying to pick off people. Now they're getting picked off themselves. Jackie Love snipes him down. And now the Shy's in a 1v2, making a 1v3. Goes down to Kanavi too. And the rest of everybody from IG are falling to pieces. Top Esports take the bear, they take the kills, and now they take the leads almost in the map as they're going to go to the tier 2 turret in the top side.
They're looking at the top wave. I mean, the question really is, how far can they go, right? You've got 40-second death timers on Gala and the Shy. You've got Baron and 5 members. Rookie can't wave clear by himself against Baron buff. Even if JJ is there, Top Esports really need to force this issue, and they're forcing it now!
Oh, they do, but he uses it the wrong way. Rookie's still alive now. JJ can tank up. The True Shot Barrage not going to be enough, but they want more. They want to go for the turrets. They have the might. They have the Rift as well going for them as the Keeper's Verdict used to get a Rookie away. They're onto the turrets. JJ about to go down. Essence Flux is there. The pop is there too. And now that Atacon coming to bear too. Chaos Storm not going to be there. Wall bang on a Rookie. And of course we had to go to 3. The JDG signaling and Top Esports will get us to game 3.
It was a slow burner. Not as hotly contested as game number 1, that's for sure. But this one, a bit more of a how shall we say, a thinking man's game of League of Legends. Yeah, that's how we'll dub this one, a real game of League of Legends chess.
Yes.
But this again just really comes down to me from IG not having, you know, another form of being able to really force the issue, right? Not being able to consistently send and only really having JJ there to do it, I think really hurt their ability to try and press the Shy's lead, right? Because whilst the Braum was fantastic at really, you know, providing a very easy lane to play in that 2v2, the Braum didn't really achieve much else, unfortunately, right? And I think that is just kind of the nature of getting sucked into those Braum lanes sometime. Whereas on the opposite side for Top Esports, they kind of just played time. They recognized, hey, we still had leads across the map. It was just 369 who was kind of suffering in the 1v1. If we can lane assign him out of that 1v1, scale up, hit our item breakpoints, sooner or later we're going to be fine. And that's exactly what we saw ended up playing out here.
Yeah, and I think we could see it coming from a mile away. But in the moment, it felt like IG maybe finding some success. Nidalee will not work out for the Shy in the end. And I think Top Esports can be very happy to be able to bring this to 3. Again, they always go to 3. Like 90% of their last series have gone to 3 games. And sometimes there's just a little bit of a lapse for this team, even though they find themselves at 9-1. And again, you know, the importance of that rematch looming large here between the two. But I'm actually really excited to go back and look at the stats here, as we'll be getting to that here shortly, to see exactly who ended up having that kind of most impact. Because we know who it was on the side of IG, right? The Shy had so much of the advantages going for his side of things. But it was a pretty holistic team effort there from the side of Top Esports.
That it was, right? It was really everyone on Top Esports side who kind of just got things going. I'm wondering who the MVP will end up being. Obviously, Cream and Jackie Love dished out a bunch of damage, but look at that gold graph.
What the hell, man?
Yeah. Welcome to the LPL. The only thing it was really missing was more kills. Otherwise, that gold graph feels pretty on par.
That is a gold graph of all time. My God. We've been getting a lot of all-time moments tonight, apparently. But, yeah, I mean, Cream came out pretty clutch. I like that turn onto the Baron. I think Top Esports knew exactly what they had when they get those 4-item spikes with the scaling nature of their comp. It felt really good. And even if Kanavi was not on a carry this time around, more on a facilitator, still had a lot of influence. Him and Did were going head-to-head over and over again in this one. But I have to point out for IG, like, you have to respect the objectives in the new map. Like, I know it's new to these teams, but the Grubs got so much value, my man. Like, they literally tore down so many turrets back to back to back because of the Grubs setup for them, and it definitely enabled them to kind of counter the Shy's side lane play.
Weirdly, if this dive went smoother, I wonder if the game is different. Like, I feel like the snowball could have actually been harder for IG here. If they're able to walk out, Cream doesn't get like a little bit of extra like gold accelerating going. I wonder if that's really one of the big game changers. This is obviously another one as well, but this felt like it didn't need to happen, you know. And even then, it was pretty, you know. Like, again, it was a lot of. It was a 2-2 in the end, I want to say, and it was the Shy that got this gold. So it's like, I hate to say it. It feels like another big draft issue for the red side team, but it's one of their own creation, unfortunately.
True.
We will see. I mean, my expectation is IG go to blue side, and it's about what Top Esports are able to actually conjure up, not just in gameplay, but of course in draft too.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be the big question because it is Fearless, so we'll have a lot of picks and bans to think about and go through as well. Because the fact that we get to go to 3, I mean, it means a lot, obviously, for both organizations here, but also in the history of LPL, getting to see these two guys, these two organizations go at it. Obviously, with a lot of new faces in some regard, but some good old ones too. And you know, it had to go to 3 all the way. As this snipe from Jackie Love felt really good, and this was a little bit of the fluctuation we saw in start to see at least that IG were falling apart, or at least falling asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, but I mean, it's so difficult to play. It doesn't feel like there's a proper carry on the side of IG here. And again, that's my biggest concern. There was no setup for the Misfortune. The Misfortune pick felt kind of out of place then because of it in totality, which just sucks for Gala. Gala doesn't get to have an impact because of that. And Top Esports running a composition which just is a self-driving car, right? You said, IG fell asleep at the wheel. Top Esports got one of those fancy self-driving cars with decent sensors. So
True that.
Really did not have to sweat or struggle that much.
Yeah, and now we got to think who gets MVP. Is it Kanavi? Does he get it for the at least setup? Is the damage enough?
They'll probably give it to Cream because he dealt the most damage.
I
I think it's a really rudimentary vote, but I think there's not really anyone else to give it to. You definitely could give it to JJ. I'm not JJ, to Kanavi rather, but
it's Cream. Most damage.
There wasn't even a big play that he did. It's just he dealt the most damage. What? Like, it's
2-0 and 5.
Yeah, fantastic. Third MVP.
There you go.
Good looks, Cream. Well done.
Good looks, Cream. The Azir came out clutch, but Top Esports more so as a whole came out clutch, knowing what their win condition was and playing towards it. Now that means we go the distance with our third series of the day. We're going to step away for a break. We'll be back afterwards for the final game. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Jamada, and we're getting into the final game of the day. It is a super day of League of Legends, 3 best of 3s, and IG Top Esports had to go the distance. They went the distance the last time these two faced off, but IG came out victorious. Now IG on blue side are going to ban away the Yone and the Renekton already, as well as the Pantheon towards Kanavi, who on the red side with Top Esports ban away the Vi and that Scion so far.
Yeah, so the top lane power picks are out. Gwen, Jason, Rumble, that trifecta. That then brings you down to things like the Renekton, which has been banned away. The tanks, of course, and then Ambessa. So where will our prios go for IG and Top Esports? The AD pool as well. We're kind of at the point where it's hyper carries to likely make their way in, but Lilia actually slips through. It's been banned on blue side the entire series long, and JJ will get his hands on that, and Kanavi. Whilst you can certainly get circles cleared around you, is the way that I usually put it in this one-to-one jungle matchup. There is no doubting the power of this Skarner and the shenanigans it can get up to, and I mean, it's something that honestly I think in comparison IG would have loved to have had over the Sejuani last game when they had that misfortune. But there is that Ambessa. We spoke about it being, you know, kind of the next best thing in that top lane pool, and I do suspect the Skarner will probably come through. It's just that they don't necessarily have to pick it now if they want a priority pick on something else. But if they want to kind of keep their cards close to their chest, let IG reveal a little bit more, and then maybe get a counter pick out of one of those 2 picks, they can certainly go for the Skarner now, and they do.
I really like the Skarner. You want to try to build a comp around it a little bit, utilize the time that the Impale buys you. But you also just have so much lockdown now, so much access into backlines from both of the early picks from Top Esports. Now for IG trying to set up for success, a couple picks still left open. Obviously, we've seen a lot of focus around the tanks and top side. The Yorick would be a big one here if they want to go for some side lane pressure again for the Shy, and he will lock it in.
Okay, I'm actually not super well versed on Yorick and Ambessa, so this will be a little bit of a journey. My expectation would be that Yorick has a relatively decent time in the early levels. Post level 6 between level 11, Ambessa has a very, very advantageous time, especially on one item, and then beyond that it becomes a bit more of a skill matchup as Gala gets his hands on.
You have to expect he's gonna use the skin, right? Like you have to.
He probably will, and it's almost undoubtedly his most famous champion, the Kai'Sa, and I think he will, if I had to wager a guess, use the IG skin just to taunt Jackie Love a little bit, as Cream on Ari wouldn't be too bad, but I like this way a little bit more as a hover, and I like that it's been locked in. The kind of medium-esque range of IG so far, it's a hard sell to even say medium. It's very short-ranged. In something like a Hui would be very, very potent, and you know, if Kanavi's able to get, you know, a massive 3-man grab, and then Cream gets an ultimate in there, it starts to get real nasty for IG. Very good anti-dive mage as well. Hui, people do tend to sleep on it, as now engage options stripped away. So much utility. Yeah,
and it's something that I feel like people don't respect enough on the Hui, especially against somebody who can really utilize Hui to their fullest ability. But now in the second phase, it is that Nautilus, like you said, the Renata as that answer to take away some of the dive potential that would, or I guess the anti-dive potential that Top Esports would be looking to go for into the Kai'Sa, into the Lilia. You got to expect, though, maybe some more of the supportal ban coming through in the final parts of this. But right now, the core key by Top Esports taking away some of the flexibility at least, of this team.
Is this an Ashe out of Jackie Love? I feel like you've got just about enough damage, and you would love another form of non-committal engage here. I think it might be one of their stronger options. Lulu banned away. I mean, again, there are obvious other things like, you know, let's say your Zeri, your Jinx, like the other hyper carries. And certainly you can just go, you know, scaling for scaling there. Sivir as well, actually. True. Wouldn't be too bad here, given the lack of range currently showing on IG's side. Do they want to support here? Oh, it's Lucian Nami. Okay. All right, that can
Lucian Nami, Lucian Melio.
Yeah,
Maybe
I would
combination.
anticipate that it will be Milio. IG, obviously, it does kind of depend on what support they lock in. I think that will really give us our answer. A lot of fun hovers, of course, but the expectation would be something a little bit more going. It actually Naught's out. So now that I think about it, it might end up being an Enchanter paired up with this Kai'Sa. Orianna.
So
How
I'm just
rookie.
gonna say, this is what. Remember, I said at the beginning. I've said multiple times. Rookie bodied Cream in Game 3 of that first series. It was on the Orianna, so he's gonna whip it back out. Go with the mental damage onto Cream. Maybe the way is enough to counteract it here, though. But Rookie will be on the Orianna.
I like this hover, you know. I actually don't think it's that bad a blind. I think a lot of the options that Crisp likely has. Yeah. Let's go back to this one.
Let's go. Let's
Because now
go.
it puts pressure on Crisp because it's like, cool, I can go Nami or Milio, but those champs suck into Blitzcrank, right? Inside a lane. It is a miserable time. So do you go something a little bit more out there, a little bit more neutral? The Rakan has made its way through. And in fairness, I'm surprised IG didn't just blind it themselves.
Oh, he went the
They
Nami.
still go the Nami. All right, so Top Esports have what, in theory, should still be a winning 2v2 in the bottom lane, but a Blitzcrank hook can always change the outlook of that 2v2. A mid lane which is very back and forth and very much just a wave clear off until, you know, items are in. A very potentially explosive jungle matchup, and a 1v1 in the top lane, which post level 6 has the ability to be super volatile, but certainly leans in the favor of Ambessa. I would almost bet on more times than not. It's an exciting set of drafts here.
I feel like for Top Esports, their draft makes more sense together. The other side of things for IG, it definitely feels like some different pieces being kind of put together into a zombification of some sort, but there's still a lot of strength, right? Like, Kai'Sa is a lethal carry here, not only for Gala, but across the league itself, in trying to find these advantages. I mean, we have seen a lot of strength come through from IG in these pivotal moments. Yes, dropping in that last game itself, but you have to also remember this is a team that's been struggling recently, but found their form in Game 1 against Top Esports.
Yeah, I think what makes this draft, as you say, a zombification is that, again, IG have a side laner for the Shy, right? And in this case, the Yurik. Obviously, the Yurik was picked up very early in the draft. So, you know, in this context, you would have liked to have seen maybe a draft that is then from that point on actually supplementing this Yurik. But it kind of didn't end up doing that, right? So now it's a bit weird. They've got Yurik, who probably wins the side lane in the scaling department. But at the end of the day, IG have a remainder of a composition that is pretty happy to team fight. So let's get into it. Game number 3. It's another awkward draft out of IG, but they are on blue side this time.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Game 3, and as we get into it, remember a legendary matchup between IG and Top Esports, one called the Shinobi Wars, as we've seen over time from all those days back then of
全军出击！
them being turned into Naruto characters.
I was about to
hilarious.
say, I recall the Naruto graphics.
Yeah, we played it a lot. We decided not to do this time around. We've done it a lot, but it is going to be Gala taking Jackie Love's Kai'Sa skin. Going into himself, it is going to be the lethal tempo Kai'Sa going into the electrocute Lucian. But more importantly, we have to look at these junglers. Been a big undercurrent to this series. JJ getting the better of Kanavi in game number 1. Getting a bit of the better of the entirety of IG in game number 2. And now opposite side starts to start game 3.
Kanavi will be pathing down towards his bottom side of the map. Oh, it's an opposite side start because JJ is going for an invade. It's going to be on a ward, but it's going to really make Kanavi's pathing a bit awkward. Mako is he's thirsty.
He is.
He's
Gonna
thirsty!
flash play onto him, going for the full head up onto Jackie Love. Gets about half his health, and now Mako slowed down himself. Going to get chunked on the way back. Cream having trouble in mid lane. going down sub 100 health now, potentially bumped out, gonna have to flash. And what did I say? The mental advantage of the Orianna rookie over Cream coming up big in game 3 already.
I mean, Rookie is known for a lot of champions, right? It's a lengthy list, but there's a reason why Orianna is on that list. Oh man, is GG really going to be able to get a gank off?
Oh, Swirl Seed did connect. They got the slow, but now he's in trouble. Jackie Love, I thought maybe going for flash. Now Mako going in, though. The grab combo. Crisp having the flash out, too. Getting down low. Last auto. Gala gets the kill. Now here comes Kanavi to make the difference. Going into a 2v3. Dashing, flashing. Jackie Love is going to get the kill, too. And trying to buff off big onto Mako, too. Jackie Love once more. He's going to step up. The electrocute does end up getting proc, but Top Esports showing some hands here early in game 3.
Goodness me. Mazel, I don't know why JJ did that. He's going to try and give the kill over to Jackie, and he does. That's 2 kills over to Lucian. That is a catastrophe. Catastrophe. I'm dumbstruck. Genuinely. JJ had the 2 free camps of the blue buff and the Gromp, but just this slight, it's hard to even call this an overextension, frankly. Baits JJ in. Mako still wants to play. Finds the hook great onto Chris, but then the flash forward and commit. And Muscala finds everything, right? W, the auto is great. Kanavi goes onto JJ here, and it's actually the perfect target. He's able to find this Q, and he knows if Nami dies, it's not the worst thing in the world, as long as Lucian doesn't. Things are fine. It's the kind of thing that can almost lose you a game. now that Lucian's back with a Caulfield, bunch of extra AD over Gala. Yes, he doesn't have flash, but no one in the bot lane has flash. So it's not really the worst thing in the world. He's going to be able to just pilot this one out, stats to stats, and they're very, very happy. JJ at the very least will return.
That minion just got grabbed out of nowhere. That did not look like it was going to hit. It hit anyways. I think Kareem's going to be counting his lucky stars.
That he is. Probably is going to steal away these Krugs to kind of make up for the Gromp. Looks like he also wants red. Mako is only level 2.
God, he's 2 levels down now. Almost level 3, so about a level and a half.
This is weird. Mako can no, a little bit too late. They maybe get that rocket grab off. And now JJ, there's a ping to the Raptors. JJ is going to run all the way to the chickens and steal the chickens. The problem, however, is Kanavi's going to be there. There's mid lane push. I get Mazel. This is a game.
Hello. Yeah.
This is going to be a game. I mean, JJ can kill this quite quickly. One more Q in a set. He's okay. He's got it. All right. Level 5. Kanavi is forced out of the top side of the map again.
On ward.
They want this mid lane dive.
Oh, Shockwave. Hey, as you said, there's a reason why it's Rookie's most played in his lengthy career. He's getting Cream in a lot of trouble early. I mean, the CS differentials alone across top, across mid now favoring IG. As Mako looking for an exit strategy, gonna try to get away. Gets publicly executed by 369, though he has a team behind him. And that execution will be stayed, as now Kanavi's the one in trouble. Void Seeker from distance, but Jackie Love is now here. Big spiraling despair, dead. Cannot get closer to his team. He cannot escape. The bubble will trap him, and his life will be forfeit to Jackie Love.
The slow from that Hwei armor is just so impeding. JJ also can't really do anything. Yeah, even if he had more movement speed, he would have been killing the rest of his team, so kind of would have had to have sacked his life anyway, and it's an overcommit from IG. Looking for a bit more than they could actually chew off, and Top Esports punish them. That's the point in this matchup where things are a little bit weird, right? Like, if 369 can maybe find a window to like kill the Maiden and then eventually get on top of the Shy, this 1v1 looks okay. But otherwise, again, it's very skill matchup-y, it's very 50-50, but Oh, most of the time, Mako should be able to stabilize. If JJ got that skull crab there, that would have felt quite good for him. It would have actually maybe catapulted him to level 6 off the back of Raptors once he goes down there, which I assume he will before the grubs. Maybe he looks for an invade. It's one of those weird games. It's hard to predict what our jungler's going to do in this one.
I think
7.5 minutes.
Will be pretty easy here in about 25 seconds, though, with the grubs coming up. At least we know where they're going to be. As another electrocute proc does coming through. Gala loses about half his health. Will have to pop some of the healing here. I think one of the biscuits at least. But reset from Kanavi. And as he does, maybe a little bit of adaptation. We got some pings from IG towards that dragon. We did see that. Oh, Jack Love's mad that you're backing with his signature. He knows it's the bat signal for him. He just has a killer instinct.
Yeah. Well, this crank pick is not paying off, Mazel.
No, you don't like it?
Off. Not so far. But look, at the end of the day, even though there is a 3-level difference between Mako and Crisp, and that might be the largest support XP lead at this timer I think I've seen in a long time. I'm not going to say ever. One hook. That's my point. One hook, Mazel. That's all it takes. And then Blitzcrank. It pays.
Whoa!
Oh, Kanavi.
A little bit wide there, Kanavi. Pilot his way into the pick. The impale,
wow.
the public execution, the combo. They grab these two first and foremost, and they are paying off with it now. The Shy gonna get ran down potentially, but is pretty tanky. Has all the little minions too, so they'll back off in the end. Movement from Rookie means the Dragon maybe a little bit dicey here. On Vision, though, is Rookie, so they're going to continue to start it up. They could have moved from 369, so Kanavi will just solo this objective out.
I've got to say, I feel a little bit sorry for JJ there. The hitbox was very forgiving on that Impale. A little bit of high ground, low ground made that look worse than it was, perhaps. Either way, gets picked off and it will get them Dragon. It's going to be traded for the grubs on the top side. Kanavi's not going to find the jungle camp here. Going to have to just settle for the Skull Crab, just neutral territory. IG though, 3 grubs when you've got a Yorick. Does feel okay. But again,
man, I missed double spot of grubs.
I do too, man. I do too. But you know,
I feel like teams are like obviously it's like literally first day of the patch, and teams did not really get a chance to practice it very much, as both these teams literally played 2 days ago. Getting the difference in the timers is really important, and now Jackie Love getting his timer to get out of mid lane. But it feels like we're seeing teams kind of be willing to give those 3 grubs, even though they realize how powerful it is. And it really is powerful, especially to get those minds right with the changes they made through that. Is Kanavi going to steal away the camp that he came for earlier? And, this time he'll be up there this way. Is a little bit of an even state here, about 2,000 gold lead for top esports. But when we look at the state of things and the scaling that can come online for IG, I think there are some possibilities there. As speaking of, maybe not anymore for the Shy. He does get out there with his flash. Tidal Wave coming in as well. Mako has made his entrance here. Jackie Love going to get tagged by the Swirl Seed. Kanavi getting a little bit lower. Void Seeker going to hit. Gala can't really find a way in. Rookie Despair plus Severing Bolt. And the Arcade Comet gets the kill. The thumbs up to the solo Polo to Grieve.
Fair play, Grieve. Now, whilst Rookie can certainly have the better end of the stick inside of the laning phase, the range of weight certainly makes things very awkward in the side lane, and Gala is finding out how powerful this 301 Lucian is. The Essence Reaver already in tow. I imagine Jackie Love is actually going to be on curve for a very early second item. I assume it's going to be Rapid Fire Cannon. But he gets clipped here by the EQ, ult connects, and then the Q comes back off cooldown, QW, passive proc, and the passive proc, I think, procs Comet. Very, very cute. As, well,
bang.
the Shy.
Yeah, he was getting some good damage, though, on the 369.
Okay.
He heals a lot. Maiden is
Not
ticking
dead.
away
He's alive.
as he's going to get dashed onto. Heal is not nearly enough, and 369 claims his life as now Dede go for the play on the top side.
Oh,
He's
oh.
going to put him to sleep. Somebody grab him. No, Mako! Didn't end up getting Cream, and Cream will flash away from that play. They're going to try to get some turret plates on top side. A little bit of miscommunication there.
Yeah, just very unfortunate. He ended up getting rooted by the Hui W, so he couldn't move. Didn't want to flash either. So unfortunately, no hook connects
Is it not worth it?
onto
though?
Cream.
No.
I mean, he's getting Cream's flash anyway.
Whoa.
Well, maybe he
Mako.
needs flash for
Nope. Oh, and Gala's going to pop his killer instinct to get out of there as he does dodge out of the tidal wave.
Oh,
Now JJ's overextended and
no.
IG are falling through. It's like watching some dominoes on a table fall apart. Some emos
man.
coming out. Top Esports are starting to feel themselves here in game number 3. And game 1 may be a far cry from what IG are representing now in the last 2.
Goodness me. That
JJ's
was,
having a stinker.
Yeah. I mean, it's just. It's not. It's not just JJ either. Like Mako is also. You know, we might require a deodorant.
Level 5.
Yeah.
He is 3 levels under Crisp. I don't think I've ever seen that.
It stayed the same for the last 7 minutes. He was
Yeah.
level 3.
I
but
don't think
Chris
I've
was
ever
level
seen
6.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not great. My question is why? How did he walk out of the bridge? Just let it happen. Just let it happen.
Happens.
And just the fantastic spacing from Jackie
Yeah, he's feeling it.
on the Lilia Q.
Jack Love quietly 5, 0, and 2. Pretty
Me too,
gossip for
myself.
himself on the Lucian. Yeah, little yawn action coming in. It's almost 8:30 in the morning for me. It's now Mako is gonna kick. He's never gonna hit level 6. He's just never gonna hit it.
Hold on.
Multi Lullaby is there.
Oh.
Shockwave missed this again. It's so funny. I talk about Rookie on his classic Oriana, but now IG still finding a little bit of a fight. Gala overextending himself into a 1v3. Gala. We can say his name all we want, but it's not going to make him play better. And IG, they're falling asleep at the wheel. Maybe they're just as tired as I am.
I think they are. And it's a bit tragic to watch. The
It
Shy.
did take us like an hour to get into the first game, so you know.
That is true. I think dare I say, when the team needs him the most. Oh no.
Oh, the solo.
Oh,
Come on,
no.
369. This has been the ultimate pain point. TP coming in. Rookie gonna come save his life at 369. Gonna go through and almost kill Rookie. Does end up getting 586 gold for killing 369. And now TP back on the bot side by Cream to answer Rookie's push.
The work husband comes to the rescue. It's the only way. It's the only way I could see Top Esports winning this, losing this game, is they forget that the Shy exists, and he takes like 3 side lane towers. He's TP top. Okay, look at this. Yeah, tier 1. I wish that we had observed control. I really do, but obviously we just get TP cast. That's one.
Oh, he got spotted.
He got spotted. Yeah, that's tragic.
Not so sneaky. They
This
forgot
man
about
on
him.
your
He took the
screen.
turret.
Yep. It's going to have to happen 1, 2, 3. Oh.
No way, dude. Jackie Love just has Mako in his sights. And a headshot to the Blitzcrank. And that's Top Esports running away with this one. I mean, now they're almost 4,000 gold. Okay. Well, I'm just not going to speak. I don't think. Every time we talk about a player, it's wild. We just get the immediate pick onto them. Now Didier might look to go down for a 6th time. He's going to make it out alive because of Rookie's pressure in the end.
Fortunate that the Impale was on cooldown. It literally came up as Kanavi had to start clicking backwards.
But Jackie Love just gave over a big
Wait.
shutdown.
Yeah. So. All right, because we're both tired. This is just how this is. Though I've slept, you haven't, so you're definitely more tired than I. Oh. Okay.
Are we sure they're not tired too? Like, are we super sure? This is not necessarily the cleanest League of Legends we've ever seen, and now maybe a little bit of cleanliness coming through from top esports towards this top side. We can try to get a dive here with the wave.
That this champion could be the only way that we lose the game, but they're gonna turn around and look to pick up the Herald. And I don't.
All right, what were you gonna say?
So JackeyLove has to do that about 3 more times.
Okay.
Right. He's got no flash. They're not gonna look for cream, and frankly, I don't think they are.
For cream.
He's gonna 1-for-1 this, like at least, unless Gala shows up. It is just, don't do it. Do not do it. And you just heard the Herald go down, so now you have to go back to mid. Oh. Oh, no way.
Still hovering.
Oh.
They're still thinking about it. They're losing a tier 2. Cream overextended though, and he will give them the prize that they so seek.
Give it to Rookie, man. You are 0-5. Dude, what do you mean?
Oh,
Oh, awesome.
JJ dies to the turret shot, and now look at 369. He's gonna chase them down. Rookie's
He's out mana.
Oh my goodness, they're gonna split. Okay, 369 won't end up being able to take them out. The phase rush ends up getting Rookie away, but here comes the Rift Herald play on a
Can he
bot
curve it?
side.
Oh my
He
god!
charges, gets the turret
Oh my
here
god!
too. Now he's thinking of Mako. Oh, this is so bad. JJ and Mako are 1-12 combined as a combination, which feels really bad for IG. And that's what I was worried about coming into this third game. I even said it in between, is like, I really hope we get a good third game, because it definitely felt like IG were running out of steam in game 2, and we see a little bit more of that here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This is a really bad death from Cream. But you know what it does do? It emboldens IG, and that's their problem. 369 kills the wave whilst killing JJ, and the tower shot helps him kill JJ. And then, of course, Rookie is able to separate himself, very fortunately, from 369. But there was a Herald play going on, which we're not going to catch in that replay, but it was very, very funny. Deep breath.
Yes.
It's only a 6k goal. I don't...
Yeah.
It can't get,
at 20 minutes into the game.
Hey, buddy. I won't hear your
Look at that
negativity.
player go on the left side of your screen.
Hey. No. Everyone close your left eye. Okay? Yeah, there you go. It's gone now. You can open it.
Nice. All right, I like it.
All right. Look.
But
there
hey,
is always...
I will say, just in all seriousness, like, Gala did put a lot of pressure on JackeyLove in that last series that these two teams faced off, and Gala was the better ADC. The fact that it's Lucian game 3 for JackeyLove, the last genius ADC in the LPL here, and now it's a lot of weight on his shoulders.
Hey, look. All right.
Yes.
Do you know who else is putting a lot of pressure on Gala? Mako. That's his putting
I would say that is true.
Atacard's going to be secured. Check. Hui has no flash and the Shy's meeting him, but he doesn't have whole ring yet, so this wave is it's going to be gone after another QE. Mako's threatening over the wall, but all Cream has to do is kind of hug the top side, and now that he's got Chris with him,
He's still
shouldn't be an issue. Okay.
He's gonna get the fight dust. Oh man, he's 0-7.
Yeah.
Well, we can talk about the benefits this is for top esports though. I mean, they are picking up the slack where IG are dropping it for sure. They're gonna try to get a play on the 369 up here.
He's gonna.
Last time.
He might win.
Last time on trying to 1v2. Oh, feels a little bad. You hear the crowd and the smile from the Shy. He's like, oh man, we tried. Kanavi's gonna steal away the red buff though on the other side of the map, although Rookie and Mako are coming over to try to dissuade him from doing so. It is gonna be stolen from him. And Rookie now getting engaged on potentially the double impale. No, only going to hit one because the flash came out. The bubble not going to connect either on the other side of it. But Jackie Love's on 3 items now. More rich than anybody in the game by a country mile. And almost over 2,000 gold up from anybody on IG.
Okay, JJ has flash.
He does.
Big flash lead. Into a shot.
Okay.
And the game is safe.
All right.
Deal.
That's all they need.
Deal.
Maybe it's
Deal.
Mako.
Hold on. Cream.
Maybe
Cream.
it's Maybelline.
Hey.
They get him. Tidal Wave coming in. They still haven't killed.
Oh, there it
Finally
is. There
goes
it
down.
is. There
JJ
it
goes
is.
for the flash. Play goes gold, and nobody can follow up though. And now he's left by himself. Jackie Love gonna look for more. It's been a double kill going the way of Top Esports now as 369 is looking for more. He wants a quadra kill too. Can't chase down the side, and it'll just be a triple. But they'll turn back to the Dragon, and this will be sole point for Top Esports.
And the game's probably over. Hey, look, to be fair, they achieved like half of that prophecy, right? You know, there was a good flash sleep.
The tablet was broken in half. They could only see half of it, so you know they could only follow the prophecy the way they saw it.
Yeah. They, no, better yet, they didn't have a Dr. Bacon to... Huh? I just finished that game. Those who know. Good flash hook onto Cream. The flash, you know, sleep as well. It's great. It's onto Jackie Love. The problem is Ricky is in no position to follow up. Gala does Killer Instinct to the back line. Even if he did, I'm going to be honest, would have died. Yeah, and the Shy can't really provide too much here in this team fight. That's just how that is. And now without the flash available to JJ, we're kind of back to just relying on Mako for hooks. And frankly, Mako hasn't been super reliable for much this game.
Yeah.
With the exception, of course, of...
He's still level 8.
Yeah.
I know he's close. Like, I realized that, right? But still, he's still level 8.
Yeah.
Technically. That's just wild. We're 20, we're 24. Maybe this is it? We're getting closer. Maybe.
We're still
Maybe
waiting.
the moment. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're still waiting. We're still waiting. That boxing glove for Mako. A little bit worn out at this point. And Tier 2 turret under siege now. Top Esports pushing into this top side jungle as well. There is Baron coming up in 15 seconds. Waiting to see if they want to go for that, if they want to try to go for the under tower play. They're trying to pick out Mako, but Mako's also trying to find their own picks. You grab Kanavi, it means your team dies. Potentially he's under turret, the Impale coming through, Tidal Wave on top. Kanavi is not the target you want to grab, and it comes back to fight IG. Big moment though as the shockwave comes through from Rookie, but he does not nearly have the damage to pick up the slack of his team. 369 is now looking for an angle too. Was waiting to see if he could catch out Rookie. Goes for the public execute. Still goes on top of him. Under turret. Okay, 369. Flex your muscles a little bit as Tier 2 will be the target for Top Esports.
Yeah, very unlucky in some ways for IG that off the back of that shockwave, I think JJ's Swell Seed, it only connected onto one of Crisp and Jackie Love, so he couldn't pull the trigger on both. And at that point, if you can't pull the trigger on both, it feels very risky to pull the trigger at all. We'll get a replay and we'll get confirmation. Maybe it hit Cream. I'm actually too sure. But Mako, he finds the hook. The problem is Kanavi has 4,000 HP. And yeah, brings JJ in. The stasis is good, but the problem is he then brings the ult in.
Despair to 4 people.
Yeah, there is no Swell Seed actually. And yeah, like you said, the Spiraling Despair rather hits onto 4 members, which then signifies that this fight is finished.
Oh my god. Just one pop shot from the 9-3 Jackie Love.
Okay. But Mazel. Look at the flash timers again.
Yes.
Time is a circle.
It
JJ
is.
Nindi has flash.
That's what they say.
If he can.
He almost
big
has
flash,
Zonya's back
big
up
flash,
too.
big flash sleep into Zonya's, into Rookie Shockwave. I know I proposed the same deal earlier, but I'm going to ask if you want to sign the contract. Are you?
No,
are
I'm
you down
good.
to sign?
I'm out,
No.
bro. I'm out.
No. Okay.
I think I'm about to find out why. Gala all by himself tries to go invis, goes with the flash. The flash play, though, responded to by Kanavi. And Jackie Love will get the better of Gala in this series. And Top Esports, they can do no wrong here, it feels. 8,000 gold up. They're pushing now over on Mako at 369 to try to catch him out. He's going to play Ring Around the Rosie with 369. Slowly but surely try to make his way out. Did they lose about half his health in the mid lane? Dragon is coming up in 50 seconds. Mako, he's still going.
He's surrounded on the
Look at him. Look at this little devil.
My.
Oh my God. Okay, he finally got tagged. He didn't actually get tagged for the longest time there, but he finally falls. And that'll be a reset coming through for a couple members of Top Esports. Before this Dragon setup, it'll be a Soul of a Mountain Soul for Top.
25 seconds on that. JJ and Rookie on the prowl, but no one's on this side lane. They're moving mid. Or perhaps a back. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Bring up this
Flash
guy.
over the wall, do it. Flash, he flashed. Did he? Did he make it?
No, he just didn't go over the wall.
Yo, guys.
No. It feels bad because it was so hype in the first two games as
At
well.
what
and
point-
unfortunately, this
at
game
what
number
point
3
do-
is bad.
At what point do we just lose in peace? You know?
Yeah.
Shout out.
It feels pretty bad.
Was it
But-
Dardot? That
But I think that's where we could focus on Top Esports a little bit more because this is a team that has the expectations to try to go back-to-back. In Split 1, they were dominant. They ended up beating AL. They ended up going to first stand and disappointing the entirety of the LPL community. But then they come back, and it's almost like nothing went wrong. Nothing was changed. The domestic dominance that we knew of Top Esports has been ever present. That one loss, that series loss to IG at the beginning of Group Ascend, it's a little blip on the radar, it feels like. But now they were pushed the distance against IG yet again. But in Game 2, they found really good win conditions, played towards them. Game 3, they have complete control. And speaking of that, they're going to grip that control straight to the neck of IG and snap them right where they stand. As Gala is all by himself. Blast on. Don't use my skin against me. I will put you down with a double pop shot. That's a double kill for the genius of Jackie Love.
They're gonna go for more, but I don't think they're gonna be able to find the shy. But that bubble, it's gonna force
Chris
a flash.
was like, my ADC is popping off. Let me pop off too. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
he did have the flash on the other side, but now the shy still being ran down, and it should be Top Esports getting some inhib damage, some permanent damage done to IG's base of Rookie. Just trying to walk away from things as top lane also for 369. Maybe not going to get the turret just yet, but we'll get very close.
Yo, how much? Mako is 0 and 11. How much gold do you think he's worth?
It's a great question.
Because you know they changed the for the
They
first time ever,
did.
and it really threw me off. They changed the amount of like value kills are worth, right? But at 0 and 11,
50 gold.
are we saying more or less than this Grom? How much is 90, right?
80.
More or less,
Less.
than Grom?
Less.
Less? Do we think?
I think
Do we think
so.
less?
Yeah,
All right, we have to
I
keep
think
our
so.
eyes open. Mako
But
is
then the
certainly
bounties
gonna die
that
by
you
himself.
get are ridiculous, you know. So then you have to think the counter argument. What do
Yeah.
they get if they kill? So that's Top Esports starting to be fair, and 10,000 gold up, Mountain Soul secured, everything going their way, and just a matter of time it feels like until a 10-1 Top Esports continue to make the push to top 4 in Group Ascent.
One last push should be all it takes. This is yeah, this has been a shellacking, hasn't it?
Yep.
Not even close. Go on, Mako, give us one more death, but like a fun one.
You hit the 0-12 power spike on Blitzcrank?
Yeah, this is
Oh, jeez.
oh,
I mean, yeah, this
fair
is
play
the
369.
Tengu dab, man. Top Esports know what is coming, and it is a 2-1 victory over IG. Remember, the only loss, that stain on the record that stands there for Top Esports right now, it is IG that has taken that win, but they will not bide promise against a developed Top Esports team as they look for continued domestic dominance against this Shinobi War partner in IG. And they're just taking names here. Dede going down low, but the Nexus turret's still there. They need to focus down on what the actual objectives are here. As Dede looking for a re-engage, cannot be forced to flash it. Now Rookie's looking for more. Oh, they're going to try to finish it now. 369 going for the auto attacks on the Nexus. He's dodging, he's weaving. Rookie's trying to buy time, but IG will fall to the might of the tippy top and to the might of Top Esports as a 2-1 victory for the Kings of the LPL.
It wasn't pretty. And I'm not saying it wasn't pretty for Top Esports. But they got the job done in the end. And hey, they were able to find that win on red side, right? That was the big question based on how those first 2 games went. But they're able to secure that victory in the end. And I think, honestly, in thanks to IG.
Yeah.
And the efforts of Mako and JJ. So give a round of applause to the 6th or 7th man of Top Esports in that game number 3. But hey, at the end of the day, they did what they had to do to close out, right? Most importantly, they kept it as clean as you could really make a messy game like that.
Yeah.
And didn't really make too many mistakes when it's all said and done.
And that
is kind of what we need to expect from them. Yeah.
Love to see it.
We was kind of surprised we went that direction, but also it is Jackie Love, right? And
yeah.
Mako, of course, no slouch on that champ either. We would see him on that quite a few times in the meta that was a little bit too everlasting.
We got the full circle though, Jamada. We got so again, I talked about it so much throughout the series, but in that first iteration when IG won, it was game 3, Rookie putting Cream down, honestly, to be frank, and Gala having an incredible series. Get Gala across all 3 games in that first meeting went 20-4. Across all 3 games, which was really, really impressive. And then now turning around, yes, a little bit of redemption in game number 2, but game 3, holistically, Top Esports' favor off the back of performance from Cream, off the back of a performance from Jackie Love. So everything's starting to trend upwards and continue to trend upwards here for Top Esports as they go to 7 wins in a row now.
Not a bad record, is it? 10-1. And I think as the split continues to unfold, the likelihood of these guys just finishing first place feels all the more likely. Of course, they still have quite a few
got a lot of games
left. Of course, they've got I think 7, right? That sounds about right. 7.
Yep.
Still got a lot of other top contenders near them. AL is their next series. Actually, that's tomorrow, isn't it? They play AL tomorrow. I want to say I don't think it's the day after.
It is tomorrow. Yeah, it's tomorrow night.
Yeah, so that'll be their big, that's the 6-point game, as they say in football here. They need to win that to kind of lock it off. And if they do, that holds off AL at 8 wins and brings them up to 11. And that should be all but pretty much security, barring, a pretty big wheels off the train situation from them.
True.
Decent night overall for Top Esports.
Not too shabby. And at least they finish positively. Still think that game number 1 has some question marks there for sure, but
definitely
still showing that they are one of the teams to be threatening and be thinking about moving on in those playoffs and not having to play in the play-in. But IG, I don't know, man. That last game, it was a toughie. And it feels bad to see it kind of fall apart like that. I think game 2, they felt a lot more confident, but game 3 felt tough.
Yeah, in this weird way, I don't want to reduce this series in a negative light, but at the same time, game 1, this is the thing, going back to what we said at the start of the day for Top Esports, right? They are 10-1. They are obviously a very, very good team. But sometimes it's just weird. Look at the content of this series, right? The way that they lost in game number 1, the apprehension around game 2, and then game 3, you could say arguably IG kind of gave them this series.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. They're still probably going to come first place. And there are
True.
certainly teams that could contest them. But man, what a... I don't think I've cast a stranger series than this one, this year at the very least. If not in my time on the LPL. But still, 10-1. Good looks. And we're waiting for the MVP, which I'm curious about. I'm kind of unsure
Who you
ends
thinking?
up... I mean,
I think it's got to be Jackie Love.
they're just going to give it
Yeah,
to Jackie
it's-
Love. Yeah. If
He popped off, man. The guy deserves
he
it.
did. There's actually... I think to an analyst's eye, it should probably be Kanavi. But I think because Jackie Love dealt the most damage and had the most kills, the MVP vote is going to go to him. But
the like that fight in the bot side towards the end where he gets the Lightbringer shot on both of them and gets the double kill, like that kind of that's just cinematic genius right there.
I agree, but Kanavi actually made the plays that were important.
Nah, he's a starter. Don't worry. Nah.
True. He's just playing Skarner at the end of the day. Do you know who? Actually, I've got another shoe in for MVP for top esports. Do you want to hear it, or should I keep it to
Sure.
myself?
Why not? Let's hear it.
I think maybe Mako. Mako might have a pretty good shout here for MVP.
I knew it was coming.
I think there's a very strong chance that it's him. You know,
That
you
was
never
one
know.
of the biggest support diffs I've seen in a long time. And it's Crisp and Mako. Like, these two guys are perennially some of the best supports in the league.
All I'm saying is if
Should he
Mako
have gone
had
with the what did he hover instead of the Blitzcrank?
the Rakan,
The Rakan, should he have gone for the
and the
Rakan
answer is
instead?
yes. It's just yeah.
You like the
If it-
Blitzcrank, come on.
If it's not, look, I like the
If it's not
Blitzcrank
0-12.
until I saw how it got bloody piloted. Right?
Yeah.
Hell, there's even an argument that maybe Mako should have just taken away the Nami, right? Like genuinely, just maybe should have taken away the Nami, and
That
then
one
just
right
gone, all right,
there.
play the Milio, and we'll deal with it. But no, alas, here we are, not in that situation, and goes for the more volatile pick. And this is the game state that we end up in, unfortunately.
So do you have any thoughts for Top Esports going to AL tomorrow? As that will be their next opponent before we get to MVP.
If they play like this tomorrow, AL is going to wipe them. Unless AL, you know, I feel like they themselves have had some pretty weird individual games, but they feel a little bit more consistent to me overall.
Okay.
I feel like the biggest downside right now to AL's play, there's two. It's occasionally Flandre and Shanks kind of fly off the rails, right? And they do make some kind of weird individual plays. But then the other one is they just need to not overcook in the draft. I think the one thing that we always talk about with Tabe and a lot of the projects and teams that he handles is usually the biggest positive is the drafts, right? The theory behind them is very, very solid. But in this fearless setting, it does feel at times like the way that he allows the players, because, you know, players actually have a large input in draft. I think the way that he drafts alongside the players occasionally puts them in weird spots where it's like, hey, if we lose like a singular fight 5 minutes into this game, it's just done. Like, there's nothing we can really do to win. I think there was actually a series very recently, but I'm not sure if it was AO, but something makes me think it was AO. It's just that they haven't really been playing a lot of Kalista, mostly because it also remains pretty permaban all the time. But yeah, that's it. Those are the two main things. If they get over that, AO, I could see very easily winning this series.
It'll be a fun series. Should be
It
a
will
fun
be.
series for sure, especially after this one. A little bit of momentum from Top Esports. Hopefully we'll get the MVP soon. Maybe they're just deliberating so much, as long as we've had to wait for the MVP going through here. But hopefully they'll be giving that one out. It's got to be Jackie Love. The guy popped off on the Lucian. And I just love it. Against the Kaisa skin that Gala tried to whip out. and take him down with his own skin. I love that moment when Gala tries to back in the top lane. The signature goes down and instantly Jackie Love turns, even though he didn't have vision on him. Just made it funny that maybe it's just a little bit of that natural instinct, the bat signal, if you will. No, but Jackie Love had a great series, memes aside.
Yeah, no, they definitely did. I think he was the most consistent. Kanavi got pretty slumped in game 1 as far as the smite situation was concerned.
Oh my God!
MVP!
Finally, we got the MVP.
Running out of talking points, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jackie Love. Wow, who's
It
surprised?
is 14-3.
Peace and love, LPL MVP voters. I'm gonna let you finish. But Kanavi dropped one of the best individual Skarner games in a little while. No, I'm kidding.
If there's anybody that got robbed tonight, it's Knights Zed. That's who got robbed. If you didn't watch that series, if you didn't watch that game,
go back.
it was a all 8 of 8 jungle votes for MVP when his Zed went absolutely insane. Anyways, Jackie Love ends up getting the MVP, rightfully so, in this one. Popped off on the Lucian against Gala. It was a premier matchup we wanted to watch tonight, but Jabata, that means that is it for us. You have any thoughts, takeaways here from your day dropping in for this Top Esports IG series?
I mean, first off, it's always very fun to return back here to you guys on the LPL. Secondly, Top Esports still do not imbue me with a whole bunch of faith, man. I want to love this team so badly. But sometimes it's just difficult. Invictus Gaming, though, they're just IG. What can I say? You get games like Game 1, which look bloody fantastic, but then you get back end of series kind of like this. It's weird. They're strange. But they'll continue to make things even weirder throughout the rest of the split, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Spirit Blossom is now blooming on the Rift. We'll get to see more and more from the teams as we move forward. This was our super day, though. We had all 3 best of 3s. Had 2 of them go the distance as well. We'll be back the normal time tomorrow, but before we do that, we got to say a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without, one of your favorites, as their pledged financial contributions helps level up the broadcast on a daily basis and give back to the cast and crew who try to give you a great product for the LPL English every day. Huge shout out to all the volunteers. Huge shout out to Kai behind the scenes, being the producer for all 3 series. I know it's an even longer day for you, so thank you so much for being my GOAT. Jamada, thanks for joining me. Tomorrow, again, same normal time for LPL, and we'll see you for that giga banger between Top Esports and AL. We're rating LEC, apparently, so we'll see you there for some elite European gameplay that Jamada knows very well.
That I do. Too well, even.
Goodbye.